Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
Morning, everybody. If committee members could please take their seat. I don't think I ever have. Morning, everybody. If committee members could please take their seats, we're ready to begin. Welcome, everyone, to meeting 21 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee. Welcome members of the committee, other members of council in attendance who will be here later, and of course, members of the public. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. This will be particularly important as this will be a long meeting, probably going into the afternoon. You can also follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at toronto.ca/council. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? We lost quorum already. There are none. Confirmation of the minutes of May the 10th, 2017. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So we have a fairly substantive list of deputations. There have been several requests to reorder the agenda. Well, why don't we go through it and see if there's anything we can move at the top of the meeting and look for items that we're going to be holding for deputations. First item is 21-1, towards action plan for transgender youth. This is being held for speakers. Item number 2, impact of provincial food allowance funding increase in residents and long-term care homes. I will hold that item.
We have a speaker as well.
And we also have a speaker.
Oh, no, we don't.
We don't have a speaker. I will be the speaker. 21-3, request to amend blanket contract with Safedesign Apparel Limited for supply and delivery of station wear for Toronto Fire Services. Moved by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 4, Toronto Fire Services Response Matrix. I can hold that on behalf of Councillor Ainsley. I think that's his request. That's item number 4. Item number 5 is Toronto Fire Services Diversity, Recruitment, and Inclusion Plan Update. It's being held for speakers. Number 6, negotiations of the Community Center Exclusive Use Agreement and Pool Agreement with the Toronto District School Board and the City of Toronto. That's number 6. I believe there's speakers, but Councillor Wong Tam is also asked to hold it. 21-7, S.H. Armstrong Pool Working Group. That is also being held for speakers. 21-8, cost estimates for the New Hope Shelter Strategic Action Plan. There are speakers on that. 21-9, funding formula for occupancy costs. That also held for speakers. 21-10, Child Care and Early Years Act and Education Act, next steps for middle childhood programs. That is also being held for speakers. 21-11, Child Care Development in Ward 3, update. Councillor Mihevc is moving receipt. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 21-12, Community Service Partnership One-Time Transition Funding Recommendation.
I will hold it for now, but I'd ask staff to identify themselves who's got this report. Okay, great, and I'll talk to him and maybe release it later on.
Okay, so that item's held by Councillor Mihevc. 21-13, update on city-supported community-led violence prevention and intervention.
I'll hold that.
Councillor Mihevc is holding that item. 21-14, proposal for youth transitional housing at 747 Warden Avenue. Our speakers on that item, we'll hold that. 21-15, survivors of domestic violence portable housing benefit update on sector consultations. Move receipt by Councillor Mihevc. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 21-16, review of current winter respite services and planning for the 2017-2018 winter season. That's being held for speakers.
Chair, did we pass through 14?
We did.
It's held for speakers, 14?
Yes.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
And we have a new item. I hope everyone has had a chance to read a letter from Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor of adding this to the agenda? Opposed? That is carried as well. Now, we've had a couple of requests to move some items around. There has been a request to move item number 10, Child Care and Early Years Act and Education Act, next steps for middle childhood programs. I believe there's 2 deputants with young children here. And if it is with consent of committee, I would move that to number 1. There's been another request to have towards an action plan for transgender youth moved closer to the top of the agenda. Make that number 2. I have negotiations of community center exclusive use agreement, pool agreement between Toronto District School Board and City of Toronto as number 3, and S.H. Armstrong Pool Working Group number 4. There's also been a request to do number 8, cost estimates for New Hope Shelter Strategic Plan. We'd like to do that as item number 5. I don't know how we're going to keep track of all this. Lucky we have clerks here. And number 16, a long list of deputants. There's been a request to go to questions for staff before the deputants so that maybe many of their questions or concerns can be answered first. Is that how I understand it, Councillor Mihevc? Okay, so that's more procedural than in order. So if that is the will of the committee, then that order will stand, and I would ask that We start with number 1. Item on the agenda is Child Care and Early Years Act and Education Act, next steps for middle childhood programs. We have deputants with young children, Tanya Diaz and Georgina Valandra, who are the parent leaders of the Middle Childhood Matters Coalition Toronto. And Councillor Mahevic will read the kids' stories while they're deputing.
Are you going to do that podcast?
Is this, are you speaking separately or just speaking together, or
One part and one part, the same topic.
one? It's one deputation?
It's one deputation, but we divided between.
Okay. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our life experience in our children's recreational and out-of-school program. We are parent leader with the Middle Child Matter Coalition Toronto, which is an active group of social service agencies and community members working together to increase access to high-quality out-of-school programs for children aged 6 to 12 in Toronto. I'm a working mother who lives in Parkdale neighborhood with my 2 children, 7 and 12-year-old, who attend out-of-school programs every Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. I can tell you that out-of-school programs fulfill an urgent need for low-income parents and children living in my neighborhood that has many newcomer and racialized families. It is very hard for us as caring parents to find high quality, accessible, and affordable programs for our children. We want our children to be enrolled in programs that support their social and personal skills and impact their lives positively, while we are working more than one shift, 5 to 6 days a week, to ensure our basic needs are met, and we are able to pay our rent and other expenses.
Good morning, everyone. I am a single mom with 2 boys who are 5 and 6 years old, living in the Ward 14, Hyde Park and Parkdale neighborhood. I have a part-time survival job. I am well engaged in my community, and I have heard from other families that some children program in our neighborhood may be shut down sometime this fall. So I came to speak on behalf of my children and other parents. I may not understand the reason behind closing some programs or what the difference between the expensive ones and other affordable ones are. However, I believe that it's important to make sure that successful programs are sustainable and continue to be available for low-income, newcomers, and underserved communities. Both of my children are in a licensed childcare offered by the city. This would not be possible without the subsidy I receive. Toronto has very expensive childcare, which I couldn't afford if it wasn't for the city support. I feel very lucky to receive this. However, I know many families in Toronto must do it without. I would like to see that children are taken care of, learning new skills, building friendship and sense of belonging, while parents work and continue to be productive. In the end, we hope that you will remember our histories as you take decisions regarding authorizing programs and shutting other ones that are already doing a great job at different communities. Families always want sustainable, affordable, accessible, and high-quality programs for our children 6 to 12 years in our communities. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. That's it.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputants? Councillor Davis.
Hi, thank you very much for coming. I read your communication, which says you support the city's recommendations, which call on the city not, at this time, to take on the role of authorizing these other recreation, non-licensed after-school programs. Do you support that position?
Yeah, we do.
You do. So one of our concerns is that the Ministry of Education, in its haste to implement alternative after-school programs and to meet its promise of providing it everywhere, has required the school boards to implement these programs by September 2017. And there are a whole lot of programs out there serving the 10 to 12-year-old group that are not licensed, that are not authorized under the legislation, and that the city is supposed to determine whether or not they should be authorized. And the guidelines only just came a couple of weeks ago. So one of the things I know you worked on and were critical to was the development of the middle years quality standards. And I'm wondering what role you see those standards playing in the future to providing a kind of a regulatory framework for these alternative after-school programs. Or maybe I should ask, is there someone from Middle Childhood Matters that's speaking?
They are just parents with the...
Well, I was going to say they're not just parents, but I understand what you're saying, that the bigger policy questions, maybe I should
Councillor Davis,
ask you.
I think your questions are more appropriate for staff. Is that-
No, this is Middle Childhood Matters Coalition, and they have before us sent us communication
Doesn't seem like they're...
about this document. So I'm just wondering
I
if
will, are the deputants prepared to answer the question?
are you the ED of Middle Childhood Matters?
Project coordinator.
Right, of Middle Childhood Matters Coalition?
Of Parents Matter project within the coalition.
Okay.
Okay, so the question was about the...
The standards that were developed with Middle Childhood Matters Coalition and others over the last 2 years, these quality standards that we developed, are they the standards you think should be applied to after-school programs? Do you know?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sure. However,
Push the button.
yes, sure. However, some programs that are not licensed,
Yes.
they're doing good and great jobs at certain communities and certain neighborhoods. They need to be given time and kind of friendly discussion between the city and those programs in order to upgrade their performance or whatever the guidelines that is set. And then make them run because they fulfill a real need at certain communities. Not everybody, even sometimes if we have licensed childcare at low income communities, it doesn't help because people cannot afford.
Right,
Even-
so this report recommends more subsidies.
Or more subsidies and give time to the city to have those consultations, local consultations with different communities.
And the school board.
And the school board, sure, and then to do the surveys and then have the results, to do the guidelines and whatever the ministry is
Okay.
asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for
Councillor
coming.
Davis.
I didn't want to put you on
Any
the
other-
spot.
Any other questions for the deputant? Okay, it's questions for staff. Councillor Davis?
So just to be clear, what's happening here is that, as I said in questions to the deputant, the Ministry of Education has imposed on the school boards through the new legislation and now some most recently released guidelines, a new after-school program that is required to be implemented for September 2017. Is that correct?
That's correct, assuming there is sufficient demand.
And viability, I think, is a new word they're using. You recommend that we not, and there's a role that they are offering, I guess, to cities, which is to authorize non-licensed after-school programs that are not authorized already in the legislation. And that role, you point out, is a very onerous and probably expensive one. So could you just elaborate on that?
Yes,
What would be required if we were to take on authorizing these after-school programs?
For the city to say that a program is authorized sets certain expectations up for parents, so it would assume that we have staff in place to go out and visit the programs, ensure that they're meeting certain quality and pedagogical requirements, that they're addressing health and safety issues, and that would require ongoing monitoring, both in terms of determining whether or not it is appropriate to authorize, and secondly, ensuring that the program continues to comply with the guidelines and legislative requirements. The problem is we don't know the true number of these programs. There are a number affiliated directly with schools, but there's also a great number in the community that are both commercial and not-for-profit that we've had no relationship with.
And so this recommendation before us says, don't do that now. It also says, work, maybe you can explain this recommendation, because I've asked Councillor Wong-Tam to move an amendment. It
Okay.
says to work, call on the ministry to work with us to help mitigate the impacts with parents. And the amendment is going to say, and school boards, because this is their obligation, frankly. I'm sorry to point finger at the trustees here, but the Ministry of Education has imposed this on school boards. What kind of steps would be being taken to mitigate the impact on parents? What's the intent of that motion?
At present, since the motion was, since the recommendation was put in the report, we have had several meetings with the Toronto District School Board and the Ministry of Education, and we have come up with an interim solution to ensure that those programs that are associated directly with schools will continue on a provisional basis for 1 to 2 years while the city determines, A, if there is a need to authorize programs, B, what the criteria and policy around authorization would be, and that would require council approval, and see what the cost implications would be. And we would certainly be encouraging the province to pick up those costs before we assume this responsibility.
What's the interim arrangement?
The interim arrangement with the province is that programs affiliated with schools, so they're programs taking place within the schools, will be able to work with the school board and the Ministry of Education licensing to get a provisional license, which will focus on health and safety requirements. It will not be the full licensed childcare license, so that they can continue to operate for a year, 2 years at the most, while we do the assessment within the city and with the boards and the province to determine what role we should play, if any.
What kind of license is this?
It's a provisional license that focuses on ensuring that health and safety concerns with respect to policies around allergies, checking attendance and arrivals and departures, etc. are in place.
We won't have any responsibility for or liability for authorizing these programs.
We will have nothing to do with it for the definitely for the next year. In fact, we will have nothing to do with it unless we come back and recommend to council that we take on this role, and then ultimately it would be council's decision.
So I went back and looked at all of our middle childhood years' work, and we have a whole body of guidelines and additional support documents. And my understanding was that we were going to develop a framework that would govern these new after-school programs that were not licensed as childcare, but other programs.
We have a comprehensive set of quality standards that were developed with a professor from University of Western Ontario, or Western University, as well as the Middle Childhood Coalition and community partners. Those are voluntary. They're guidelines that we recommend to middle childhood program providers that are outside of ARC or the licensed childcare system to improve their programs.
Have they been recognized?
Councillor Davis, that was your last question.
In these authorized programs?
In some cases, they will have been. In other cases, they will not have been, because they are voluntary and we have no relationship with these programs to enforce.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? I understand there's a motion. Is someone taking carriage of that?
Councillor Wong-Tam is, I believe. I would, first of all, I'd like to recognize that for many years, we have been struggling with the question of after-school programs, what form they should take, how they should be regulated, and how they should be delivered. other than licensed childcare. And we've worked probably for the last 10 years, and there was a work a decade before, on the kind of regulatory framework that was appropriate and age appropriate for children who are 6 to 12 years of age. Then, bang, the ministry decides that these programs are going to go ahead for September 2012 with no real regulatory framework around them until just literally weeks ago, the guidelines that support what these programs should be. And I support the recommendations that are before us, and I do have a lot of sympathy for the school board that are being thrust by legislation into somehow accommodating and regulating and having oversight for a whole bunch of programs that are not and have never been regulated. And I think this is another example of the ministry downloading. I mean, they're essentially downloading the regulation and the licensing, or something in lieu of licensing, onto cities and school boards. So I think it's very wise to take the time to look at this more closely and what kind of framework would have to be in place. They've downloaded us with all of the early years, Ontario Early Years Centres. We're expanding at an incredible rate. Thankfully, we've got money and we're going to be able to do it. But the pressure on our division to take on greater and greater responsibilities that had been provincial responsibilities is just not acceptable. And I do not think we should rush into a role of regulating unregulated after-school programs until it is well thought out, till there's subsidies, until there is additional funding for the age groups of 6 to 12 years of age. So the motions change minor. Instead of the summer of 2018, it says come back spring of 2018 because preparing for the fall school year will be important, and I think spring is better. And I do think it's up to the school boards to continue to work with the ministry, not just the city, and to make it very clear that we're talking about subsidies for licensed childcare. At this point, financial assistance for children to attend unregulated after-school programs is something we have not ventured into, and I think we have to make sure that that's done in a way that makes sense. So those are my changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other speakers? No? Okay. We have the one motion in front of us with a series of amendments. All those in favor?
Yeah, Councillor Wong Tam has to move it.
So it is moved by Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favor? We're going to fix that problem right now. There's one motion before us on the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Carried. Look forward to the report back. So, as agreed, we're going to now jump to the original number one item, towards an action plan for transgender youth. We have one deputant, Danny Arara. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Coordinator Trans Youth Mentorship Program. Go Great. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
So my name is Danielle Araya, or Danny's fine. Pronouns are she, her, they, and them. I work at the 519 Community Center. I am a coordinator and a facilitator. I run the Trans Youth Mentorship Program, and I do education training for different shelters around the city in LGBTQ2QS homelessness. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the communities I represent, the youth that are accessing our programs, the youth that are frequenting these shelters and finding a lot of resistance, barriers, and challenges in the kind of inclusion and the safety they feel in these spaces. I work with a lot of youth that are coming from home situations where they've been shunned or abandoned or disowned, and they're accessing shelters, they're living on the streets, they're finding communities wherever they can to hopefully sustain themselves and survive on these streets. And there's a lot of barriers that are still not fully addressed. So a lot of the work we do is hopefully creating inclusion in spaces where names and pronouns are respected. That's a huge challenge. Those cause a lot of microaggressions for our community members, a lack of understanding and knowledge around the Human Rights Code, Ontario's Human Rights Code, understanding lived identity and accessing spaces that affirm people's gender identities is really important. Also, some of our community members have different sexual orientations that are sometimes not always believed or trusted, and so there's a lot of questioning that happens to these youth that they don't feel safe in just being themselves or being their authentic selves in these spaces because they're always being questioned about their identities or their orientation. So we're trying to create better spaces where staff, clients as well, and then all the people involved in these services have the awareness and the education that hopefully creates safer spaces for them to just kind of transition out of that, because nobody wants to be homeless. None of these youth choose to be who they are, but they're being affected socially and institutionally with different barriers are affecting their confidence, their self-esteem, their access to employment, other forms of education. And so there's a lack of structural networks in the city to provide holistic care and support. A lot of these youth come from trauma-informed backgrounds where they're being emotionally abused and intellectually abused because they're not perceived as worthy or beneficial to their communities or their families. And even in workplaces and schools, they're being bullied and excluded from these spaces. So we're just trying to create more access and more awareness and education in these institutions.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Mihevc?
Thank you very much. I've been on this committee for a long, long time, and this is the first time we've actually had a report on transgendered youth. And I'm just wondering, have you had a chance to read the report?
Not yet. I'm running my program. Today's the first day of the Trans Youth Mentorship Program, so I've been very busy, but I haven't had the time to, sorry.
Okay. Then really I don't have, because really what we're trying to do is set a pathway to support, to advocate, to build structures of support. And I just want to know if there's anything missing. So maybe between now and council, when we make the final decision, if you have a chance to look at it, and if there is any input, I'm sure we'd be welcoming of it. Thank you.
I had Councillor Ainsley and then Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I just wanted to ask you about the Trans Youth Advisory Group that's being run out of 519. And I was just wondering about involvement I'm a councillor in the East End, I'm in Scarborough. I was just wondering how youth can be involved in it from Scarborough, or do you know if they're involved in it, or?
Well, there's different programs and avenues that youth can access programs at the 519. My Trans Youth Mentorship Program is one that can build capacity and hopefully foster some form of holistic supports for them. The LGBTQ2S youth homelessness strategy and education programs that we provide at the 519 go directly to shelters. People come to the 519 as well to get those trainings. But the Youth Advisory Committee that I think you're speaking of, we're still working on that, and we're trying to develop more community engagement. There's been a lack of youth programming throughout the city targeting trans youth, and so we're just trying to develop that now with my program and other programs throughout the city. So hopefully, if you have any collaboration that you're interested in creating, we'll be happy to do that. And our youth are happy to be part of that as well.
Okay, and then, so I know that PFLAG Toronto, for example, is starting a PFLAG Scarborough youth group. Is the 519 involved in
No.
all with PFLAG, or there's?
No.
No?
If they need support or resources, we're happy to provide those, especially like education training, but other things outside our jurisdiction, we don't do.
Okay, and is 519 the only facility in Toronto that provides that type of support, for example, for transgender youth?
There's other support groups such as Sherburne Health Center, SOY programs, CTYS, but 519 does a specific education training around these kind of topics, so that's why I was asked to be here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for the question. I want to ask you, with respect to access to city services, obviously, this report is being generated largely because trans youth do not necessarily see themselves accessing in equitable, barrier-free ways city services. From your understanding, what are some of the top issues that trans youth are facing beyond homelessness, which we've clearly identified, and beyond employment options? What are the other barriers that you are seeing with the work that you do?
Right. I think a huge one is just representation in any kind of field, any kind of status position in the city, in the culture, in the community that we are part of. We see a lack of trans people in high positions of power, such as in my work. Like, I'm one of the only, or a few of the only trans people that work there, and we have to do above and beyond different jobs for our community. We would love to see more representation in these shelters, in employment, and other opportunities in schools and other institutions that could provide possibility models, as it's often called, for trans youth, because we don't see enough of ourselves in the media, in the culture, and having that representation is so key for someone growing up thinking that they're the only ones like themselves, that they're the only outcasts in their culture or community. I think it's very important to provide those opportunities. But then there's also things like racialized identities, people with disabilities, people with intersecting identities that sometimes face extra barriers when dealt with different hands in life. And so when we provide programs at the 519, we're very conscious of creating holistic support, so understanding physical needs, emotional, mental, as well as spiritual needs. So having a holistic approach is very important, harm reduction approach, because a lot of these youth are living on the streets. They're resorting to all kinds of ways of survival, so either doing drug use, drinking, sex work. These are the options that they're forced into. And so if we're coming from that perspective of harm reductive approach, hopefully we can reduce the harms that society has given them and hopefully rebuild them to hopefully find whatever path that they want. So if it's employment, education, if it's being a rock star, that's one thing one of our participants wanted to be. So, giving them opportunities to dream big and hopefully achieve those.
Thank you for that full answer. I have one more question for you. In 2007, the Toronto Public Health created the gender inclusive washroom policy. At the City of Toronto, we still are not in a place where all city facilities have gender neutral washrooms, including this building right now. What do you think is required in order for us to take good intentions so it actually can be operationalized to an outcome that we can see and measure? Because it is now 10 years later.
Exactly.
And we don't have, we don't comply with TPS's recommendation.
I think just treating it as an accessibility issue, as we treat all issues in the city, creating spaces where people can find access to safety. Like, bathroom is an essential need, and it's still politicized. It's still a place where a lot of trans youth and trans people in general avoid institutions and public spaces because of the fear and the threats that happen in these public spaces. So being more proactive in your approach and kind of analyzing the places that are gendered, creating opportunities to maybe take signs off. If all the facilities have a toilet and a mirror and a sink, they're the same bathroom, why need a label on it? Being proactive in that way, creating other opportunities, so other bathrooms, and looking at other ways that people share space. So change rooms is another one where at the Regent Park Swimming Center, they created all inclusive, all gender change room where there's glass walls and where people need privacy, there is a door or a stall that they can access, and that's for their own safety. And so just taking more maybe radical approaches to infrastructure and being proactive and seeing like where the gaps are, and hopefully providing spaces for all genders, not just men and women, but also non-binary people and two-spirit people.
So then, just enough time for one last question. With respect to access to homeless shelters, emergency shelters for homeless LGBT and trans youth, the City of Toronto has funded 2 additional facilities. One of them is currently online. There's another one that's being built by EGAL.
Right.
But that's not going to be enough to service the entire population of trans-identified homeless youth. What do we need to do in order for us to actually transform the system-wide transformation for service and access?
I think something I always preach, I guess, in every workshop is to hire trans people, community members that have been through the system, have survived the system somehow, and are being underused and undervalued. Like, there are so many trans people that have survived decades of living on the streets, doing drugs, sex work, and things that other people wouldn't have survived. And to utilize their talents and their community awareness, understanding where youth go to, where people struggle and where people thrive, I think that's really important to have that representation in those spaces. So when you're building policy, when you're building practices, you have that inbuilt resource already, and you have people that these youth can look up to and can talk to when things aren't always working for them. It's so hard to even come out sometimes in these spaces if somebody is questioning their identity or their orientation. Having other people that have already blazed that trail is so vital for people to finally become their true authentic selves in these spaces. And it takes a lot of work, obviously, and it takes a lot of money, but I think collaborations are always wonderful, and there's been a lot of shelters that have been proactive in this work and have been done this work already. And so, just being humble and asking them, how did you guys do it? And hopefully build better bridges to people who are in need.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much for coming in and sharing
Thank you
those
so much.
thoughts with us. Just a reminder to committee members, the only thing we're approving is we're asking City Council to form an interdivisional working group. That is the only thing we're asked to decide on today. And I should at that point say that this is quite a remarkable staff report. It reminds me of a university dissertation. It's very comprehensive. I urge all councillors, both of this committee and full council, to read it. Very educational, well-researched, with lots of footnotes. Questions for staff? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor, I'm not sure who I'm asking them to. The first one I did want to ask about recommendation number 1, because through my experience with youth in my ward, they have a lot, they spend most of their time Monday to Friday in school, and how we're planning on interacting with the public and Catholic school boards in particular.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the recommendation to establish the interdivisional working group, as you can see, is primarily of city divisions and agencies. However, I fully understand the importance of the education system as a partner in this. Through our Toronto Youth Equity Strategy table that staff have created in 2014, there are representatives from the school boards on that table. So we will try to ensure that there is crossover between the work that we're about to undertake and that existing body to try to see what we can do to influence what happens in schools.
Okay, and I have a similar question around support groups, and I'll use PFLAG Toronto as an example. I don't see anything mentioned. Like, how are we getting input from a group like PFLAG Toronto?
So in order to get this far, staff have spent a lot of time speaking directly to a range of community organizations that work with the LGBTQ2S community and trans community specifically. I don't have a full list of who we have consulted, but that ongoing engagement of organizations that do this work and should be doing this work will be part of the process before we finalize a plan.
Okay, could we have that list included as an appendix? I just think it's important that people understand that who we're reaching out to and who we're consulting.
If that is the wish of committee, absolutely.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask about the Trans Youth Advisory Group, which I think is a great idea. I'm just trying to understand how so it's for transgender youth in the ages of 18 to 29. I'm just trying to understand, are we missing, for example, the people from the ages of 10 to 18? Like youth that I often talk with in my ward that I identify as transgender, just starting high school and just trying to settle in as a youth or a teenager. And I think by the time you get to the age of 18, you're reaching adulthood and they're not really involved in that advisory group.
So the advisory group was created with this mandate in mind, but nothing stops staff from, with your direction, from spending more time with younger people. I think the opportunity here is for us to work with young people, young trans youth who are ready to participate at the decision-making level that we heard from the deputant. But absolutely, the city is committed to youth engagement, and I think there is an opportunity for us to work with younger youth.
Should we be expanding the age group, lowering the age of 18? Like, how do you incorporate those kids that are between 10 and 18 in some sort of official capacity where they feel welcome interacting with the city?
Perhaps it might be a subcommittee of this group. I think we have to be mindful of the span from 10 to 29 and make sure that we're supporting that with the most effective youth engagement mechanisms. So I think the response might be that we might need to set up a particular working group that's working with younger young people.
We wouldn't just make this group like 14 to 29? Wouldn't that be easier?
I had understood that you had an interest under 14 as well. If the interest is 14 to 29, then yes, we could accommodate that by expanding the group.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask, so the next biggest complaint that I get from transgender youth in my ward is access to public washrooms, and I think I kind of touched on that around schools and how that gets dealt with. But in terms of government buildings and leading the way, and I know that there is a reference to in the report about, for example, handing out material for gender-neutral washrooms, but I don't see any goals, specific goals in terms of, we expect all of our buildings by a certain date to have gender-neutral washrooms. How are we addressing that?
So the report that's in front of you is primarily first an education document, and secondly speaks to 6 steps that we have started to take as a city to begin to think about an action plan. This is not the action plan that's before you. However, given the importance of gender-inclusive washrooms, the 2 things that I would say that are beginnings for the city, first, as Councillor Wong-Tam noted, Public Health created their gender-inclusive washroom policy last year. And secondly, on April 27th, Equity, Diversity, and Human Rights, in collaboration with Human Resources, just introduced guidelines for accommodating persons based on their gender identity and/or gender expression. This is an addendum to the accommodations policy that speaks to the need for the city to look at creating gender-inclusive washrooms, locker rooms, and other provisions. So I think that is a policy foundation that we're going to look to expand over the next few months.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pasternak.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
One question.
Sorry.
Sorry.
One question for staff.
Councillor Fletcher,
May have been
questions for
asked
staff?
already, but the process to join the advisory group, I've had people reach out already, say they're interested in joining. What would that be, and how will you be doing that?
So the advisory group was formed in its initial phase in May of this month. Staff, through the consultations that we've had with community agencies and young people, trans youth, over the last number of months, provided invitations to young people through that process to join the initial group. However, with committee wanting to expand that number from 14 to 29, I think we will need to do another outreach process. So we will go back to community agencies that are working with this population of young people in order to increase the membership.
So the membership would be larger, and if there are, because now this has been in the media and people are hearing about it and they're quite interested in it, could be a good opportunity to expand the committee and expand the reach.
Absolutely. I think part of this as well, the city has a number of other engagement bodies, including the Toronto Youth Cabinet. While they're not focused on trans youth specifically, again, mindful of the deputation that we heard, staff feel that it's really important that trans youth are given many opportunities to participate in civic engagement, thank you, decision-making, not just the advisory. This is an important piece, but it should not be the only body open to trans youth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Wong-Tam, I think that was it for questions to staff, so we're on speakers list. Councillor Wong-Tam.
I think Councillor Ainsley wanted to speak first as a visiting councillor.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clerks are preparing a motion for me. The motion that I would like to move is simply to reduce the age of entry into the Transgender Advisory Youth Group to the age of 14. I appreciate the staff are looking at the age of 18 to 29, but I think by starting a youth group at age 18 that we miss a huge demographic of transgender youth that are entering into high school. And I think that from my experience, just entering into high school and teenage years is hard enough. It's a difficult enough task, let alone being transgender. And so I think it's very important that we look at lowering that age to 14. I want to thank staff for this report. I think it's a very good first step, or I don't want to say first step because I know that people have been working on this for a long time, but I think it's a very good progress report. I think it identifies a number of outstanding issues. I think we still have a lot to do. A few months ago when I was at the Toronto Police Services Board, I was very happy to see when I went to use the men's room was no longer there. It had been moved. The washroom I was used to using was now a gender-neutral washroom, and I was glad and very happy to see the Toronto Police taking that lead. But in this building, the seat of our municipal government, much like we've had issues over meeting our requirements for the AODA, Ontario Accessibility Disability Act, I think, you can't find a gender-neutral washroom anywhere in this building. And I think it's hard enough, as I mentioned, for kids starting out when they're teenagers and trying to get gender-neutral washrooms in their schools. I think that as the seat of our municipal government, we should be leading the way. And I look forward, as I mentioned in my questioning, I don't see any specific guidelines or goals around gender-inclusive washroom policy. So I hope that the working group that we're going to be approving through this report will have some more concrete goals and benchmarks for that. I'm looking forward to a more inclusive transgender advisory group. I know it's being run out of the 519, which is downtown, but yesterday, for example, I was at East Pride Scarborough, where we raised the Pride flag to kick off the Pride festivities in Scarborough. I was the only city councillor evident. There's no city staff at that ceremony. I would like to see a more inclusive network and support for Pride festivities right across the city. I think to be having something in Scarborough, for example, as the only city councillor there, no city staff, I think that's another example of progress that we need to look at and move forward on. And I hope the committee will support the recommendation that I've moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to take carriage of the of Councillor Ainsley motion, and also just to place one on the floor for myself. One is to just simply amend the recommendation that's before us to include the Chief Corporate Officer, as well as to include the word service in front of Trans Inclusive Service Action Plan. largely the chief corporate officer, who of course is Josie Scioli, in charge of all facility services, facilities management. I spoke with her when she was first named into that position in 2012, wrote her a letter and said, I would like us to strategically and purposefully tackle all facilities in the City of Toronto that's under our purview, to make sure that when we're renovating, when we can, update all those facilities so they are gender inclusive and accessible to all. That conversation was obviously very good. She's been slowly chipping away at it, but I think this report makes it even better. So I would like to include her into the working group, and she can assign her staff to it, because we haven't made as much progress as we would like. I know that when facilities are up for renewal, that's when we start looking at designing of facilities and change rooms and washrooms, but I don't think that we are able to do it systematically, system-wide across the city, and that is a challenge because we are missing opportunities. So that conversation from 2012 is now public, and that's what is before you here. The other change, although it may appear minor, the barriers to access to city services, I think we need to at least recognize, Mr. Chair, is that we are not all going to be treated equally. We all have very different life experiences, and when you are looking and working with a population that has seriously contemplated suicide at 50%, and have attempted suicide to 25% because of their gender identity, I think that creates an additional level of anxiety around what they are already experiencing, to create that level of mental anguish and exclusionary acts. We are creating, in some ways, I fear that we are actually creating appendage-style services to what the system already has. So, for example, we're funding and creating 2 new LGBT youth shelters, and I had said when I championed that project in this committee several years back, I said that was not the permanent and final solution. That was a Band-Aid solution, because we're not going to be able to transform the system altogether. What would be a more appropriate solution is for us to transform the way we deliver services to Torontonians so that they can access those services regardless of barriers. That means that all our youth facilities who are providing service for young people should have trans-inclusive training. So we're not going to create another LGBT youth shelter. It just means that every single facility should be accessible to trans youth. Because if we go down this route, and we may need to as an interim measure, but it's certainly not the perfect solution, we need to start exploring LGBT and trans inclusive long-term care facilities. We're going to have to do this for long-term care facilities. We're going to have to do this for a number of other types of city services that are expected from us, but we cannot do that. I just don't think it actually is the way to creating an equitable system. So that is why I want to make sure that the word service action plan is in there, because I think at the core of why we're pulling together this very large interdivisional working group is to make sure that they can look inside their division and remove all barriers and train and completely work with their staff from the front lines to upper management on how to make sure that anyone coming to the City of Toronto expecting service from city agencies and divisions is going to be able to access them free from fear of discriminations or any type of barriers. And thank you very much to the staff for pulling this out. I'm still waiting for the gender equity piece. I'm looking forward to seeing that, but this is actually a really good step out of the original youth equity strategy, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other speakers on the item? No? We have 2 motions. We're here to take it as a package, or we can vote as a package. Has everyone seen the 2 motions? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. As agreed, I have number 6 as our next item, negotiations of the Community Center exclusive use agreement and pool agreement between Toronto District School Board and the City of Toronto. I have 3 speakers on the deputations list. The first one is Sally Bliss. No? Trustee Sheila Carey Mahar is next. Nice to see you, Sheila. Thank you very much. Welcome to City Hall.
I'm a little surprised. I was expecting to speak at the other section. For 45 years, I've been involved in municipal issues, particularly around education. So I have a broad perspective that many people don't have. One of the things is the history of how pools and the city and the board all came together. I have 7 pools in my ward. All of them were built in conjunction with the city that they were in. The board had the land, the city had the money, and we had a mutual understanding that pools provide for the whole community. Somehow that history seems to have been lost, in that I hear now people saying your pools, meaning the school board. They aren't our pools, they're our collective pools. You paid for them. You built them. We provided the land, and we have taken care of them, some of them for 60 years. In some of those pools, you will see a brass plaque, and it really is a brass plaque, saying this pool has been built by the taxpayers of the City of Toronto. And that is all our taxpayers, yours, mine, everybody's. So I'm here to say, please, stop thinking of these pools as belonging to the Board of Education or the school board. They belong to all of us, and the city has a huge ton of money involved in the building of those pools. And with that, in my opinion, goes a certain responsibility for continuing to make them available to the public. S.H. Armstrong is in a very good position to continue to serve that community, which is growing in leaps and bounds. Part of my history also includes selling real estate. I am well aware of what is happening, and you must be too, what is happening in the area around Leslieville, which is part of this community, where housing has gone, where the schools, have gone from on the list to be closed to having portables and now being in a situation where any new development, people will have to be bused to other schools. Where that's going to be, I'm not quite sure, because if you try to go south, you get very wet. So that's really all I have to say is these are our pools, not just the school boards, but all of the city and city council. So please remember that and feel the ownership that we feel, because you did, after all, pay for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Davis?
I wanted to ask Sheila, thank you for coming. This report also deals with the shared use agreements.
Yes.
Not just pools, but the shared use agreements, where we have had expired agreements since 2001, at least.
Yes.
And we continue to struggle to get an agreement with the school board. Has your board dealt with the question of the shared use or exclusive use agreements at all?
Well, it's very interesting that you are saying that it is the school board that's a problem, because the school board is saying that it's the city that's a problem. And this is one of those things that drives both of us crazy. It's a mutual problem. And I don't know what's holding it up on and who is to blame. I do know that 20 years is a long time to try to figure out an agreement. And I know they're very complicated because I have, I think, 8 rec centers in my area, some of them built in the fabric of the school. When the school was designed, the recreation, the city's part was in the building itself.
Right.
And many of them have been added on. You have the Fairmount Park, you have Glen Ames, you have Earl Beatty, which is in the fabric of the school. Adam Beck. I have no idea what the problem is. Oh, and Terry Fox Recreation Center, which has been flopping around like a fish out of water for as long as I have been elected in this half of my political career.
Yes, so you haven't had a report to board on the status of these. Maybe you could ask for a report to board on the status of the negotiations, as we have asked for a report to council on the status of these negotiations.
Sounds like a good idea. You vote for the pools, and we'll just see what we can do.
Pardon?
Sorry, I was being
cheeky.
facetious, cheeky. Yes, that's exactly the right word.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on the Duke of Connaught School and that neighborhood as far as changing and the school numbers. I think they've gone from quite small to overwhelming.
5 years ago, it was, Duke was being considered for closure because it had fewer than 400 kids. It is now at 900. That is just a kind of pale reflection of what's happening to real estate in Leslieville and the beaches, well, in the whole city. But I think it's amusing. I bought my house 50 years ago and I paid $32,000 for it. Now it's worth $2 million. I don't get it. But that's what's happening all across the bottom half of the city.
So there's 900 at that particular school?
900
Probably.
at Duke of Connaught.
Uh-huh. And then the other thing is for fixing up the facilities, in particular the pools, which you indicate were built.
Yes.
I gather that the school board doesn't have a lot of capital dollars to refresh any of those, although I have noticed the provincial government is refreshing the swimming pool at Malvern directly. Are there any capital dollars that you know of to refresh any of these pools?
The Ministry of Education has decided that instead of giving us $45 million to care for our, $10 billion land holdings in real estate, which ought to be about $250 million just annually for maintenance. That's an industry standard. They have now raised it to $120 million. So we have, in the last 2 years, been able to pick up a lot of repairs in schools. The Duke pool is having repairs this summer. We've had a few complaints about the heat of the temperature of the pool. We are adjusting the temperature of the pool. There's a great deal of work actually going on at Duke that doesn't necessarily have to do with the pool itself, like solar panels and new roofs.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. If no one else, I have a couple of questions.
Oh.
My recollection of the school pools debates when I was a school board trustee, and I was on the board obviously with you, was that our battle cry was save the pools, we need to fix the provincial funding formula. And the response from the ministry was there's enough wiggle room in transfers for you to fund your pools. Do you recall that debate?
I am very used to the ministry dodging a request to change the funding formula, whatever their present excuse or past excuse is.
I don't recall them saying, wait a minute, it's the city's responsibility. A suggestion came up to go to the city, but clearly their feeling was they were funding it, and school boards, the responsibility of school boards was to create the wiggle room that they said was there.
Well, saying it doesn't make it so, and I think you are aware of what the funding was for the board and that waste was not our primary problem. Underfunding is.
Now, there's been a few pools, I guess this will come up during questions to staff, that the city is no longer funding. To the best of my knowledge, no pool has closed as a result of the city withdrawing or adjusting its funding to the TDSB or other school boards. Is that your recollection of
No, I think if you look back at the Make Waves group and David Crombie's involvement in all this, something like a dozen pools were closed. The one at Danforth, Malvern was defunded. I can't pull to mind just at the moment all of the pools that were closed, but quite a number were closed. And Kelk wasn't only closed.
So since the Aquatic Working Group was established and Toronto Lands Corporation took over the management,
Yes.
No,
I'm sorry, you're mistaken.
okay. So the TDSB, when we remove our funding, the TDSB closes the pool.
No, I didn't say that. You asked me about specific,
I asked you whether there were any pools that we have removed funding for that still operate.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. The question I heard, and that's my hearing, was had we closed pools? And in the arrangement with the Crombie Group and the Make Waves, the deal was you were defunding a whole bunch of pools. And Mr. Crombie came back with, okay, we'll close these. These need fixing. The province gave us $12 million, and we ended up with, I think, 31 pools at that time that you were funding. Since then, you've dropped to 26.
Your position is that if the city removes funding for pools, it will close.
My position is, I think you've made a leap. My position is that the funding is deserved at places like S.H. Armstrong because the way that the services have been counted, I think the reason that it was recommended to close was 70% usage was the benchmark, and we had 69.6, and therefore didn't qualify. That's a hair's breadth away from qualifying.
Okay, well, we'll get clarity from staff. Thank you very
Yes.
much, Trustee Carrie Mahar, for coming in. Any other questions for deputies? We can go to questions for staff now. Oh, I'm sorry. Jennifer Story?
Thank you, Councillor. So my name is Jennifer Story. I'm the trustee for Ward 15, Toronto Danforth. As the previous speaker mentioned, that neighborhood has seen a remarkable and rapid transformation since the time I've been there for the last 15 years. In the time when I moved in, there were 6 schools in the immediate vicinity that were slated for closure because of low enrollment, and now all of those schools are approaching full or are already full. With tons of young families. And also, the neighborhood also has a large number of seniors residents in seniors' homes, a fact which I'll return to in a few minutes. So first I want to say thank you to all involved for the draft pool agreement that you have in front of you today. When the province rewrote the funding formula and removed funding for pools, the relationship, the pre-existing relationship with the city around these facilities became essential for their continued existence. And though, as was discussed earlier, some of those have closed over the years. We're certainly at the school board appreciative that the city still values the remaining facilities. enough to put forward this agreement today. I also want to say that I think this is an opportunity to actually revitalize some of those sites and think about them a bit differently in relation especially to the changing demographics in many of the neighborhoods around those facilities. The City of Toronto and the Toronto District School Board, as you know, have many, many mutual interests. Most of the time when we are talking to each other and about space in the city, it has to do with land use and property discussions. I believe as a trustee that really those discussions are in most times a proxy for discussions our communities want to have about healthy, green and prosperous facilities and services and the public services that support our communities, schools included. Signing this agreement today or shortly following this deliberation and stabilizing the relationship for the next 2 years gives us an opportunity to look at the much larger issues, including the need for capital funding for repair, which, as we know, has to come from the provincial government, and how we program in these spaces for the benefit of our community. I think one of the pieces that City Aquatic staff would be well served to look very closely at is how we diversify programming in these sites to suit the specific demographics of a neighborhood. For example, SH Armstrong, which isn't currently in this agreement, but I hope this committee will move to add back into the agreement, their utilization story could be very different if we looked at that facility as a facility serving the very young and the older members of our communities. It's a small school. It's never going to be a regulation pool or competitive pool rather, but it's ideal for young and old residents alike. That's the kind of thinking I think we need to bring to these spaces because I know that the demand, especially for younger programming, is astronomical in our area. I would also ask that the city and the board look at how we measure utilization of these facilities. The daytime student swimmers are city residents regardless of the time of day they swim, and yet they're not counted when we look at utilization of these facilities, or at least when the city looks at utilization. The school board, conversely, keeps almost all of our schoolyards open and available to residents because we know that our communities think of schoolyards as de facto parkland. We don't receive any money to maintain, from the city, to maintain those essentially park spaces. But we do that because we know that there is one taxpayer, there's one citizen, there's one resident, and we don't think it makes sense to nickel and dime and haggle over who runs and who funds those spaces. I would love it if the city took the same approach to our school pools. These facilities are valuable to students who are our residents, who are members of our families. Healthy neighborhoods and healthy kids are our shared goal and objective. Keeping these facilities working and functioning the best way possible for our communities is our shared goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Trustee Story. Councillor Davis, questions for the deputant.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you the same question I asked Councillor Carey Maher. Have you had a report on the shared use agreements, and would you be willing to ask for a report from your staff on the shared use agreements and the status of them?
Talking about not for the pool specifically, but for the shared rec space?
Yes.
The community center space? Not to my knowledge, no. And yes, I'd be willing to ask for that report.
Okay. Because it's been at least 12 to 15 years that these joint use facilities, which are almost exclusive to the former Toronto, have not had agreements. And I think it's important for us to understand the terms and conditions that we're sharing space, because they were built as though they were joint use facilities. The one other thing I wondered about, we were beginning to develop something at the table called at the school board city table to look at a new way to look at the accommodation grants for schools that would recognize community use in how the ministry determines surplus space and how it funds space in schools. And I'm wondering whether pools are part of that discussion with the ministry. Do you know?
Well, my understanding is that they're not counted as instructional space in the utilization formula, which is why we don't receive funding for those spaces. That's my understanding. I'm not an expert in the details of the legislation around the funding formula, but that's my understanding. No, I don't believe that it has been a discussion at the City School Board Advisory Committee, nor would I suspect that the Toronto District School Board has requested as of late that pools be added back into the funding formula. But that needs to be, in my view, a City School Board joint effort to push the ministry to do that.
Would it help to call on the provincial government to include pools in the school utilization formula?
Absolutely.
Because I did want to ask about schools utilizing the pools during the school day. I know in some schools, the actual physical education program has swimming as part of that program, and the way that prep time is scheduled means that swimming is part of the regular school day program. Is that the case?
Yes, it is.
So in order to meet the physical education requirements of the curriculum, schools that have pools are relying on swimming to be part of that physical education program?
I wouldn't say they're necessarily relying on it, but they're using it. And you know, if we look back at the history of these facilities and why they were built, in many cases, school pools and rec centers were appended or attached to and incorporated into those plans because we didn't necessarily have the large green spaces that more suburban schools would have. And so pools were seen as an alternative recreation option for both students and communities in lieu of adequate green space. So schools have continued to work, our schools have continued to work their physical education requirements around the access to the pool.
So one of the concerns that I understand in this outstanding agreement related to the shared use or exclusive use or whatever agreements we're talking about is that it seems that the city is paying twice. We pay for the pools, 100% of the operating costs of the pools, and that includes caretaking, et cetera. And then we pay again to permit, say, the gym on a weekend, and are paying double time or whatever for permitting both the pool and the gym. And I'm wondering whether you think that's an area that you might be willing to have discussions on your side about.
I would suggest that would be a good thing for council to explore what the remedies are, and I certainly will ask staff if that's their sense of things. And I think most importantly, we need to look at numbers and facilities to see where that's happening, how often, and what the value is to look to rectify it. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. I did ask Trustee Carrie Maher about Duke and the number of students there. There are surrounding schools that, or communities surrounding that particular one. I guess Leslieville community, Morris community, Bruce community. Are those schools as well, have they also had a renaissance of students over the last while?
Absolutely. When I spoke at the beginning about the schools in the area, Morse, which is fairly close to Duke of Connaught, was at 30% capacity in, I would say, around 2002, 2003. It's now slated to be over 100% capacity within the next few years. Leslieville is full. Dundas, which also has a pool appended, is rapidly growing because the developments in the West Donlands are, the kids moving into that neighborhood are being bused to Dundas and Queen A. All the schools in the area, which is going to have a spillover effect. The only school in the area that has capacity right now is Bruce, and it's also slated for rapid growth, so yes.
Thank you, and I just wanted to, I heard the the chair's questions about pools closing when programs have been removed, and I just wanted to touch a little bit on our East End model with you. That being, there's an actual community center built at the school, or in the case of Franklin School, in the school, and then the programming that the city runs includes pool programming in those schools. Could you just, that is the model that we have throughout the East End. Would you agree?
Absolutely. We're very lucky, we're very fortunate in our neighborhood to have that integrated delivery of service. I think there's a lot of conversation in our city about community hubs and the value of community hubs. The fact is that we actually have already created them in some cases. Duke of Connaught and Franklin, with the pool and the rec center and the school all integrated, are perfect examples of not just co-located services that benefit students and communities, but integrated services for benefit of learners during the school day and bringing community into the school and vice versa.
So we actually have a physical space that's built. I know some of the other sites that are used, and under the pool agreement you're coming here to speak about, don't have a physical community center. The city simply leases or uses those pools and runs programs. I think a number of them in Scarborough or North York maybe run like that. I'm not sure York Mills Collegiate has an attached community center. But just so everyone understands, SH Armstrong does have a physical building that is a city-owned and operated community center, and then the pool was operated as part of the community center.
That's correct.
The way that worked, and works at many of the schools in the East End. Thank you very much. I just want to touch on the very young and older community members that you mentioned that would be serviced by certain types of pools. I know Franklin's one of them, built for smaller people or older people that have trouble getting in the deep end. SH Armstrong might be the same. And so the recreational service plan from the previous one very much focused on serving those types of communities. Could you want to talk a little bit more about how many kids there are in the East End?
Anecdotally, I mean, I don't have statistics on that at the ready, but I can say that anecdotally, I know that all of my neighbors, and I think this is a common refrain in a lot of the old city of Toronto, get up at 7 o'clock in the morning on registration days for swim programs, and by 7:15 or sooner, the program that they seek is not available, and they've got their list of other facilities that they're running through, and all those programs are full. And I'm sure there's more complexity to this than I understand, but I do know that the demand is high, and that pool is sitting there. SH Armstrong Pool, as one example, is sitting there ready to serve that community. So making that connection, to me, I really grapple with understanding why we haven't figured that out already. And I know that when the last pool agreement was signed, I was a parent actually at Duke of Connaught at the time, and there was an initial brief effort to bring parents together with the pool staff, or rec staff and others, to come up with recommendations for how to animate and program that pool more effectively, and it lasted about 6 months and fell off the map. There's so much that the community could offer to suggest how to program that facility more effectively. And those conversations are happening, ironically, because of the motion that was passed when the pool closed, to actually start a community discussion. And that now is happening, and I think is very effective, and I hope that continues.
Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for the deputants? No? Great. Thank you very much, Trustee Story. Questions for staff?
I do have one. I just wanted to clarify the list on page 6 of 6 in this, that there are essentially 2 models that we deliver swim programs through. One is the physically built community center, which is Glen Ames, Earl Beatty, at these pools. At Glen Ames, it's the Beaches Rec Center. At Earl Beatty, it's the Earl Beatty Community Center. At Fairmount or Beaumont Road, it's the Fairmount Community Center. At Franklin, the community center actually was built and is part of the school itself. And then S.H. Armstrong was actually, we do have a community center called S.H. Armstrong that's attached to Duke of Connaught School. And then there's a number of other schools here, like Albert Campbell, York Mills, Wexford, where we don't actually have a physical community center built there, but the city has part of our lease agreement is to use those pools for city programming. Sorry, it's a long question, but we have two distinct models for our swim programs. One is out of our standalone community centers at schools, and the other is just out of the school.
Through the speaker, oh, is it on? That's correct. There's many models around how we deliver swimming programs and how we use TDSB and TCDSB facilities. So in some cases, we would have an exclusive use agreement in a school and there would be a pool attached to it. In other cases where it's a standalone pool, as you've mentioned, we may be permitting space within the school as well to offer programs. So there is a combination of different ways that we would use a school. But you're correct, there's a number of models.
I just want to get back to the East End model, which is and has been, as Trustee Carrie Maher said, those pools have been actually, a number of them actually built by the city at the old days when we had the Toronto Board of Ed and the City of Toronto. And instead of building community centers throughout the area, the model was to actually physically create a small community center at a school and then run recreation programs in maybe the gym that we paid for or our own gym or part of that, and then use the school pool as the pool program. And if I was to look at this list and pull those out, there's probably 8 or 9 of those very distinct types off this list.
That's correct.
And the rest would be, there's the school, we have just going to run paid programming, have access to swimming for the community at that place.
That's correct.
And S.H. Armstrong would be one of the ones where we have our standalone community center, and throughout the years, we are using the pool as how we're delivering a swim program for that neighborhood.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much, because that's apparently, you may have, oh, I'll speak about that in a second. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I wanted to focus on two things. One of them is the funding of pools, and the second is the shared use agreement for community centers. Can you tell us what are the outstanding issues that remain between the school board and the city that are frustrating this agreement?
So through the chair, I think you've referenced a few of them. I should say that we are close to coming to terms of an agreement.
I've heard that for many, many
we
years.
Have,
this is my third update.
We have optimistic
report
hope. We have a
request.
meeting next week. So the issues that we continue to discuss in these negotiations are a few. The first, as you've mentioned in one of your questions to the Deputy, are around duplicate billing for various services in schools. So we want to ensure that that there are...
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I can't hear.
The mics, if we could just ask staff to turn up the mics that aren't our mics. I'm having trouble hearing everybody that's on mics today.
Okay.
It says yes.
Is that better?
Try again.
Yes? Good?
Yeah.
Excellent. So we are negotiating the items that you had discussed to ensure that there's no duplicate billing of services within the schools for some of the add-on costs that we have around maintenance staff, et cetera. We're also negotiating to ensure that we have adequate space in the schools to use not just within our exclusive use space, but also through permitting in those schools, so that if we have, as an example, exclusive use space of an office and a small program room, that we would also have some priority permitting capacity in other areas of the pool of the school, so that we can deliver other programming.
Have we had space reclaimed? I know that one of our, my ward, we were given notice that they were taking back the community center space. Have we had any notices in the last year or two of reclaimed space?
So I'll let, through the speaker, through the chair, I'll let Ryan speak to specifics, but we have over the years and working together with the school board as a partner, especially with the implementation of full-day kindergarten, we have experienced some space that used to be used through PF&R in these schools being used specifically around full-day kindergarten or towards the implementation of before and after-school programs that are now school-based when they weren't previously.
Okay, so until we get an agreement, I see that there's something in here, and one of the deputants was talking about a new agreement for pools. There is now an agreement that's identified here. There'll be a moratorium on removing any future pools from that agreement for 2 years?
So through the chair, we have had ongoing discussions with the Toronto Lands Corporation that actually is the arm that looks after this agreement and the permitting of all the after-school use of these pools. And we have agreed through the delegated authority within this agreement, which allows us to extend for a number of years, to extend the agreement based on the pools that were approved within last year's budget, the 2017 operating budget, that we would not make any changes for a 2-year period on that list, while we take this opportunity to review with the Toronto Lands Corporation all of these pools, capital requirements, and our intention would be to come back with a 10-year agreement.
Okay, so one of the problems is that it's not recognized in the funding formula for schools, even though it's used as part of the school day for physical education programming. So I guess I'll just ask Chris, Mr. Brillinger, we are developing something called a community use, what is it called that we're doing at the school board city advisory committee?
The advisory committee in its work plan directed staff to develop a community use utilization rate.
Right.
Looking at non-recreation, non-childcare, community use of schools. Staff have been working on that. We'll be reporting back in the fall to the advisory committee.
So if we ask you to include swimming pools in that model, that can be included for consideration in September?
Provided the data exists at the school board, that we actually have data to measure, we could certainly look at including that.
Okay. And just lastly, so I really understand, the issue is we're paying for pools 100% of the operating costs, and then on top of that, we're paying for permitting space for gyms and other recreational uses. Is that the issue?
Through the speaker, there's different agreements with many schools and a variety of different approaches to the kinds of programs and space that we would need in schools.
Great.
So in certain instances, that would be true. We would be paying for the operation of the school. We would also be permitting space in the gym and perhaps, other space to run programs. So and it's different at every school.
And we're looking at a master agreement, is what I understand.
Through the chair, we're looking at, and the report speaks to 2 different agreements, one being the pool agreement, which has been referenced a few times, and the other is the renewal of the exclusive and shared use agreement with the Toronto District Board of Education, which is specifically buildings and schools that the city, through historical use and practice, has invested in and has actually built dedicated space onto.
And we'll see a report in September?
You will.
One way or another?
One way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just looking at the 2 lists. One is the pool list, Appendix B, and the other is the initial locations. And there are some pools that find their way onto the initial locations to be included. And there's some that aren't. Why is that? What's the difference, please, between the 2 lists?
Through the chair, I mean, it's a historical, agreements that have existed, pre-amalgamation between various municipalities and the school board. So in some cases, there were exclusive, space that was added onto schools for the exclusive use of recreation programs. In some cases, there were not, but there were agreements around dedicated space within schools. So we've tried to reflect the history of those agreements and prior agreements in the renewal approach that we're taking.
So just as a question, SH Armstrong is not under an exclusive use because we have our very own building, whereas Fairmount was actually built into the school itself,
correct.
as was framed.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand. Thanks a lot.
Whereas the Armstrong, they're saying it's at 69% capacity. Anyway, it's not a poison pill or...
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I just have a couple of quick questions for staff. Discussion that came up earlier, I was asking the deputant whether any pools that we've removed funding from in recent time have closed. I'm just wondering how many pools that we have removed funding from, let's say in the last, I don't know, couple of years, have closed?
Well, Mr. Chair, since my arrival here in 2010, there's been 6 pools that we've removed or relocated programming from, and none of those pools, to my knowledge, have closed and are still in use for the school community.
So the trend is when the city says we can't afford it anymore, the reality is that the school board picks up the slack and the pools stay open.
For the 6 pools in the last, 7 or 8 years, that's certainly been the case.
All right. And the pools that closed, they were really at the front end of this whole process. The Aquatic Working Group, Toronto Lands Corporation, David Crombie, those were the ones at the onset of the program that just weren't going to make the grade and were never going to make the grade.
I can't speak to that process because I wasn't personally involved, but my understanding was there was general discussions about all of the pools with the city some time ago, and which was the genesis of the original pool agreement with the 33 pools on it, and the TDSB operating some pools on their own and making some of their own decisions around the utility of others.
All right. Okay. That clarifies that. Speakers. Councillor Davis?
I have a motion. I believe the chair will move, and I think we have to change the date because there isn't a September meeting. I would just say at its next.
Yeah. We've made the change.
Okay. And that motion, if you could put it on the screen, it asks that we include swimming pools in the proposed community use asset utilization model that the City School Board's Advisory Committee is considering at its next meeting. I personally have a long history with joint use facilities. I was on the advisory committee of the Earl Beatty Community Center. I have been active on the pools issue for many, many years. And it doesn't matter how many times we sit and talk to each other about who's responsible for funding these assets called swimming pools. We know that the root of the problem is that the provincial government does not recognize swimming pools as part of a school. And it was, I think, Trustee Story who said, unlike some of the suburban schools that have huge fields to accommodate physical activity programming, physical education programming, our joint use schools do not. They are schools that many of them have very little space. And so pools provide a legitimate and very real physical education program. Is it right that the city's paying 100% of the operating costs for the school boards to use the pools during the school day? Probably not. But what we do know is that those pools, when we had a joint school board city pools committee many years ago, And we did collect data on use, and 2.1 million swims take place in school pools during the school day. And we know that tens of thousands of children learn to swim because they're doing it during the school day. And it is important to continue to have pools functioning and available during the school day for kids to learn to swim, period. But we do have to figure out how to pay for them in a way that doesn't mean the city is 100% responsible for paying for them. And we certainly have to figure out a way that the city is not 100% responsible for paying for pools and then on top of it permitting additional gyms and other space when we know we're already paying for the caretaking, the heat, light, and utility costs associated with having the school open for that day in the evenings or in the weekend or on the weekends. So these agreements need to get finalized. It is, when I was first elected, Councillor Carrie Maher and I went to the Terry Fox Community Centre and Gledhill Public School to try and sort out a shared use arrangement that had fallen apart and that the school board had taken over the recreation space. Here we are 13 years later, exactly the same condition exists. Even though the parties on both sides have been trying to negotiate and everybody's pointing fingers at each other. So, you know, the pools are one thing, and I do think we need the provincial government to recognize that pools are part of this hub model they're creating. They're the ones promoting hub models. Well, we have them. We have hub models. In the old City of Toronto area, we built joint use facilities which were hubs for recreation and education and community use. But this school board doesn't have the capacity to pay for it. I don't believe we should be paying for the full cost, and the provincial government has to recognize that they have a role to play. I hope that in September, when we get the report back, we will have an agreement finally with the school board that is fair.
Councillor Davis, if you could just wrap up.
I am going to speak at the school board tomorrow, and I will raise this issue at the school board tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Just as a reminder that the item before us is really a staff update, a detailed update on the negotiations, and they have delegated authority to execute this agreement. Any other speakers on the matter?
I just have a very quick motion, Mr. Chair, and I won't take long, that there be a report to CDR on the status of the pool agreement since we're in November 2016, which may be signed. I understand it's delegated. It may be signed. It may not, but we'll know exactly where that's at, what might be in it, how we're looking at it. And I'm very happy that things are moving along. I know it's slow, but I know staff on both sides are really trying to get this all pinned down. So it is a work in progress, shall we say. The one thing I wish we could do from developments in neighborhoods like Queen Street, which is undergoing a lot of development, would be able to dedicate some capital dollars over to these types of facilities that need a refresh, which if they were ours, we would be refreshing them. We did build them, and I'd like, I won't be moving that here, but I think I'll be moving that at Toronto East Shore Community Centre Council. How we can do that, if we carve something out or we have something special, because we have a lot of these East End pools and we've got a lot of East End development, and it's unfortunate we're not able to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers? I'll just speak for a minute on the matter. Obviously, as a school board trustee, I was a strong advocate for the city playing a very substantive role in making sure that school pools were funded because it's a community asset. It brings kids into recreational facilities. Learning to swim is also a safety issue, and I felt that it was responsibility of the city to play a role. But before that, it was clearly the province to play a role. There's no doubt that education under a federal system is provincial responsibility and jurisdiction, and that they really should have come to the table in a more meaningful way to make pools a funded part of their funding formula. And pulling it out meant that someone had to stopgap the $10 million that we're looking at under this agreement, 9 and change. I wanted to add that the City of Toronto is propping up our local school boards, not just with the pool's usage agreement, which is over $9 million, if I'm reading this correctly, but also funding the community resource officers that are in schools. And with 60-plus officers, you're looking at something a little over $5 million. And we just approved another $12 million for student nutrition programs in Toronto schools as well. On top of that, we have the daycare occupancy grants that we provide, and of course, we provide a lot of capital when it comes to schoolyard improvements. Now, this was all fine and well when the city was turning $300 million surpluses. Well, those days are over, and I think the city has been a very strong partner with its school boards in that regard. But how sustainable this all is when you've got the City of Toronto with limited taxing powers and revenues propping up a local school board, which is clearly provincial jurisdiction. In the long run, it's not sustainable, and the funding model for school boards has to change, and the funding for funding model for cities has to improve as well. On top of the items that I've already mentioned, of course, we've also put in many what we call Section 37 grants under the Planning Act, where we're putting in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into local schools to make sure their playgrounds are safe, that their recreational assets are safe, and that they're getting various capital improvements. I recently visited the Toronto Lands Corporation with the renter of an empty TDSB building that wanted to buy. You're talking in the tens of millions of dollars of the purchase. There was no interest. So when I see an unoccupied TDSB asset that the trustees are unwilling to sell to pay for these vital recreational assets, and then they come here asking for money, you wonder really what's going on. But that being said, this is an important conversation. We look forward to staff reporting back, and at the same time, we look forward to seeing what other councillors have to say regarding their local pools. Thank you. I'll move this item on Councillor Davis's behalf. This is really just to try and get a handle on various utilization rates. We would be dependent on the school board for these numbers. And all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Fletcher's motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the item is amended? Okay, we're good. So as agreed at the top of the meeting, we would now go to item number 7, S.H. Armstrong Pool Working Group. We have a series of deputants for that item. Sarah Earhart.
is this where I'm supposed to sit?
Yeah, that's
okay.
perfect. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Earhart, and my family lives not far from the S.H. Armstrong Community Center. My 2-year-old son Clarence and I took swim lessons there over the winter. I'm here today as community co-chair of the S.H. Armstrong Pool Working Group that Council made the decision to convene during the last budget process. I'm here to share a letter that was put forward by the community members of our committee and also offer you an opportunity to ask me any questions about our working group so far. I also want to express just how much support the work has received from the community. I received a letter from a community member that did not live near a public pool as a child, so never learned to swim. He lived close to the lake, but has always been afraid of getting too close to the water. He was able to access city programs for adults at S.H. Armstrong Pool in his 40s to finally learn this important life skill. I was also CC'd on a note that is in your package from a mother with a child on the autism spectrum. They use swims at S.H. Armstrong regularly, and she credits this with helping her son maintain his quality of life. So many people have reached out to me wanting to get involved, and so many, dozens, wanted to be here to Depew today but are unable to be here during standard work hours. I want to thank city staff, our local councillors and trustees for their work in supporting the working group, and again encourage this committee to join us in this work by supporting continued city community programming in S.H. Armstrong Pool. So I'll read the letter. I see Councillor Pasternak has walked out. It was something I specifically wanted to address to him, so maybe during the questions I can mention that. So dear councillors, we are writing to you as members of the S.H. Armstrong Pool Working Group that was convened by City Council following the last municipal budget process. We are writing to express our support for the recommendations and motions being discussed by the CDRC today that relate to reinstating funding for the S.H. Armstrong Pool. Based upon Council's recommendations, a pool working group has been formed with participation from city staff, city councillors, Toronto Community Housing, the Hope Shelter Community, the Duke of Connaught School Advisory Council, Apple Grove Community Complex, Toronto District School Board Trustees, Toronto Lands Corporation, and several members of the community, including participation from seniors, youth, parents with school-age children, and non-school-age children. So it's a really broad range of people with interests in our community pool. We are happy to share the news that our pool community is being revitalized with 89% utilization of the pool over this last pool programming session. I would note I myself could not get in for swim programs with my son, so we haven't been able to access city recreation programming for swimming for the past 8 months. There is renewed interest, hope, and opportunity to use the pool as a community resource, particularly by the Hope Shelter community, as well as by parents with non-school-age children like myself, who are a key constituency that is growing in our community. We have also heard that developers in the neighborhood see aquatic programming at S.H. Armstrong Pool as an important community resource that is attractive to the thousands of new families looking to move into our growing neighborhood. We would like to express our strong support for continued city programming at the S.H. Armstrong Community Pool, including support for the reinstatement of city funding for the pool for use by Hope Shelter and the broader community as part of the 2018 budget process, as well as support to include S.H. Armstrong Pool as part of the master agreement being negotiated on shared use and exclusive use agreements for recreation space and pools in schools. We feel that continued city investment in this aquatic community hub and shared community resource is an important and cost-effective contribution to enhancing the safety and quality of life for the many and diverse residents of our community. We thank you for your support. Yours truly, the community members of the S.H. Armstrong Pool Working Group. And I'll just highlight their names. There's myself, Sarah Earhart, Community Co-Chair, Sean Pinto and Ryan McDonnell, Hope Shelter Liaisons, David Darling, Natasha Graham, our Youth Liaison, Catherine Harvey, our Seniors Liaison, and the Apple Grove Community Complex. I just close by thanking everyone here for helping us to convene such a working group through the council vote. And I also just note, Councillor Pasternak, because he just walked in, there was some of the discussion before about how the pools weren't closing. I just wanted to note that for myself and for my son, our pool is closing as of July 1st. We are not school age, and so I can't access lap swims at the pool anymore, effective starting from the summer. Something I would love to be able to access as someone that recently gave birth and would love like postnatal recreation opportunities like swimming. That's so good for us. There are many women in our community that would like to access that. As well, my son is 2 years old. We live close to the lake. The first thing he does is run to the lake that's even closer to our house now and tries to get in. And so every time we go for a walk, I have to grab him, and I'm scared because he's running into this lake. We've been able to access one swim program at SH Armstrong. We have to physically walk in through the SH Armstrong Community Center to access the pool. We don't walk in through the school entrance. Everyone goes in through the city's community center to get to this pool, and I'm happy to take people there to show you. We have so many young children that aren't part of the school community that the pool is now closed off to. And we really see through our community group that was convened by this council, overwhelming demand for pool programming in our neighborhood. So I see this as a huge opportunity. We're not asking for all the same models that happened before. What we're looking for is a renewed model that has the city still as a prominent player in offering recreational opportunities in our pool. And I just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Has there been a change in the other programming enrollment since the pool and the pool programming has changed? Do you know?
So this is something because registration just completed, I think, yesterday. So there's still, I know from the moms Facebook groups that I'm on that there's some confusion about who's offering swim programming, and we literally have to do a comparison. But what I do know is that there's overwhelming demand for programming in our neighborhoods, and so there is overwhelming support for city-run recreation programming at our city-run community center, and that's what we're asking for.
Okay. I just know at our local shared use facility at Earl Beatty, when it was closed for a long period of time for repairs, 2 years, that the registration in all of the other programs dropped off because people just gave up on that facility completely and went elsewhere. So I'm going to ask questions about the registration.
And that's something that as a working group we can look into. We do have a representative, city staff from SH Armstrong as well as city staff from Aquatics on this working group. So that's certainly something that we can explore, but it's not a question that we've asked to date. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, just that is a good question. So determining the impact of the closure on the regular other programs that exist at SH Armstrong Community Center would be helpful for you to look at. And I'm sure that staff will say that's possible. And as well, this working group, even though it's on the pool, may, to report back in November, is this just a good model to look at the community center as a whole? Do you think? Because it's representative, it's got a good solid representation there.
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's a number of new residents in the community, and there's a number of residents that are not school age that make use of the community center. The model of having it co-located offers a great deal of cost efficiencies to taxpayers regardless of what level of government is financially supporting it, but it means that seniors, that youth, that all of the users of that community center are getting involved and having a say around the programming now, because there have been changes in the neighborhood and there stands to be more changes, and so the suite of programs that are offered may need to shift as well.
Well, I'm noticing that you went from 69.4% to 89%, and I think that's because it's a very active community and you've got a lot of social networking. So one of the things I'm going to make a motion to ask the working group to look how that was achieved, how that utilization rate was achieved, using your social networks, your Facebook, your everything else. Because it's an exceptional model, really, to activate community into city programming.
Yeah, I think one thing I can say is that sometimes through this dialogue, and because there's so many newcomers to the neighborhood like myself, this community center is located off the main street. So when I'm just walking down Queen Street, I don't even know that there's a pool there. So just by virtue of having a dialogue about the community pool, there was new awareness from residents like myself that it took us a little while to even understand that that city programming was being offered there and that we were able to access it. And once people know, the demand is overwhelming. So it was not at all difficult to get to 89%. And as I said, there are a number of people waitlisted, and so the programming needs sometimes are delayed. There's a delay to line up with the needs of the community, And so in our neighborhood, we're experiencing a great deal of growth with non-school age children at under 6, under 4. And so the programming mix, I'm learning now on the working group, may not have been geared originally to that group of people. So in the area that I'm registering for, all I see is no access because we're on wait lists. I can't get in. I hope to be able to get in sometime in the next year somewhere in the city. I'll likely be driving to Scarborough, where I see that there may be some opportunities for us to be able to access some swim programming being put on by the city. But outside of that, you know, we're in a neighborhood that's being marketed by developers as walkable, but we've been cutting out some of those walkable features that are so valuable to our neighborhood.
So you tried to sign up, and you're now on another waiting list?
Well, yeah, so I mean, I was unable, I'm waitlisted at a number of pools in the area, including a number of them where it was said that programming would be relocated, I think is the word being used. But I mean, I still don't have swim classes for my son, is what I mean to say. And I'm not the only one. There are many, many of us that it's hard for us to watch that there is an asset that is within walking distance from us that is perfectly suited to helping my toddler learn to swim, but it is being closed off to us at this point. And we're just so hopeful because it presents a great opportunity. It's something very positive that we can do as a community for all residents. So I'm just really excited. I think the potential around use for the Hope Shelter as well as for small children, I just think there's a lot there to work with, and I just think it's a positive story for this council that they convene this working group, and I think it would be an even more positive story to take our recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Are there any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Paul Christie? Thank you for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
I should start by saying that in the 43 years that Trustee Carrie Mahar has been my school trustee, I think this is the first time we ever agreed. I'm a lobbyist. I don't ever depute. 1912, the city, your predecessors in government and the Board of Education decided they were going to build a focus for the East Riverdale community. East Riverdale isn't a name that's used very often these days, but it was clearly East Riverdale. And they built next door to the Ashbridge Estate, which could use some help these days. It's looking pretty shabby. And they built a palace. In honor of Queen Victoria's favorite son, Prince Arthur, they named it the Duke of Connaught, who was the Governor General of the day. And they built a real palace. It's built in the same sandstone as the legislature. It was built to last for centuries. It has fabulous amenities. It had a glass floor over the kindergarten that allowed people, the sun to stream in so that people could enjoy that. It had grand staircases. The principal of the school, Mr. Manders, fell down that grand staircase on the north side and died when I was in grade 1. It had a sunken garden. It had sprawling lawns. It had a wood shop. It had a metal shop with a forge. It was a true community hub from the outset, from 1912. My dad went to school there, my sister went to school there, and I went to school there. In keeping with the community hub, the city decided in the late 40s, early 50s to build the community center, S.H. Armstrong, which had a shared use from the very day it opened. There was no gym at Duke of Connaught. The gym was in S.H. Armstrong. So during the school day, it was used for school purposes, but afterward, it had a very broad array of programming to serve essentially as a daycare before there was daycare. I went there. All of my friends went there. And in keeping with the community hub, in the late 50s, it was decided that a senior school had to be built to serve the needs of boomers. So there was a junior high built there. And the bright, shiny object that everybody in the community admired from the day that school was built was the pool. We were ecstatic. I was a grade away from entering junior high when the pool opened. And I learned to swim in that pool, as did everybody I knew. And we didn't learn to swim in school day. We learned to swim in city time, which was the summer. And we're better people for it. We not only learned water safety, we got the camaraderie of a shared education. And I think that strengthened our community in immeasurable ways. Later, the Apple Grove Community Complex came, and the location was obvious. Why would you build somewhere else when you could build in the community focus? Didn't build at Bruce School, didn't build at Morse School, didn't build at Roden or Norway. It was there, as was the pool. It was just the obvious choice. Later, as you know, I think some of you know, I had the unusual opportunity of having sole financial and administrative responsibility for the TDSB. And it was a huge challenge. Obviously, balancing a budget with a $100 million hole in it required significant effort. And concurrent with that effort, I spent an inordinate amount of time and effort in preserving the pools. I'm sure that the people who appointed me, the bogeyman that you people still point to, expected that I was going to close the pools. They clearly did. And with the help of the city, led by Shirley Hoy, who was enormously gifted with ingenuity, we were able to preserve the pools, and I'm really proud of that. It would be ironic, to say the least, if an unapologetic conservative like me was able to preserve this pool and all the other pools, while a council that leans to the left, that proclaims its progressive chops, can't or won't do it. And if you think for a second that this government is going to amend the funding formula for education in a way that will define support for swimming pools, you're dreaming in Technicolor. It's not going to happen. It's bad politics in Goderich, and they're going to be more cognizant of the feelings of people in Goderich and every other rural community in Ontario who have no hope of ever having a pool, that they are going to fund pools. And if you don't think this government will do it, wait for the next government, because they're surely not going to do it. It clearly would be a shame if a resource that's available to this community that has been used for generations and a hub that has been the focus of this community for 105 years were to lose the essence of being a hub. You can't diminish that. And you can't diminish it in the face of a renaissance that's occurring in East Riverdale.
If you could, Mr. Christie,
I'd be delighted.
you could
Sure.
wrap up and
You know, there are hundreds of units being built. Those people are going to want the same services. They will eventually pay for them. Somebody will eventually pay for them. In the very least, you need to bridge this pool.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Davis?
I recall the same period of history.
A lot of school trustees in this room.
Yes, and I was not one. But do you recall that you actually put out a contract for Ernst & Young or another private consulting company to seek out to sell, lease, or privatize the pools?
Sure. I'd be happy to do that. If they were still available to the community, I'd be delighted. What's going to happen
No,
here
what I'm
is
asking is,
empty.
do you recall that you did that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for the deputant?
I just ask about the very conscious building of the hub there when Apple Grove moved in and then Wood Green also moved in. So in your opinion, when we talk about building hubs in the city of Toronto, which is one of our goals, that we currently have a pretty high-functioning hub of a lot of partners at this site.
Absolutely. It is the focus. And it's a shame that the name East Riverdale has disappeared from the lexicon, because it is clear that this is the focus of East Riverdale. And frankly, when you collectively have named this pool S.H. Armstrong, when it clearly was the Duke of Connaught, or more directly, Woodfield Road Senior School pool, you took ownership of it. So to look to other people to satisfy your needs is wrong. I understand you've got financial problems, and I understand how difficult it is to come up with money to serve the purposes of a community, probably a community that very few members of this committee or council have been to. But nobody's running to your rescue, and they are community facilities. Community your obligations are defined by community, and this is as profoundly a community hub as any community hub in Toronto, probably more so than most.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. We're just going to pause the meeting for a few minutes. We would ask the committee members, please return to the committee room so that we can have quorum. You want to take a 5-minute recess?
You can't recess. You can't recess.
Why, we don't have the vote to
Can't make a
recess.
motion to recess, right?
We don't have the votes to recess.
Yeah,
Councillor Cressy's over there. Councillor Cressy's over there. It's not enough. And Councillor Fletcher is going to the bathroom. Right, committee members, if you could please take your seats, we'd like to proceed with the meeting. Committee members, if you could please take your seat. Great, thank you very much. Believe we've finished the deputants for item number 7, SH Armstrong Pool Working Group, and it's now questions for staff. Are there any questions for staff? No? Any speakers? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I do, and I have some motions, Mr. Chair. Congratulate the SH Armstrong community for the 89% utilization rate in the spring session. It really reflects item 4.1, the Recreation Service Plan that we're currently under. Request that SH Armstrong Working Group to document the 89% utilization rate, how it was achieved, because they used social networks, they face-to-face. It's really incredible, and it should be a good example for and in the upcoming Recreation Service Plan. Back in 13, or when it was being prepared, we didn't have social media to that degree. I think they've got a lot to teach us about that. Request representatives of Social Development, Finance Administration to be part of the working group, because the Hope Shelter is there, Apple Grove is there. I think it's helpful to have that perspective there officially. And request the SH Armstrong Pool Working Group to involve the community in program review, program suggestions, and publicity, particularly after what Ms. Earhart said about the toddlers. I know there's a women's only swim, there's a large Muslim community in the East End, East Riverdale, Leslieville, whatever we're calling it, and I think it will be helpful. And then we'll hear back from them at the beginning of November 16th meeting. So those are my motions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And that's your speech as well. Any other speakers? No? Okay, well, we have the motions in front of us. They're on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. The next item I have on the list is 8, cost estimates for New Hope Shelter Strategic Action Plan. Now, I understand Sally Bliss has left the building.
No, she's not. She's right there.
Oh, she's returned? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. You were removed from earlier lists because I was told you weren't in the building. Thanks for coming. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Sally Bliss, and I'm here to voice my support for reinstating funding for SH Armstrong Pool as it relates to the New Hope Shelter residents. Full disclosure, I have 2 children at Duke of Connaught School, and yes, I feel they're lucky to have swimming as part of their school day, and that schools should do everything they can to hold on to pools and any assets that contribute to a child's safety and well-being. But my interest is in the pool remaining a resource for the broader community, and specifically for people who need it most, those who would have challenges accessing pools further away or paying for private programs. I commend Councillor Fletcher for identifying the SH Armstrong Pool as an element in wraparound supports that could be in place for residents who will be moving into the New Hope Shelter at Leslie and Eastern. I'm a high school teacher with the Toronto District School Board, and since 2001, 100% of my students have been Newcomer English language learners. Many of my students have been clients of the shelter system and other forms of low-income housing. My husband was the general manager at Eva's Phoenix for 3 years, a transitional housing facility for at-risk youth, and we have both seen how even seemingly small community supports can make a big difference in vulnerable people's lives. My main area of teaching is Healthy Active Living, or GYM. Year after year, we try to connect our students with Parks and Rec programs. We bring in fun guides, liaise with Parks and Rec staff, help students find the community center closest to their home, try to explain the welcome policy and how to apply. But the reality still is that people who don't speak English well, who can't read, or who are otherwise marginalized in their community have a great deal of difficulty accessing recreation programs, the programs they need for their mental health, physical and social well-being. Councillor Fletcher's idea of saying, hey, there's a swimming program for you, client of Hope Shelter, is innovative and important, and it works. It's what we do with our Greenwood Secondary School students. We hold their hand and create accessible programs for them, and then they gain the confidence and experience to branch out and find the same in their community. When my parents came to Toronto from small towns in southwestern Ontario in the 1960s, they had a 2-bedroom apartment in Thorncliffe Park. Soon after, they were lucky to buy a house for $33,000 and move to Leaside. 45 years later, I can't afford a house in Leaside, and Thorncliffe has evolved into an ethnic enclave that seems worlds apart. I see Councillor Fletcher's proposed action as a small but significant way to counter this kind of have and have-not development in the ward, to build an inclusive, socially cohesive Toronto, and I hope it's supported. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant?
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher?
So you also, I know, have spoken at one time to, there's a large number of Toronto community housing buildings just in the neighborhood, the other side of Queen Street, I believe, a little bit east. And you have taken it upon yourself to speak to the residents and ask them if they're aware of the programming and involved. And did you find they were aware of all the programming offered at S.H. Armstrong Pool and Community Center?
No, it's the closest pool to them. It's the closest community center to them. It's about 200 meters away. And my hunch was that people living at 1555 and 1575 Queen Street East in Toronto community housing were underrepresented as users of this community center and pool. I saw no evidence of outreach in those buildings. There are empty bulletin boards. The residents I spoke to didn't know about women's only swim, about that you didn't actually have to register, that you could just drop in. So I see that there's a lot of untapped potential, and I'm excited to hear that there is a working group has already been very successful. I heard that the utilization rate is in fact 93% for the spring, not 89%.
And the working group has representatives of the Hope Shelter on it from the Community Liaison Committee.
That's terrific, and I would hope to see outreach to members living in Toronto community housing and other forms of social housing in the area.
What I'm just struck by is you're talking about you work with newcomer communities and others and youth who have been in Eva's Phoenix. But as far as the shelter is concerned on Leslie, that's a new facility that's coming in the community, which has been relatively welcomed in Leslieville in an open way, indicative of your attitude. And you're here to indicate that having other resources and other things, our wraparound shelter program is to wrap a lot of services around those who have to reside in shelters. And you're asking that the pool specifically be one of those services that these men, 60 of them, would have access to in an organized way.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And you feel that's a benefit for them. I note you said healthy active living is something that for which you're an advocate and spend a lot of time encouraging people to do.
Yeah, time and time again, we have students who come back to this school, and the things that they name that made a difference in their lives seem small, but they're, the Learn to Row program that we offered, the Swim to Survive program that we offered, and you think having a pool and a time slot for residents moving in is perhaps not that significant, but I can tell you time and time again, my students come back and they're so pleased that we connected them with something that allowed them to feel part of their community and gave them confidence to play a bigger role in their community.
And you feel that that would be the case with S.H. Armstrong Community Center, Apple Grove, those are the things they should be doing, but that the pool would be a very important asset to the life of these residents in moving to a healthy, active living position.
Absolutely. I don't think you bring vulnerable people into a community and then cut the services that should be targeted to them.
Thank you very much for coming and for your efforts in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions for staff? Speakers. Councillor Fletcher.
My mic's not on. City Council direct the General Manager, Parks, Forest and Recreation, the Deputy City Manager, and Chief Financial Officer to include the restoration of aquatic programs, including programming for the Hope Shelter at S.H. Armstrong Pool in the 2018 base operating budget for Parks, Forestry and Recreation, and to notify the Toronto District School Board of Council's intent. And I just want to say that I want to thank Ms. Bliss for coming down. I know that the people that came today and Sally Bliss and the representatives who sit on the liaison committee for the Hope Shelter and also are part of the community feel very much the same way as Ms. Bliss, that we have services for people. We need to maintain services for people that are coming in the community, particularly disadvantaged, to have healthy, active living and to show we're a healthy, active living community. It is, and that this S.H. Armstrong Community Center, Duke of Connaught School, Apple Grove, Hope Shelter, TCHC that are part of the working group truly make up what I call the hub at this location. And that the Hope Shelter is a new part of this hub is important, and that we consider it as an important part of the community and the hub, and respect it as such. There are very few places in the City of Toronto that have this many services and this many assets at a school. Wood Green Child Care Center, after-school program from Apple Grove, seniors program through Apple Grove, the East End Community Health Center operates programs out of here, Apple Grove Community Center itself, many different programs, the school, the City of Toronto operating rec programs, and until the end of this month, June, we'll be operating pool programs. It's unconscionable, unthinkable that somehow we would remove one leg or one arm of this multifaceted, great hub that's been built over many, many years. And I appreciated Mr. Christie coming because he gave us that history. It was built over many years. And I think that the time, we need to give it a chance to show that it is a stable operating hub. What's interesting, I'm just going to speak a second about the community center and the working group, is that this is really the only time that everybody's been brought together in a very, very structured way to give this hub a chance to breathe and to reinstate a program which is pretty important, as we've heard from Ms. Earhart with the toddler, who's now been on the waiting list a couple of times, despite the fact that we've tried to relocate some of these programs to make it possible for people to get to swim programs for the young kids. There are so many young kids in this community. The houses are being sold so quickly. The schools are going from quarter full to brimming. And I'm not sure we've caught up with that in our demographic study. I know that Apple Grove has not done a demographic study, unlike Ralph Thornton Center, which is an AOC that has done one. We have so many partners at the table. I don't want us to give up on this site. There is so many fantastic things that can happen out of here when we unleash the creativity of this community, which was unleashed, by the way, for the spring sign-up. It was just a regular sign-up in the fun guide. I think the new social media, Facebook, moms groups, connections, Apple Grove, the many people that are involved and invested now can truly make a big difference, and to maintain an incredible utilization rate and add programs, not only for Hope Shelter, which I believe very strongly those men should have a structured access to pool, relaxed time, great time at this location, which is our location, and possibly the Red Door Shelter, which has relocated to Gerrard Street, a few streets north at the same thing, 96 people, 20-some families their own time to come in the pool. We have silos. We have SDFA, shelter and housing, and we have parks and recreation. Part of our service planning should be to break down those silos, bring people together for community planning. And out of this closure of the pool from the 30th of June, I believe we have started that in an incredible way with the community partners, Parks and Recreation at the table, with this motion for SDFA to be there, shelter and housing is already there, to come up with something that's truly brilliant and show how out of adversity we're going to move forward and build the community hub that currently exists to be simply a shining example of what a community can do and actually be referred to in our service planning for the next 5 years. So I want to thank everybody here, and I look forward to this being successful here at this committee, and I look forward to your support, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, well, we have the one motion. I think Councillor Fletcher's been advised that this this would have to go through the 2018 budgetary process. All those in favor? All those opposed? It's carried. Now, just before lunch, we did have requests to deal with two items, if they are quick. One is Councillor Cressy has a motion.
Do you want me to move that quickly, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, if we want it done before before lunch.
Okay, I was just...
Let me just make sure everybody knows where we are. This is item number 13.
Yeah, so colleagues, I'm going to do this as a quick release, and I have a motion on it. I'll just spend 10 seconds. As the report outlines, commitments were made by the other levels of government to fund programs before last summer around crime prevention and youth. Those funds never arrived. Oh, okay, I understand it's not quick.
Well,
I was happy to try and move it quickly, but
yes,
I think Councillor Wong.
Oh, well, I should add, there was a late request for speaking, deputant on this item, but still, I'd like to work on this one if we can get it done before lunch, and then there's one of the fire services items can be done before lunch as well. Do you have his name? Okay. Miguel?
13.
All right. Let's try to dispose of item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to refer this item to the September 11th, 2017 Community Development and Recreation Committee meeting, so there can be a more comprehensive report on the implementation of the open data usage, an explanation with the open data usage on the response time for additional vehicle response times, which is lacking in the report, and also the possibility of all vehicle numbers being identified in open data sets. And this has to do with, in particular, two fire stations I'm using as examples. One's in Ward 42, 213, Station 215, which is in Ward 44, but they also service the north end and the east end of my ward. And a couple of years ago, we took a truck out of each station, and my residents and the residents in Ward 42 and 44 are still very concerned about response times. Thank you.
Okay. You might have to talk offline with Chief Peg to better detail what you're looking for. Yes. All righty. This is item 4. Everyone see the motion?
You're going to move it?
I'll move it on Councillor Ainsley's behalf. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Miguel, if we could hear your deputation, we might be able to get the other item done before lunch. Item number 13.
Thank you. So I will be speaking on, I think, Toronto Fire Services and recruitment and retention.
I believe you're here to talk about item 13, update on city support of community-led violence prevention and intervention.
Okay, so that's a different topic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the initiative that the City of Toronto does, I'll give you a good example, Regent Park, where I live. This summer alone, we hired 8 positions, youth to training in the art of cooking and festivals at Regent Park. These 8 positions were just summer jobs for the youth in Regent Park, which only apply them for 2 months. After the 2 months are finished, the residents go back to their normal lives and perhaps not finding a good employment to satisfy their needs of their families. So in light that we are investing money to help our communities to improve, we always talk about violence and the guns that plague our streets, and why people tend to look after guns as the mentors, as people who they look after to help them to deal with the issues that racism, discrimination happens in our streets. But mainly the main reason that the young people are deviated from doing the good things in our streets is the lack of good jobs. Good jobs will enable young people in our communities, Regent Park, Young and Finch, all the areas of the city, to bring good income resources to their families. And I spoke on this matter to the Toronto Police, and City Council addressed this matter about the paid duty of police officers that currently are doing the work of pothole watchers. And I have a letter that I have received from the Ministry of Transportation in reaction to my inquiry. I wonder if that letter can be distributed to the members of this committee, because it is a very, very frustrating decision by the Ministry of Transportation not to allow residents of Toronto to perform the duties of police officers to watch after potholes. And it's very frustrating, because citizens of Toronto should be doing that job. The currently pays $65, $50 an hour. Councilor Cress, are you listening to me? Councilor Wontang, please, I appreciate if you listen to me, because this is important to you, Councilor Wontang. In your area, there's a lot of people who are unemployed, and there's a lot of youth who need jobs. And that letter will help you to understand, you know, what is the problem here is that the legislation needs to be changed in order to help poor residents, especially young people, to have better jobs. And that's all I need to say about this proposal that the city is investing. And I want to continue encouraging members of this council to please advocate for the youth and getting good jobs, because that's the way to alleviate the issue of guns and violence in the city of Toronto. We can live in peace and harmony and love. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miguel. Any questions for the deputant?
As always, never. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So I believe Councillor Cressy has already moved his motion and partially spoke. It's on 13. Questions for staff? Okay, so it's not a quick item. Okay, questions for staff? Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to understand with respect to the the focus mechanism that's been created for some of the divisions, who populates those discussion tables, those situation tables? And how is that membership determined?
So the focus program was created jointly by the United Way, Toronto Police Service, and Social Development, Finance and Administration. So those are the kind of co-leads of the focus tables. Each table is populated by local agency service providers in each of the communities, along with all of the major institutional players like TCHC, school boards, and so on.
Is it an open membership, a revolving membership, or do you have to?
No, it's a specific membership. So those agencies who are best able to respond to the kinds of situations coming to the table who are invited to the table, and then there is a specific agreement because of the nature of the discussions and information shared. It is a very tightly managed process.
And do we have LGBT representation at 51 Division Focus Situation Table?
I'm sorry?
Who are the agencies that sit at the Focus 51 Division table?
There are 27 different agencies, but to answer your question specifically around the 519 represents the LGBTQ community at the table.
And are they active participants, meaning are they attending every single meeting? Are they bringing forward cases for the situation table to explore? Is that happening? Like, how active are the agencies in bringing complex cases to the situation table?
All of the agencies bring situations forward. The 519 was onboarded just a few months ago, and they're figuring out their internal plan. They have been involved in interventions coming from the table. In terms of the overall scope, Toronto Police Service is the #1 provider of situations coming to the table. Toronto Community Housing is also a good provider in terms of situations. And then you have other organizations such as school boards, community services, and health agencies bringing situations forward. In terms of the responses, community service providers such as health providers are the #1 responders, and then community service and justice community-based providers provide the majority of the responses.
So wanting to understand with respect to the major generators of referrals, you're saying that it is actually TPS. So TPS is bringing these recommendations, these complex cases to the situation table, and that's when the agencies all say, this is what I can do, this is where I believe it's going to go.
Through the chair, and in fact, that was the genesis of the program. Toronto Police Service fully realized that they are not always the best people to provide supports to complex situations that they come across. The program is very successful in an effective linkage between first responders like Toronto Police Service and the agency supports or health supports that are required.
How do you measure that success? Because what I'm seeing are just cases that are that touch the table. For example, in Focus Rexdale, you have 153 cases that touch the table in 2016, and then by 2017, you've got 39 cases. Does that mean the balance of it is the difference has been resolved, or are they new situation, are they new files? I just want to know, like, what is your measurement and evaluation for success? How do you determine a file is closed?
The key measure is that an individual or a situation is connected to the appropriate resources to help them address their issues. So that's the role of Focus, is making sure that when someone is experiencing an elevated level of risk, they are provided with the appropriate supports to reduce that risk level.
Then how do you ensure that once that individual has been connected with the proper agency, is that they are going to be taken care of with the adequate supports and service level to the point where we can honestly say, that we believe that file can be closed?
If you could wrap it up and
That is my final question. Thank you.
Out of all the focus situations, 95% of them have been connected to services. Out of those 95%, 85% of those situations, the risk has been reduced and ongoing service delivery has continued with those agencies given their existing mechanisms. In the situations where the risk has not been reduced, it's usually related to system level barriers that we again do analysis on the back end to try to address.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. What would the committee like to do? Does one adjourn for lunch or finish the item? If it's going to finish the item, we need a motion to extend. What do you want to do? You do? Okay, why don't we break for lunch? We'll see everybody back at 1:30. All right, let's continue on. We have a busy afternoon with lots of agenda items. And I think Councillor Cressy has a tee-off time at 3, so we got to get going here. No?
Okay, let's go.
Now, we're on item 13, update on city-supported community-led violence prevention and intervention. If my memory is correct, we were questions to staff. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. This is a very interesting program in that it kind of pushes us as a city to call it, to use an overused expression, go up the river a little bit. And so what I'm wondering is are there any key learnings that we should be applying, that this, if you had another $1 million, is this where you'd spend it? What are we learning as a city, or are you learning as a department with this kind of intervention?
I think we're learning. We're learning quite a bit because we've amalgamated all our safety and vulnerability programs, first of all, so we can compound those. And now we're actually doing policy and research work based on the lessons learned from the risk factors that we're addressing. So we're learning best practices at an operational level in terms of how we intervene, how we share information, and what expediting a situation looks like. And the other part is we're learning how best we go to provide service at a person's home. We're then taking that and we're learning about system level barriers. So we've been actually taking a look at issues that prevent interventions, such as hospital to community discharge processes, the sort of legal capacity and decision making processes, and some other emerging issues as we go through the intervention.
So should some, two questions, an A part and a B part, should there be amendments to this program to kind of, based on those learnings? And then secondly, is it right-sized? Should we be asking the province for more resources for this? Should we be putting in city resources? Is this, should we be, yeah.
Currently, right now, with our needs, we did launch a policy response. So this specific investment was targeted at youth violence and the expansion of the model. So with this current investment, it would allow us to go into potentially go into 3 additional neighborhoods or police divisions, and it would allow us to take the youth violence prevention work that's currently happening in the focus areas and move that to a citywide model. And so we're excited by that opportunity right now.
Right. Okay, and will there be an evaluation done at some point? And
sorry, can you?
A full evaluation done at some point, and say, okay, hey, this is what we're learning. This is. You save so much money if you can get someone out before they go into the criminal justice system. Save a lot of money and a lot of pain, human suffering.
So what's been really exciting about the model is as it's gone through different stages of development, when it was only in 23 division within Rexdale, the Toronto Police Service, United Way, and the City of Toronto had done an evaluation, and actually United Way had funded an external evaluation, and we learned a lot about that, and that recommended that we expand the model. And so with the expansion, we've also built in a sort of an evaluation framework. But in addition to the evaluation framework, what we've done is we've built in the opportunity to do our own in-house policy and research analysis of what we learn from the table. So we'll have ongoing recommendations. And on a week-by-week basis involved in the model, there's 89 unique agencies and over 120 partners that are involved in these interventions. And we actually do regular debriefs with them about the barriers that they experience in serving our most vulnerable populations. And so we aim to take those lessons and fuel the program.
Great. Thank you very much. Good work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers? This has already been moved. Do you have anything to add to it, or we can put it on the floor?
We can put it on the floor, and I'll say 30 seconds, if that's all right. Simply, as you've heard there in the questions, we have programs that are underway, that are working, that are ready to expand, and that specifically focus in pre-charge, and they've been demonstrated to work. Last June, on June the 30th, there was a tri-government summit that was held here at the city, where a provincial minister, the Mayor of Toronto, and a federal representative of the government committed to do work for last summer. The feds and the city have done their part. The province never gave us the $750,000 that they made an announcement about. The province of Ontario stood up at the summit, made an announcement, got good headlines, and then never followed through with their promise. It has been a full year. A year. And we're going into another summer. This was intended to be in place for last summer. The city's done everything they can. Our staff are doing tremendous work. We're ready to go. So my motion here is for that City Council request the Mayor to write directly to the ministers responsible, as well as the Premier, to bring attention and to, frankly, for the provincial government to keep its damn promises. Thank you very much.
All right, well, maybe we can put this into collection. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, we're kind of jumping around here, but why don't we go to item number 5? We do have a deputant, Miguel again. There's no presentation planned.
Thank you. The city motto is diversity is our strength. So we have in mind a goal that in 2025, the city should be able to be ready for the AODA implementation. And as a reminder, the AODA, what it does is it has to identify, remove, and prevent barriers of employment for members of the community. 2013, the city asked the fire services to hire more women and minorities because diversity is good. It's good in paper all the time. It seems that we always are engaged in the practice of outreach, recruitment initiatives all across the city, but what it really lacks teeth in the terms of retention, development, and promotional strategies. I'm going to read for you an article that was promoted in the Ryerson University from 2009. Providing additional professional development and training opportunities where there may be a particular skills needed, such as cross-cultural communication and negotiation, for example, are part of an effective strategy. Developing formal networking and mentoring programs for underrepresented groups championed by senior managers are also effective. And then goes on and on. So my goal is to request Matthew Peck in his at the end of this report, it says that they're doing the best as possible to engage people from different minority groups, and there's a numbers that represent how much the Toronto Fire Service has done since 2013 to incorporate members of minorities, First Nations, and women. I would like to request that in page 7 of the report, it says that one of the additional initiatives is to provide regular workforce analysis reports. I would like to add, if it's possible, to add the word retention updates as to how many of those hirees in 2014 or 2013 are still employed with the Toronto Fire Services. Because recruitment is a good advertisement policy for the city. But what it really lacks is to maintain members of the visible minorities. I don't know how much disability members will stay put as to work in a difficult environment. Sometimes these places are full, there's a culture in between that takes time to remove some of those barriers and prevention for people to stay employed at at Toronto Fire Services. One of the other recommendations is that the Fire Chiefs Advisory Council and Equity and Inclusion. I don't know if how many community partners are they allow members of the community like myself to be part of that inclusionary equity community consultation program, because part of my experience working at the Toronto Zoo when I was hired in 2006 by then Mayor Miller, David Miller, was to incorporate more members of the, let's say, minorities like myself, black and women. But you know what? During the whole process, there was no follow-up. How is youth minorities doing in the workplaces? Are they being accommodated their needs? Especially, you know, when people have mental disabilities, they tend to say, well, okay, don't worry, AOD is coming along, and we will provide you all the medical needs you need to be employed with the city. But, you know, everything is nice in paper, always. It's always nice in paper. So I would like to ask, why do you have to train members, senior officers of Toronto Fire Services to become ambassadors of workspaces? Why do you have to spend money in training these individuals who perhaps they know how much struggles a member of minority to cope with the different changes in the culture to accept in our communities. So I want to ask you, please, to make some changes to this report and provide an update to the Disability Committee led by Councillor Wong Tang and Joe Crazy, and Councillor, the other councillors who are members of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee as well, Michael Layton. I think I requested Michael Layton to ask the Toronto Fire Chief, well, how well is that inclusionary workforce with Toronto Fire Service? Are we doing well? Are we retaining them, or are we just getting rid of me like they did to me in 2009 when I was thrown under the bus by the union? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Questions for staff? Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, so just so I understand this correct, and my issue is not so much the back office, because my guess is that the back office, the numbers are better. But would it be fair to say that page 9 of 17, where you have fire services, this is for the fire suppression folks, that these are the numbers that represent the different designated groups and the percentages? So, for example, women, we have 4.79% of our firefighters are women. Would that be the right page? Because there's a few different charts. 9 of 17. Is that the best chart?
Through the chair, page 9 of 17 is a summary of the count yourself in survey data. I see Uzma's here, so I'll defer to Uzma for an explanation of the survey results. Uzma?
I think this is referring to the fire service, the actual firefighters, right? Council?
That's my question.
Yes. Yes, Councillor, it is.
So that's just the firefighters, or is it the whole staff, back office, administration?
No, this is from the total.
This is the total. Okay, so where would I find the ones for firefighters themselves? And then just while you're looking for that, I couldn't find a chart that said this last class, as I understand, there were 48, the class size, sorry, I just had it. The class size was something like 48, and I forget how many, slightly less than half were from designated groups.
Through the chair, I can help with that, Councillor. The current class, which graduates next week, has a total of 42 new employees, or newly hired employees in that class. The self-reported diversity rate in that class stands at 48% today.
So 48% of that class have self-identified as being members of a designated group.
So how many were women?
We have 31%, let me just give you some more information, Councillor. 48% declared as members of designated group. 31% of the class elected not to disclose, so that's an option that everyone is given. They can prefer not to disclose. The reason that the specific breakdowns are not included is because the numbers of specific designations are less than 10. And the standard, the information and advice that's being provided to us is we do not disclose numbers publicly where it's less than 10 because it renders an individual identifiable. We have those numbers here. If you wish that data, it would require us to go in camera.
Could we get a purple paper briefing note?
Sure.
Yeah, I request it. Sorry, I do. I request, no, I don't think we need to go into camera, but a purple paper briefing note, I think I would certainly find helpful. When is your next class?
The next class, we just advertised actually in the last week, so we've commenced the recruitment process for the next class. I don't actually know off the top of my head the start date for the class counselor, but it's been advertised now.
And so you don't know the start date. When would you be looking to have them hired?
Yeah, I'll get you the anticipated start date, Councillor. I just don't have it in front of me.
A question to human resource staff. Councillor Davis, could you signal to us your involvement in this process as well? And what efforts are being made by the human resource staff of the city to help with recruitment, selection, exams, or all the different tests in that to make sure that the department is using best practices and so on?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair, so HR provides full support to Toronto Fire Services in the recruitment of all of their positions, including firefighters. And in fact, there is a dedicated HR consultant who resides at head office, providing dedicated support for all of their recruitment needs. So that position, that individual is responsible for ensuring that we follow appropriate policies and processes, and beyond that, for working with the division to develop and implement specific strategies to enable the division to reach their goal of increasing representation of diverse groups.
Okay, so last time when we were talking about this class that just graduated, one of the issues that was raised was that there isn't enough fire staff or HR staff to basically recruit in areas where designated groups might want to apply, to do outreach work. Do you have the resources to be able to recruit where you need to recruit? Fire chief could answer this as well.
Fire chief could answer as well. Through the chair, I would say we can always use more resources in terms of the recruitment activity. For the outreach piece, I'll defer to the chief, but no, there wouldn't be enough resources for us to facilitate outreach.
There isn't?
There would not be enough resources in HR right now. We have one dedicated support person to manage the recruitment process, but for the outreach piece, I'll defer to the chief to talk about the supports there, which I think are low as well.
And thank you. Through the chair, we do not have a dedicated team permanently assigned to community outreach either. That staffing does not exist. But as a result of these discussions, and since the initial report to CDR, we have repurposed or assigned members of our public education team who work for Deputy Jessup. There is a contingent within the public education team that are now cross-qualified and are working in on a community outreach basis. So absolutely engaged counselor in the community, active. The continuation of that will be the outcome of the inclusion plan, and that really relies upon or will be informed by the employment systems review that is contemplated in this report and will be the subject of a budget request in 2018.
Yes, and it'll take another year to do after that, and in the meantime, 2 years and 3 classes later. What I need to know and be assured of is that the next class, while we wait for this review to take place, and we've been here many times before, that while we do that, that we have the resources in place so that we don't come back here, because I'm certainly going to ask for a report that on the final hiring and after the final hiring, to assure this committee and council that we've achieved some real decent numbers. But I don't want to have you folks set up for failure. And if you don't have the resources to be set up for success, then that's a problem. So I need you to indicate whether you have the resources to be set up for success.
That's the last question.
Through the chair, Councillor, I'm very confident that we're set up for success. The inclusion plan is forward-facing. The work you said, and as you acknowledged, there is a body of work. That's a forward-facing and really an initiative to increase. This class that we're graduating next week is the most diverse class in the history of TFS. That is a result of the improvements that have been made in the process. They detail out for you beginning on page 12 of the report through the end. So there's been a comprehensive set of work and results that have happened whereby a number of barriers have been removed, people have been put in place, and to answer your question, Councillor, I'm confident that we're going to continue to see very impressive numbers on all of our diversity-based recruitment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahevik. Councillor Wong-Tam?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you to staff, with respect to the comprehensive employment systems review, you're going to be hiring a third-party consultant to help you create this tool. That's correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. That was a recommendation made by this committee back, I believe, 2 reports ago.
And generally, when the city tenders out that type of request for service, it's oftentimes based on the qualifications of the lowest bid and perhaps some parameters around that. But generally, it's whoever is going to be the most cost-efficient for the city. Are you going to be bound by those same obligations?
Through the chair, the funding required to launch the employment systems review will be included in our 2018 budget submission. From there, Councillor, the selection of that consulting firm will be based on the technical qualifications and expertise of the firm. We'll work very closely with purchasing to navigate that process. I would expect it to be an RFP.
And within the RFP, considering it has not been written yet, so it's not been tendered, will there be language in there that specifically is asking for consultants to bid on this work who have a proven track record of being able to work with equity-seeking protected groups to ensure that they'll actually know how to provide that sort of third-party independent peer review on the employment systems?
Through the chair, absolutely, Councillor. We'll be looking for that, as you described, that very specific set of experience and skill set. We're also committed to applying and ensuring that an equity lens is applied to that process and considered.
And if the most qualified service provider happens to not be the lowest bidder, how would you draw that conclusion? Like, how would you come to a resolution on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as we do in all our RFPs, there'll be a scoring system. Obviously, they wouldn't score as well on the financial side, but they'd score well on all the other categories, and that would be taken into account in the scoring.
And will the weight be given to that?
Yes.
Okay, so to that specific skill set.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I'll just start with the criteria one. That last time we had heard that the criteria that had been in use was included that selection criteria if you have been or are a volunteer firefighter. And we didn't have a good chance to kind of dig down in that. How long was that in use as a criteria?
Through the chair, I don't know exactly how long, Councillor. It was certainly in place when I arrived. But you'll note on page 14 of the report, that's one of the sections, those prerequisite quals or considerations have been removed from the selection matrix.
I'll just ask HR staff then, how long had that been one of the selection criteria?
Through the chair, I'm sorry I don't have that information for you, Councillor. We would have to check and get back to you.
I think it would be great to get back to the committee, and at what point, I'd like to know how it got in there, who placed it in, how long it was in operation. And then to be very clear on that, how, do we have volunteer firefighting here in the city of Toronto?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Oh, there's no volunteer firefighting opportunity here in the city of Toronto.
That is correct.
And where are volunteer firefighting opportunities?
Through the chair, generally volunteers are found in rural and suburban municipalities throughout North America, so more rural.
So does Durham have a volunteer firefighting opportunity?
Yes, some of Durham, Clarington, I know, for example, has a composite force comprised of both career and volunteer firefighters.
And so you could be in a firefighting, you could be in a fire service in Durham, but also a volunteer firefighter somewhere else?
That's correct, Councillor.
Although I think that's something that there's some controversy about at the moment. Is
Correct.
that right?
That is correct.
How about Markham? Do they have a volunteer firefighting capacity anywhere there?
No, Markham is a career service as well.
Anywhere in Vaughan?
No. East Gwillimbury, so East Gwillimbury, town of Georgina.
Orangeville?
I believe Orangeville is volunteer. I don't know for sure, Councillor.
So if I was to kind of, you do know where I'm going with this. Everybody knows exactly.
I do, and Councillor, through the chair, if I may, just to be clear, in the past, the previous selection matrix gave asset points or awarded value in the process for having previous firefighting experience. It was not limited to being a volunteer. It was about having previous firefighting experience.
I see. I thought staff said clearly that if you had been a volunteer firefighter. So this is previous training and experience in suppression, training in fire service role, EMS service, engagement in physical. So you could be a firefighter in a different city.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. And then, have you looked at in any way come to understand at all why so few actual residents of the city of Toronto have ever put their names in to be a firefighter in the city of Toronto? Have we figured that out yet?
Yeah, I don't. Through the chair, I don't have a specific answer to that, Councillor. Although I will say we do get considerable numbers of applicants from the city of Toronto.
I believe that last time it was very clear that the majority of applicants were from outside the city of Toronto.
That's fair.
That we don't get a lot of applicants. I don't have the numbers here. I think probably Councillor Mahavic's going to keep this at this committee for a while we, am I getting a no? Yes. While we kind of really get a handle on it, because if I went back, the numbers were in that report, or they were given to us as to how many actual applications came from city residents.
Through the chair, I can tell you that in the recruit class that's training now.
I'm actually not interested in that recruitment class. I'm interested in past history because that makes up the majority of the force, and how that happened, because there's some recommendations.
Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry. Oh, I'm way over. We may have more questions on this one. It's deep dive. Yes,
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
I have
Any other
more.
questions for staff?
I have more.
You have more. Well, does the committee want to go to a second round? It does. Okay. I hope it's as fun as the first.
It really has to look at what has the recruitment process been. Just walk me through the steps and how it's advertised, and include a word of mouth would be a big one.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't understand.
Well, the recruitment process, in other words, the outreach.
Yes.
Word of mouth would be an important factor. What are the actual factors here? Maybe I'll ask HR, or do you do that directly? Are you putting it in newspapers? What's the process?
Sure. I'll answer what I know, and then I'll defer to HR. There's a very comprehensive advertisement process that goes on. All of the positions are advertised electronically on the city's website. They're advertised via social media. They're posted on a number of the high-traffic sites, including the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs and a number of connecting websites that are out. I'll defer to my colleagues in HR for specifics around the HR posting process.
That's okay. I'm interested in the outreach, so that's good. I'm just going to ask now about how it's expensive now to go to college, is it not? The new process. You have to go to Centennial, and you have to get a number of courses, and you have to get your DZ. And how much do you think that really costs at the end of the day?
Through the chair, I'm going to take a guess, but my understanding of the program, there's quite a swing or quite a range in the cost of the program depending on how you do it. When the province of Ontario transitioned to NFPA professional qualifications and away from the former pre-service education, that opened to the free market, if you will, the ability to do your education. So there are options ranging from going to school full-time, so you can go to a community college and do that program full-time, right, or you can do it predominantly online and distance education with a physical practicum. I don't profess to be an expert in the range of costs. None of those are hosted by Toronto Fire, so they're all done by service providers. But as I understand, the full-time college option, I believe, is in around the $15,000 point.
And then there's the testing, your DZ, your 1, 2, 3 levels, that also cost a certain amount.
That's correct, Councillor. There's a fixed rate for the candidate testing services. It is, as you described, multiple steps, a rate for each, but a fixed rate with retesting options. And the other thing is, as far as diversity or inclusion, how difficult is it for kids or young men or women, anyone who wishes to be a firefighter, to access some of these programs now that it's no longer done through our fire service? Is there, if you're living below the poverty line or a low-income person, is it a little difficult perhaps to aspire to be a firefighter? Through the chair, I'm not sure, Councillor, I can accurately answer the affordability question. What I can tell you is being able to access the training program, so being able to actually go and acquire the training, it's very accessible. The funding affordability model is a fair question, but not one I'm an expert in. I can say we have asked the question pending the discussion we had at the last meeting. The college programs for which students enroll to achieve their qualifications is OSAP fundable.
And lastly, for a high school, do you have an outreach with Toronto high schools directly with career counseling around firefighting? Direct liaison in order to recruit young folks from our schools?
Through the chair, we have a number of inputs through our public education division, and as I spoke about before, one of the significant improvements that have been made that we're seeing real return on that effort is our public educators now, in addition to going to the schools or going to community groups and talking about fire safety, we have now added the community outreach and the recruitment outreach piece into that. So
you weren't doing that before?
No, that's correct. That's an improvement.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Mahavik. No, you'd asked for a second round. That's very gracious of you. Okay, can we go to speakers now? Oh, we're ready for speaking? Okay, great.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do have a motion, and I would ask that it be placed on the screen. First is to just amend the staff recommendations by adding that we require all bidding contractors to have experience in advancing equity within the designated groups, and also to ensure that we have a quarterly report back on the inclusion plan that's before us. And with that, I want to thank staff for their work. I recognize that this is a big shift in how business is being done. I know that and I also want to acknowledge that this is the most diverse class that you've had. The current one that's before us is the most diverse class in the history of the Toronto Fire Service, and that is a very good thing. I think that it's very important for us to to continue to monitor, to continue to advocate, to push for that success. And I think that's happening largely because there's a lot of attention and eyes on the recruiting strategy, the retention strategy, and all those are good things. I do also want to point out that I believe perhaps when the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Fire Service was, and probably even the City of Toronto was talking about ensuring that that the population of the city is reflected in the workforce. There are some divisions that have just done better than others. So I want to acknowledge that this is the most diverse class within Toronto Fire Service, but also acknowledge that it's got a bit of way to go. And with that, I'm very pleased to see the independent review that's going to be done to ensure that the employment strategy is going to be responsive and that it's going to deliver the outcomes that we're looking for. And I do know that from what I'm hearing is that there is the leadership that's there. I recognize that from the response from our chief. I recognize that from the response of equity, diversity, human rights. I see that there is real intention to push this thing forward, and that gives me a lot of encouragement. The quarterly report is perhaps a little bit onerous right now, but because there's momentum in this particular category, I just want to make sure that we're able to push it for another year and a half, maybe 2 years, and then we'll be able to ease back and say, look how far we've come over this 1.5, 2 years period, and then we don't necessarily need to have the quarterly report back. We will just be able to do it by way of maybe annual reports. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other speakers? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I don't know if Councillor Mahavic's planning to have this over and over again, but I think it's been very helpful, and thank the fire staff for the type, HR staff for the type of data that we're getting here. It's very clear that the leadership of our fire service, and I also believe of our professional firefighters, really understand the need to make this shift after many years of trying, and are really devoted to making this happen, as is evidenced in the most recent group who are going to be graduating. I said I didn't want to talk about it, but I will talk about it here as a real tribute to the work that you've done. And I just want to thank our now Chief Peg. I'm not sure if this is your first meeting as Chief. Is it? Yes, since we made you Chief. And just to thank you very much for making this one of your signature pieces as the new Chief. And I know that you are doing that. And we look forward to constantly becoming better. I am glad to see that's been deleted. I think it was I just want to say an unfair pressure watching this from the outside, that you had to have been a firefighter first. I know that's helpful, but there's some highly skilled, very devoted people that just need the chance. And we're in the business of giving people the chance. I do believe that's one of the reasons why the number of firefighters from outside the city are members of our service. And I don't have anything against people outside the City of Toronto, but I do have something in favor of people who are living in the City of Toronto, know the city, know the fabric, know the streets, are devoted to this city, and want to keep it safe. So making sure that those people have also good access to being firefighters is very important, and I think we're starting to address that. So I just want to thank you for the work that you've done so far on this file.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers? Councillor Mahavic?
Yes, thank you. I have one motion with two parts, and they're just report back requests. And it supports the other report back requests as well. Recognizing, maybe I'll start with number 2, we do have 48% of 42 hires, but that's basically all we have. And I understand that we need to get a purple paper report for getting greater detail, so I'm asking for that. And then the first one is there's another class being hired now, so somewhere during that process to report back on how numbers are looking, and then at the end of that process as well to make sure that we are on top of what the next class looks like as well. And I want to congratulate the fire chief on his permanent appointment, and recognize that this is a big piece of work, because it really is a culture change that we're asking for. When you see the number of folks, something like 5%, maybe it's 6% of firefighters, 5% according to the number that I have here, of 4.7%, that just really isn't good enough for the City of Toronto at this point in our history. So that has to change, and it has to change, yes, as quickly as possible. My hope, and I'm really glad that the folks from Human Resources are here and from our Access, Equity, and Human Rights Office are here. I would see them I would hope that they are deeply, deeply involved in the next stage of hiring to make sure that all the barriers, as many barriers as possible, are removed. And in order to overcome historic barriers, the next class should be not 50% is not and I know we don't want to set a number. No one wants to, well, I don't know. Many people don't want to set a number, but it has to be upwards of 70% of that class has to be non-white males to overcome the historic imbalances that have been present to this point. So I look forward to these reports, and we'll be watching very closely. Thank you.
We've been asked to, I wonder if you'll accept a friendly amendment to your motion. On number 1, instead of the word during, would you accept after as a friendly amendment?
Well, as I understand it, the hiring...
Half are asking for that, actually.
If I could, Mr. Chair, if I could just intervene on this. During the process coming to committee on a report on, it is highly unusual and not recommended. It would compromise the process that we're undertaking and cast in doubt the selection process ultimately. So we would simply not recommend that, as we think that would be bad practice. We're happy to report on the results. We're happy to give you these quarterly reports. It sounds like there's actually a series of reports that are being asked for. If we can merge it in some sort of efficient way, we'd appreciate it, but we couldn't recommend anything during the process.
Okay, I will I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. So delete during. With an understanding, sorry, respectfully, with an understanding that there's going to be enough eyes on it, because it is a several-step process, and so someone's got to catch it if it is going off stream. If you're not getting enough equity candidates, and that's why I put during in there, that somebody steps in and says, okay, we got to repost because we're not getting a good number of candidates from designated groups. That's what I was trying to catch with that during.
I think the last recruit that we presented to you demonstrates that we've had eyes on this in that regard, and we would continue to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've made that change. And regarding number 2, do you want to work with senior staff offline to take a look at those groups, or do you really need them on the?
I think we should all have access to that. I'm sure my colleagues will as well. I was expecting it here, frankly, more detailed than 2 numbers.
Mr. Chair, we can do that in camera right now if you want.
Well, we have to empty the rooms.
No, I'd rather not go on camera. Councillor Mahevik, do you require that information right now?
No.
Okay, it can wait till September?
Sure.
Okay, so.
It should be part of the accountability and transparency framework, it seems to me.
Okay, so I have this amended, if we can put this on the screen. It's after the completion of the hiring process. And number 2 is report to the September 11th, 2017 Community Development Recreation Committee meeting. On purple paper. And we'll go in private. Okay? All right, that's the motion in front of us. There's 2 motions. We have Councillor Wong-Tams. What's up there, Wong-Tam? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And Councillor Mahevik, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried as well.
Thank you very much. Did we vote on that? Yes. Okay, now we're going to go for number 9, it's 21-9, funding formula for occupancy costs. And there are 2 speakers here, Victoria Beto and Jane Mercer. Victoria, there we go. Jane is here. Is Victoria here? Then why don't you come up? That's fine. Thank you. So Victoria Beto, Membership Administration Coordinator, Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare, not here, but Jane Mercer, Toronto Coalition for Better Childcare, is here. Thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I don't think I'll be taking 5 minutes, but I did want to come here at the midpoint in the year when we're not in the middle of a horrible budget process, you know, begging and begging and begging for childcare dollars. This has been an awesome week for childcare. We had a really significant announcement from the province. We haven't got everything we want, but we sure did get a real good announcement from the province, which I know that your staff are going to report on at the Budget Committee on Friday. I would like to just speak briefly to the funding formula for occupancy costs, because this is that good old football we've been tossing around for about 20 years now. And it keeps coming up every single, no, that's not right, not every single budget process, but it's come up way too many budget processes. We appreciate that you went to the province and urged them to include the cost of childcare programs in their funding formula in their schools, and we totally support that. That is where it should be. But I want to urge you that if the province doesn't come up with that, you don't drop the ball on childcare and parent fees. It is absolutely imperative. We have the province, we have the city, we have the school board, we have the community, and parents are absolutely dependent on us all working together. We have a big announcement from the province. Oh, I'm thrilled to see Councillor Pasternak come back, because I can direct this right at Councillor Pasternak. I'm going to say that I'm really pleased, we are really pleased that Ontario has made a big announcement about childcare. We would also like to commend City Council for the fact that just about 3 weeks ago, I think, in your Toronto growth strategy, you all supported, well, 40 out of 41 or 41 out of 42 supported the Toronto growth childcare growth strategy, and that included a commitment of 20% of city funding, that the city would pay its 20%. So I'm going to wrap it up there. I'm just going to say that this is a really good halfway point through the year to reflect on childcare. And when it comes to budget time, we have to have every single provincial dollar flow through to childcare. We have to have 20% city dollars flow through to childcare, and we cannot have any cuts that affect any parent fees or subsidies or spaces. Parents desperately need this childcare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Davis?
One of the issues that still continues to come up is security of tenure in childcare space. And the occupancy costs right now, the occupancy agreements right now still give the school boards the ability to bump out childcare centers with notice, right?
With notice, sorry, yes. With notice. The expansion of full-day kindergarten, which has basically doubled the number of kindergarten children in the schools, because they've all stayed for a whole day instead of a half day, has caused a lot of space squeezes around the city in some schools.
Right, and it's only the childcare that has occupancy agreements when there is exclusive use. The
Yeah, the occupancy agreements.
occupancy agreements.
Well, maybe Ms. Baxter-Traher will be able to say this, but I think that my understanding is that the occupancy agreement actually pays the school board for that exclusive space for the full-day childcare children. Anybody before 1999 or whatever. But it also, the agreement does include security of tenure as much as we can for the school-age child. Just no occupancy dollars are passed over because it's shared space.
Maybe just finally, don't you think it would make sense if we just gave direction to council right now not to give notice to the school boards and deal with this problem now instead of dealing with it in the budget process?
I think that would be excellent. I have to make a deputation tomorrow at the Catholic School Board where the staff are warning the trustees that the city's staff has advised them that this is only for 1 year. This is an awful lot of energy. We have so many levels of government, and we've spent a lot of time today listening to how the city has to pay the school board or the school board has to recoup to the city. When we have something like childcare, if every level of government is going to take its 10% for admin, we're going to have 10% on provincial admin for childcare, 10% at city for childcare, 10% at school board for childcare. You know what? You could create an awful lot of childcare subsidies if we didn't spend this much time with our bureaucracies doing this kind of a dance.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Questions for staff? Councillor Davis?
So if there was a motion to say, put the money in the budget for 2018 and it requests staff to include it in that city council direct the city you know what, I want to make sure this goes in the budget. Maybe I'll just give this to you to have a look at. I don't want some confusion about what language is appropriate, or maybe I give it to the deputy city manager to make sure that it will go. Could we put the motion on the screen that I'd like to move?
Certainly go to the 2018 budgetary process, if that's what you're thinking.
If it's directed that it goes in the budget, maybe, Ms. Carboni, you could tell me what you would do with this motion in the way that it's worded. And I'm sorry, I should have gotten this sorted out before asking questions of staff.
As a pressure. It's already been taken out of the base. Yeah.
So if council approves this, at its next council meeting, this would go into the Children's Services budget. Is that your interpretation?
My interpretation of that, yes, that would be included in their budget. Keep in mind, however, that we also have a direction to bring our budget in at 0%. So there will be a challenge, that's all.
It wouldn't sit outside as a potential enhancement or something. It would go in the staff recommended budget.
It'll go in the my reading of this, Sorry.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
The staff would be directed to put that in their base budget for consideration of both the Budget Committee, Executive Committee and Council.
Okay.
But as the Deputy City Manager pointed out, there's also an instruction from Council to have a zero-based budget.
Okay, between now and council, I'm going to talk to finance, because I know that finance has put things in at the executive, and they have given direction that they will be in the budget. So I just want to make sure this would go in the budget. The other thing, what would happen with the notice then? You're supposed to be giving notice to the school boards in June. What would you do?
I would write to the boards. I have to write by the end of June, letting them know that the item will be coming before council on July 7th. I believe this agenda goes to council, and that if it's approved, we will be continuing. It will be continuing in the base, but reviewed as part of the 2018 process. If it's not approved, then the grant would discontinue as of December 31st this year. So basically,
how would it discontinue if the budget hasn't been approved by December?
It would discontinue if council does not endorse this motion.
But if it's not considered by the budget until February, how would it discontinue?
Our current direction from council coming out of the budget was that the occupancy grants end at the end of this year. If this motion is passed, it reverses this, so they can be considered as part of the 2018 base budget. If this motion does not pass, our last direction is that the grants end at the end of this calendar year.
Okay, so you would not implement it December 31st if this is approved, even though it wouldn't have final council approval until February, the budget.
But it does
Councillor
give
Davis,
their
do you want
direction.
to take this offline and work it out? We were on a speakers list.
Pardon me? No.
Didn't you move this as a speaker?
No.
Then,
Questions?
well,
Okay, that's
you've got a
fine.
motion, you've
Those
moved a
are-
motion during questions of staff, so.
Those are, was just, I apologize for doing it this way, but it occurred to me I wanted to really understand how this would be interpreted. So that, just in terms of this working group you have established, first time I've heard about this working group.
Councillor Davis, you're way over time. You're closing in on 12 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, are there any other questions for staff? Yeah, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to understand the sequence of events. Like, obviously, council has said we'll continue funding this until the end of 2017, and then we stop. In the meantime, you're nodding, so you agree. And in the meantime, we will have to give the schools a termination notification 6 months prior to that termination date, which brings us to the end of June, correct? So you're getting ready to issue those notices now?
That's correct, and it's to provide the boards with the time required to set up their own structures for charging and collecting the occupancy directly from the tenants.
And post our 2017 budget adoption in January, February, the working group that's been meeting ongoing on a monthly basis, has the provincial government made any indication that this is on their radar, this is going to be funded? Because, I mean, obviously, actually, if you can answer that question first, like, is the province working on this? Do they know that we're heading into a deadline?
The province is well aware we're heading into a deadline. It's the province that's created an expert panel to deal with occupancy costs in schools. That panel will meet till the end of 2017. Discussions are confidential. However, I can say that at this point, they're looking at how to develop consistency among how occupancy is dealt with across the province, and it's not clear at this point if the education formula would be amended to include childcare occupancy costs. We've only had 3 meetings of that group, so it's early days.
How do we avoid putting childcare service providers, as well as the TDSB or the Catholic Board, in limbo, considering you have 2 processes running side by side and concurrently, but somehow not intersecting? Because it doesn't sound like they're going to come to a conclusion until the December 2017, and yet we've already decided that by December 2017, we're out of the business of subsidies. And oh, by the way, you're getting your notification in a matter of 3 weeks.
The two processes do line up in that there's cross-representation. Me and one of my directors sit on the panel and are actively engaged and have kept the school boards and the province abreast of what's happening. However, Council's direction was to end these occupancy grants by the end of 2017, and that's what we've been working towards. The idea being that the occupancy costs would be picked up directly by the childcare operators in respect to per diems that we pay to operators on behalf of subsidized clients. Those per diems would be adjusted to include the occupancy costs.
So council will now need to give you new direction in order for you to halt the termination notice to the school board, in order for you to ensure that the termination, that the drop dead date is now not December 17th, regardless of whether the provincial advisory working groups come to a resolution that's going to have an action plan. We cannot keep, that's what council will need to do in order for us to change direction.
That's correct.
Okay. Then final question, with respect to the Church Street Child Care Center, I'm sure you would have seen some correspondence that there's some concerns that facility may be closing.
Yes.
And that will obviously be swept up in these discussions.
Well, there's many schools impacted in these discussions, but I can tell you that my staff have been talking to the TDSB, and both sides are trying to ensure that the childcare is protected.
And that it would stay on site.
That's right.
At the Church Street Public School location.
They're working towards that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, while we need a council motion to stop paying the occupancy cost, tactically, what is smart?
What is smart is to amend the education funding formula to ensure that the occupancy costs associated with childcare located in schools is funded by the province of Ontario as part of its funding of education. It respects childcare as part of the education continuum, and it's more equitable. Part of our problem right now is there's about 50 childcare centres currently located in schools that don't benefit from these grants while the others do, and then out in the community they have no access to such grants. So including it in the funding formula would be the most equitable way to address this.
Between now and then, failing, no, not long-term failing, but I mean, there's a process here, right? And there's negotiations that happen. And if we have a dual system now and continue to have a dual system and point that out to the ministry, that might be a good bargaining tool with the ministry. If we go to, say, the lowest common denominator, in other words, no one gets any occupancy support, is that a better bargaining tool with the province? I mean, that's what I think, without putting parents as the ham in the sandwich. I think that's what we don't want to do.
Yes, continuing would prevent us from putting parents as the ham in the sandwich. There's no question. I am not confident at this point that the province is at a point where it would consider changing the education formula, so I don't want to raise false expectations, and I don't know how much leverage we will have at the end of the day to have that negotiation. We're certainly part of the advisory body, but the extent to which they want to put further investment through the education formula, I don't know at this point, because they have released a lot of new dollars for childcare.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahavik. Councillor Davis has asked for a 15-second question. Do we have a deal?
Yes. So, assuming that there is an unfairness between those that get this funding and those that don't, did we not just receive a lot of new money that could go to adjusting the base funding of childcare centres to address the inequity issue as one option?
Yes, that report is going to the Budget Committee on Friday. We did receive an increase to our base budget from the province of about 2.1%. We had budgeted for 1.5%, and in addition, we received enveloped money for access to childcare for growth, and that was $34 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? There's some motions to move. Councillor Davis?
So thank you very much, and Councillor Wong Tam has agreed to table the motions on my behalf, but there are, I believe, 3, although I don't see B. I handed it to... I was going to amend B again, but A, if you could put A up. One of the issues we have with childcare in schools is not only the cost, it's the security of tenure in the schools. And we need the regulations changed to ensure that childcare is treated like any other education program, which means they don't get booted out. They have to continue to function within a school and to be accommodated in whatever way the school is going to deal with growing enrollment pressures. So they should not be the first out when it comes to space pressures in schools. And that still has to be fixed. The second has to do with the base funding. I don't think anyone wants to go through another big fight over the occupancy grants for the 2018 budget. And I've been assured, as we all have heard, that this will go into the base budget if this is approved. And that while the general manager is going to give notice, it's going to be identified that council direction has changed and they would not be implementing it December 31st and awaiting council's final decision on the budget is what I take from what I heard. So I think this is the best way to assure the school-based childcare centers that we are not going to be cutting that funding that raises the fees for full fee parents. One of the things that we know is a basic problem with childcare is the cost, and the fees relate to mostly salaries, but also to the occupancy costs. So yes, the school-based childcare centers are getting their occupancy costs covered. And maybe that isn't fair, but we are looking at a whole new way of funding childcare centers' base budgets that could address the fairness over the long term to keep fees down. There is no way after receiving provincial money that we're going to increase fees as a result of a decision like this in 2018. So I think we should just be real, take this off the plate so that the childcare centers are not worrying about this for 2018 when they're submitting their budgets. And finally, I think it's really important that we know when childcare centers are getting bumped out of schools, and that this just asks, when notice is given by the school board to the city that childcare centers are being, I was going to use the word evicted, displaced, that we should know about it so that we can intervene as best we can to make sure that those childcare centers remain viable. And Church Street is a very good example, once again, of another childcare center that is struggling to maintain its space in schools. So with that, I think I want to thank Children's Services once again for the tremendous work they're doing to advance childcare in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Wong Tam?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to take carriage of Councillor Davis's good work and not take any credit, but rather just pass it along through this committee. and also to move my own motion specifically regarding the Church Street Public School and the fact that we want to make sure that this city council is able to express to the TDSB that we would like them to consider and to do everything they can to ensure that that facility and the childcare service that's provided there for infant and toddlers remains on site, and for them to do everything they can to ensure that that happens. This has been a really interesting conversation because I feel like we're at the crossroads with respect to the issues in the matter of childcare. The province is paying attention largely because of the incredible advocacy and the work done by the local communities, the childcare advocates, and the incredible parents who have said, we need help. We are at this crisis point. And of course, City Council has consistently taken, for the most part, some very progressive positions every step of the way. When the motions were adopted and through the budget process in January 2017, we had not received word from the province as of yet. They had not made their announcements that money was coming. They did not announce that they were going to overhaul the entire child care system and be as ambitious as they are now purporting to be. Sometimes it's good if government is desperate and hanging on the edge of power. Maybe we get more good governance. But regardless of how we got there, I'm really glad that we're here. So I believe that Councillor Davis's motions are perfectly placed before us. It's an accurate response to what we need to do to ensure that we don't put the TDSB into a place of crisis, by the end of the school term, which is June 30th, and that we're able to ensure that the conversations with the TDSB and the province will continue while the provincial working group is underway. At some point in time, I'm sure we're going to need to make sure that this responsibility is then transferred and uploaded back to the province, is where we should be with respect to ensuring that they are able to deliver on their mandate of education continuum. But in the meantime, I think this is exactly where the right political response from Toronto City Council, and I hope that we can get that this particular motion, not just through the committee but through City Council in July. June.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. There is a problem with motion D because council doesn't meet till July, and you're asking council to direct to write to the school boards and programs priorities committee for June 14th.
I just realized that as I was concluding my own remarks. Yeah.
You could ask.
So if we take out June 14th, it would probably be in order. Take out the date.
If we remove the date.
If we took out the date, remove the date.
I guess the only challenge is that the programs and priority committee at the school board is meeting on the 14th. Okay. Oh, so we could request the general manager of Children's Services to convey this message to them. Mr. Chair, we can amend the motion to say that the committee requests the general manager of Children's Services.
Yeah, we could skip the council part.
Yes, we can. I'm always happy to skip council. Because unlike Mr. Christie, he says that council is left-leaning. That's not the case.
Okay, so we'll make that change, if that's okay with everyone.
Wait a minute.
We can't send a request?
It has to be council? Okay.
Okay, we have to hold down the item. Is Janice Hayes here? Yeah? Okay, so if it's the wish of the committee, we can go to item 14 as there's one deputant who's been waiting, and then hopefully we can dispose of the item quickly.
I'm Janice Hayes, Executive Director of YouthLink. This is Deanne LeBreton, who is our Director of Communications, who's going to deliver some remarks. And then we're going to share with you a present.
I'm speaking on behalf of Janice Hayes. Thank you, councillors, for this chance to speak to the proposed conversion of our Warden Avenue office into a 51-bed transitional home for youth experiencing homelessness in Scarborough. This proposal has been recommended to you by city staff. It is also endorsed by over 550 YouthLink stakeholders who signed our online petition, which you may have been receiving in spurts over the last 3 weeks, or one of these, the links in this chain. We'd like to now share this chain of support with you so that you can read the words of the people of Scarborough, words that speak louder than anything that one deputant can say.
Give one end to him, and we'll all pass it around.
Some of the signatories are youth whom we serve. Some are volunteers, donors, and staff. Some work for other organizations with whom we co-deliver service to Scarborough's youth and their families. And some are residents and business owners in the vicinity of Warden and St. Clair. Whatever their link to youth, they all cared enough about our community. That's all right, you can keep doing it.
Make a circle.
I don't want to lose the time. Whatever their link to YouthLink, they all cared enough about our community and our young people to read about our plans for this site in the Scarborough Mirror, the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization newsletter, or in our own mail drop to over 5,000 area residents and businesses. Or they listened to our representatives speak about it at one of their meetings. Or they visited with us during one of our open houses or our celebration barbecue. What they heard was enough to prompt them to write a few words in support of our plan and put their names to their words. If you see initials, that's because the signatory was under 16. If there is no signature, it was because the person was fearful of a repercussion should their name appear, and we still accepted it. Among them is a woman in the housing development down the road who couldn't attend our community events but did take the time to write to us, quote, "I was pleased to read that you will be opening a youth shelter at your Warden and St. Clair location early next year. I live less than a kilometer away and I wish to express my support for the initiative. These services are badly needed in Scarborough and I am glad to know that you will be providing them and in a transit accessible location which will make a huge difference to the youth that you serve." Also among them is the representative of the developer of the adjacent property. At the end of our meeting with him on the plans for our facility, he pulled out $220 from his pocket to buy the cake for our Blues Link event tomorrow evening and wished us well. Also among them are staff from 4 Royal Bank branches in Scarborough who held signing days last week. And among them are several survivors of youth homelessness who marveled at how much our planned transitional home could have helped them had there been such a facility in place when they first landed on the street. We are very thankful for this chain of support and encouraged by it, for it demonstrates ordinary people's confidence, not just in our proposal, but also in the youth who will come through our doors. Councillors, homelessness can happen anywhere, and it can happen to anyone. Just because it does happen, though, doesn't mean it has to endure. In Scarborough today, at any time, 300 to 500 local youth have nowhere to call home. Whatever the underlying causes, this circumstance should not also force them out of their schools, their jobs, their social circles, their recreational activities, their local libraries, and their neighborhoods. But that's exactly what is happening right now because a Scarborough youth who becomes homeless must seek shelter either downtown or in Durham. There is no formal shelter for them in Scarborough. The alternatives to moving downtown or to Durham are couch surfing and precarious accommodation, which all too often has associated with it serious abuse, including human trafficking, crime, disease, the prospect of chronic homelessness for the rest of their lives, and suicide. Scarborough wants to reduce this kind of suffering and the many related social and financial costs associated with it. Many of us who call Scarborough home see both an ethical and a common sense obligation to keep Scarborough as the suitable home for our youth who have lost theirs. Transitional youth housing is an issue we at YouthLink have been doing something about for 49 years now and counting. YouthLink was formerly the Big Sisters Association of Metropolitan Toronto, then Huntley Street Youth Services. The plan before you today descends from these words from the Big Sisters Annual General Meeting in 1958. Quote, "So long as there is such a deplorable lack of suitable accommodation, there are definite limitations to the effectiveness of a counseling service." End of quote. These words spurred our organization onto a 7-year journey that resulted in the purchase of a property on Madison Avenue in 1964 that became Canada's first group home a year later. Our organization has since gone on to buy or lease several facilities for co-op housing and residential treatment, as well as for counseling, training, leadership, and a walk-in What's Up clinic. The Warden property that we now use for programs and administration and have owned for 13 years is where we are proposing to operate this 51-bed transitional youth home. For that to happen, for Scarborough youth experiencing homelessness to have somewhere safe and organized to go in our community, your approval of these motions is required. I am here to answer your questions.
Yes, sorry, I was looking at the chain. Hang on. Councillor Mahevik.
So usually when we have these kinds of proposals before us, this place is full, and they're basically ready to kind of not be very kind to us, let's put it that way.
Yep.
Where is everybody, and what did you do to build the community support to allow this to be almost, it sounds like a little bit of a celebration?
I can't hear you.
What's the secret?
Well, I don't know what the secret is, except that I know that the people in Scarborough believe in this, and they know it's needed.
What did you do besides
We consulted with the community. We had people coming in. We had barbecues, you know.
barbecues, consulted the community,
I'd
do
recommend-
art projects,
That's right, that's right.
talk.
That's right. We also have a great reputation in Scarborough, so people are very confident in us being able to deliver.
So cash in on your social value.
That's right.
There's a lot of things there
One of,
that we can all learn from, frankly.
I think, if I might, we have a member of a very big supporter of YouthLink. Paul Leonard, he owns the Don Ford dealership.
Donway Ford Lincoln.
Donway Ford Lincoln on Eglinton, which is within a kilometer of our location. And one of the things that he impressed upon us was that all too often, the silent majority is overlooked when the attention is focused on the people who do show up at meetings. We took an approach that met people as much as possible in their space, in their circumstance, and went to them with a case that dealt with both the strength of Scarborough, the maturity of the community, and the availability of a viable and recognized solution. In other words, we took an affirmative approach and dealt with it from that perspective. And people wanted to respond to that. And I think that this is the foundation for a solution which we believe is an indication of what's needed, not the total solution.
Thank you very much. So what I'm hearing is a lot of communication, use key stakeholders in the community to spread the message, be creative, meet people where they're at rather than them come to you.
Right.
Not on your strengths, not on the small number of voices that might be louder but not supportive. These are things worthy of being written up. If there's anything you're missing, that I'm missing here, be nice to hear, because we go through, like, honest to God, we go through, you don't know what we go through sometimes here in trying to get shelters established in our city. And this is a good news story.
This is a good news story.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
I have two
Thank you.
questions.
For the, Councillor Fletcher.
This is, you're our first shelter up since we passed our new guidelines, which
Okay.
basically are what you're doing. And
Yes.
part of it was to have a facilitator assigned early, once you know your location, in order to go out. And I'm asking if that's been a helpful process for you,
I think it's been a very helpful process, yes.
rather than you're kind of on your own, going to navigate that.
That's right, yes.
That
we've
you
worked
have-
It's worked very well, yes, absolutely.
And probably, I know you have a good reputation, but you are replacing second base, is that
Yes, that's
right?
right.
That was the RFP after second base was closed
Yes.
because of
Yep.
a number of concerns.
concern.
You won that RFP to open YouthLink on Warden.
That's right.
And now you've had pretty good support from the staff and also from your third-party facilitator in navigating to get you to this place.
That's right.
With the chain.
Yes.
That's my first, and I'll speak about that, Mr. Chair, when we have the speaking. The next piece is I'm noticing some of the community supports that are available to you, particularly at the Warden Hilltop Community Center.
Yeah.
And I'm noticing that their kitchen is actually what we're calling a premier commercial kitchen, that some of the other facilities are Bs or Cs, but it is a premier. Has there been any conversation about types of programming that you might have for the youth in that premier kitchen, and any relations with chefs or any?
We haven't actually made that connection about the kitchen, but we have done a lot of work with our partners on programs that are going to be offered to the youth. The idea with this model is we want to move kids onto the next stage in their life. So the programming is essential to do that.
Yes, and because it is a commercial kitchen,
Yep.
you actually have a capacity, I think you'd agree with me.
I think it would be
Bring
great.
in chefs and do certain things there that you couldn't do at other community centers.
That's right, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Anything I can do to help you, I'm.
Thank you, we'll be in touch.
Any other questions for the deputants? No?
No, but if you'd like to sign a link.
The chain
And-
is not.
I'm sure committee.
Chain never stops.
I'm sure committee members will be honored to sign.
And I've got buttons to pass around.
Questions for staff? Councillor Mahavik?
How does this report link to 16? Report number 16.
So, through the chair, this report is connected to our shelter expansion process, the 15 shelters that were referred to in our report back in 2015. It's clearly linked to the new engagement process that Councillor Fletcher had mentioned and that Councillor Fletcher and Bailao led us through to make those very positive changes. It's linked to number 16 in terms of future service for youth, shelter services for youth going forward. But it's not directly linked to number 16 because there's work to do on this if it is approved before it gets up and running. So we anticipate to be up and running first quarter, second quarter of 2018.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is great, and as we've heard already, we don't have 30, 40, 50 people here saying, please don't put a youth shelter on Warden Avenue near my business, near my home, near whatever. And so it's really exciting to see the new process that we have put in place, working so well with a well-recognized provider in the community. And I want to congratulate YouthLink on their many years of service and know that you'll be very successful in this location as well. This is the RFP. I'm glad you won that RFP, and you're here today with that. When we had closed the second-base youth shelter, and I think that's when I started here on CDR, was we closed that, and I think if we'd had a good process in place at that time with good community relations as our foundation anchor piece of building the shelter, we might be adding a second youth shelter rather than replacing the one which was second base, which also had a long history in Scarborough, and people felt that was very much a Scarborough shelter. So I'm very happy that we are replacing it. I know I've asked staff many times, when is that RFP coming back? When are we going to be doing that? And you are here with us today, so successful in your fantastic chain of office for your new location. I do want to say that the new model that we spent quite a long time on, about a year, Councillor Bailao and myself and the staff, and was brought here a number of months ago, signals to get out in front of that change for a shelter and not to wait for that announcement and then here it is and let everybody respond and then have to manage the response, but to get out in front in exactly the way that you have. You've gone to people that are supportive and you've let them help build your support. Because the thing that we know is that for everyone who is really nervous and upset, there are people, many of them, who are very supportive. Many of them are community leaders. When they stand up for you, when they stand up for your shelter, then everybody gets behind them and they're your allies. So this is really, the proof is in the pudding. So building support in the community is a trademark of the new way that we're going to introduce these important facilities into the community. And also building support for the shelter residents is the other part of this. And we note that in the report, there's a whole number of things that are outlined there that are supports to the youth that we've identified. That's new. To just come in and not have them there. So anything that we can add and make youth successful as not just staying at the shelter, but transforming their lives, that's what our shelter program is about. And I do hope you take advantage of a premier kitchen, a commercial kitchen, which are very few and far between in public facilities and could be one of the most inspiring and exciting programs anywhere in Scarborough. So good luck to you. Thank you very much for what you do.
Councillor Mahavik?
No, these are squares. These are squares, if it could be enlarged. So, you know, many of us have been obsessed over shelter lack of capacity, and where this one makes a contribution to is the third column down, youth. This adds 10% capacity to youth in the city of Toronto, and I think that that's frankly to be commended. I know that there are other reports coming down the pipe dealing with other ones, not number 16, that's a different service, different target audience, target group, but we are, the two things that I think are really important here, youth, we're going from 520, 518 right now, we're going to be with this at 570, and that's really an important contribution. And then look at the bottom line, the total as well. We've gone from a year and a bit ago to from 4,319, we're at 5,144. Yes, a number that is the hotels, but we are making progress in the right direction. I know there's more reports coming, and I think this is important.
Thank you.
So support, yes, of course, of course.
Any other speakers? Okay, we'd like to, all those in favor? Opposed? Sure.
All in favor of the motion to adopt, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, and Councillor Mahavik. That carries.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, coming down in your beautiful chain. Reg Paul's been sitting here all day for item number 2. There's no deputants, but if it's the will of the committee, we can quickly do, it's item number 2, impact of provincial food allowance funding. I have a couple of questions and no motions, and that's it. So I think we can deal with that one within a few minutes. Other than me, any questions for staff on item number 2? So I have a few. Out of 15 million, Mr. Paul? No. So to staff, it's my understanding that in the 2017 budget, the province announced an additional $15 million to nutritious menus that are responsive to medical and ethnocultural needs in long-term care facilities.
That is correct, Councillor.
And you've worked it out that of the 15 million, Toronto's share is $530,000?
That is correct.
And that's based on the number of residents we have in our homes?
That's correct. It works out to 55 cents. We have 2,641 residents over the 365 days per year, which equates to that. Overall, our total food budget for resident meals is about 8.7 million, including this increase.
So that's the way the province divvies up the 15 million, on a per client basis, on a per resident basis.
That is correct. It's a flat rate that is provided to all residents in long-term care homes throughout the province.
And that's a policy decision on how the 15 million is to be distributed.
That is, well, it's a standard process. It was a policy decision many years ago when they created the funding formula for long-term care homes. And it is a flat rate that is provided with the intention that any unspent monies would be returned to the province through a reconciliation process.
Now, in the budget documents, it does refer to ethno-cultural needs, yet, and that's on page 38, yet in your report you say specific mention of religious meals was not addressed in the 2017 provincial budget. I'm just trying to reconcile that sentence in your report when there's specific mention of it on page 38 of the budget documents.
That is correct. The food allowance that the ministry, or rather the province or the provincial budget had indicated was to support cultural. One could, I mean, we use whatever funding we get, obviously, to provide all needs. But at this point, religious meals have not been something that has been specifically addressed in the funding.
So when they say that this $15 million is to address medical and ethnocultural needs, how would you interpret that?
I think that was more of an intention statement. It was a basis by which they increased the food allowance by, well, the increase itself represents a 6.5% increase year over year. And that builds on the increase that we had last year, which was about 3.5%. So it is writing of the amount of money that's made available for food to be prepared and served to residents.
But it seems to me this is highly targeted funds that can only be used for medical and ethnocultural needs. It can't be spread out among all residents of our homes.
It is. While we have not received official written notification yet to communicate and implement this change, we do know that it is just being built into the general raw food or the food allowance that is provided to all long-term care homes. So it isn't specifically severed off and can only be used for one purpose. It was just saying that was the rationale for the increase, the larger than normal percentage increase year over year.
You're saying it can't be targeted to medical and ethnocultural residents?
Well, it's a general per diem. I mean, we are meeting the needs of all residents, and obviously individual needs will vary. Some meals will cost more than others, but generally the amount is a general allocation.
Well, it seems to me the budget documents are quite clear. These funds are to be used only for medical and ethnocultural needs. It seems that your division is actually spreading it among all residents, many of which do not have a medical or ethnocultural diet requirement.
It's really the province that's spreading it to all residents across the province because it is a per diem, which in essence means it is a per person per day rate.
All right, well, okay. Just as a staff undertaking, you say in the report that you're getting clarity, looking for clarity from the ministry. Is that?
No, we are waiting for an official notification on the change. It's been mainly speculated at this point that the increase will be to $9. The budget documents themselves are not clear, but it was certainly communicated in the media and through senior provincial bureaucrats that I have spoken with. I do know that amount is the intended number. We just haven't received the official change yet.
All right, can we just take it as a staff undertaking that you'll report back with clarity when it's available?
I can do that, but I do know the answer now, and it is a general increase.
Okay, well, my time is up. I don't plan. Move to receipt. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to come back to point 9, just simply to withdraw the motion I had put on the committee floor, and I believe we're ready to vote on Councillor Davis's motion, and then we can relieve city services staff. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay, so I would just move to withdraw my motion. General Manager of Children's Services has suggested that she take under, as her delegate authority, she would just prepare a letter to the TDSB conveying our wishes, which is to retain the services of infant and toddler program at the Church Street Public School.
Do you want to take them as a package?
Yep.
Oh, do you want to vote on withdrawal? Okay, it's motion D?
Motion D to withdraw, yes.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That item is withdrawn. And then there's 3 other motions plus the main item. Take it as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried.
Mr. Chair, number 12 can be released as well.
Let's get to the deputies.
If 12 can go.
This allows staff to go.
Is it the will of the committee to let 12 go without debate? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the deputants. Item 16, I do apologize for the long wait. Kathy Crow, street nurse, distinguished visiting practitioner, Ryerson University.
you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have a fancy prop like the last group, but I did bring one. So I want to begin by referring you to this document, which I think maybe Joe Mihevik might recognize, or Paula Fletcher. It's the State of Emergency Declaration, an urgent call for action in Toronto that we presented to Committee and City Council in 1998 when we declared homelessness a national disaster. And here we are today. So while I welcome the expansion of the 24-hour warming centers, I have to say that sadly, many of us feel there's no vision in this report, which begins with a recommendation based on creating the winter response that focuses on, quote, people experiencing homelessness who do not traditionally access shelter beds. That staff can suggest this in the context of years of shelters being full and crowded where people cannot access a shelter bed is a willfully negligent suggestion. Others and myself have told the mayor, the city manager's office, SHH staff, and yourself that the situation is an emergency. The shelter crisis now is not now, or never has it been, just about the winter. And so these are my 4 concerns I'm going to highlight with the report. 1, a pilot expansion of the warming centers will expand a model in which standards for basic human rights, including the city's Toronto shelter standards, are not necessarily upheld. This is problematic for obvious reasons, including inadequate number of washrooms and showers, more transmission of infectious disease and illness, lack of beds or cots, and a re-traumatization of people. 2, the addition of surge capacity or flex beds, which are mostly mats on the floor, to existing shelters adds crowding to crowding. You've been doing this for years, and it's a lousy solution for all of the above reasons. Seasonal surge capacity denies the problem is not just about the winter. 3, to suggest that the 30-year-old Out of the Cold program, run by volunteers, should be expanded is ludicrous. Again, these sites do not meet the city's shelter standards, and the crisis is not about the winter. Why do you think the city's streets, parks, and ravines are sites of human suffering and death? You just have to walk outside anywhere and see it. 4, nurses, social workers, faith leaders, and family members and concerned community members have been attending funerals and memorial services of homeless people for over 20 years. We have experienced dread, apprehension, and suspicion over the links between homelessness and death, deaths that occur all year long. Suddenly, we learn that the number of deaths is 3, maybe 4 times than previously thought. We know that the 3 months of Toronto Public Health data is solid because we helped you collect it. Even in rigorous scientific studies that are medication or treatment trials, when the researchers see a red flag like this, there is a pause and an ethical examination of meaning. So why wouldn't Toronto Public Health staff, the city, create a brief report with the findings and make it public for discussion and learning prior to 2008? And that's why I'm really here today to say that. Yes, and maybe we would do some public policy work, healthy public policy work about the social determinants of health to convince Mayor Tory, the city manager, SHH staff, and maybe, just maybe, institute some prevention measures now, not in 2018. Why wouldn't you? Real research is meant to serve the community. In closing, I fully support recommendations that you will hear presented by the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty, and my written deputation is in your package. And just as a courtesy for my colleagues that came out today, and I think I want to direct this to the city manager's office, who's here, to say there must be a better way to improve access at City Hall. We've had 16 deputants here today who've lost a day of work by being here today. There must be a better way to coordinate timing to improve access for us to be here today. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree that it was a long wait. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this. This report is not a vision report. It's a report that deals with winter respite services, and it's focused on, as recommendation number 1 says, focuses on people who are experiencing homelessness who do not traditionally access shelter beds. It's not about the people who rough it and need to come in. Are you in or out on that? Your first recommendation suggests that I'm not sure where you're at with it.
Sure. Well, my experience has always been that when you open a decent facility, even if it's the Armory, hint, hint, people come in. So I think to label everybody that's out there as people that are out there and they're rough sleepers and using, terminology like that is inaccurate. So I think to base this report on that, to assume that is wrong. I mean, so ultimately, what I want to see, what I want to see is more celebrations of what we just had, a shelter opening, right? But in the meantime, we have to work on that. And to expand the warming center and out of the cold program, but especially the warming center, the overnight drop-ins, without even addressing shelter standards, you have to go there to see. And I think you'll hear from some of the deputants. Some women have to sign up to be able to get a reclining chair to sleep in. And in St. Lawrence site, Margaret's and St. Felix, mats on the floor, no lockers, not enough showers, and bathrooms. So we're just dumbing down in a very harmful way what we're providing for people.
So your critique or suggestion or advocacy piece is not whether to have them or not, but the standards with which, because they're going to do an RFP if this goes through, the standards that are applied to the warming centers.
They have to provide, I think they have to provide the standards and they have to provide the RFP money for it, but they also, obviously I'm saying we need more shelters open. And if that means expropriation of property, if that means the Armories as a short-term facility until we can expropriate property, then that's what has to be done. And I know that's controversial, but look where we're at. I mean, I think we're in a very awful situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Joyce Rankin. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I just asked my colleague Rafi to join me at the table as well. Pardon me. My name is Joyce Rankin, and I am a registered nurse who works in the community at Street House, and I'm also the volunteer director of the Out of the Cold program at Yorkminster Park Baptist Church. I've had my role at Yorkminster Park for nearly 10 years and have been working in healthcare for over 30 years. The Out of the Colds were started over 25 years ago by Sister Susan Moran as a temporary, and I want to emphasize, a temporary relief measure to help meet the dire need for basic shelter for people who are homeless. This was never meant to be used as a scapegoat by the city, as is currently happening. It was not meant to support the city from abdicating their responsibility for providing basic shelter for those who are in need of it. There are several out of the cold providers who are not willing to let the city download this responsibility to the volunteer sector on a continual, long-term basis. There must be an end date to the out of the cold programs where the city can provide adequate supports for those who are in need. I have a serious concern about the city's plan being put forth to this committee regarding the expansion of the warming centers and the out of the cold system. Expansion of an already insufficient system is not the right answer. We can all agree that housing is the answer to homelessness, but until this housing exists for all who need it, we are in desperate need of basic emergency shelter, desperate need. This has been obvious to anybody who has been working and volunteering in this sector for years. Our mayor is blaming the federal and provincial governments for not providing support. The city can't continue to assert that others are responsible. Instead, they must act, and act now. During our season, Yorkminster Park is operating at full capacity on an ongoing basis. We serve people who have nowhere else to go, where all the shelters are full. We are forced to turn people away and are unsure, and I think this is important to mention, we're unsure whether or not our people that we're actually turning away do get shelter through the referral center. The plan to simply expand the out of the cold system is short-sighted and demonstrates a clear lack of accountability on the part of the city. It is not acceptable and not an acceptable response to the current and ongoing shelter crisis. I understand that there are some limited plans to increase the women's shelter support in Scarborough, as well as additional youth shelter and more motels for refugees. However, it's obvious that this need is far greater than what is happening. And I support what Kathy was just saying. Additionally, the need for shelter is year-round, year-round. In May of 2017, the shelter occupancy was 96%. The city themselves voted that the safe shelter capacity is 90%. So I think you're not actually balanced out to what you've actually said is needed. I urge you to develop a plan now for opening for an opening of new shelters by winter 2017-2018. So that is right now. We are pushing to make sure that this actually happens. The Out of the Cold does its best to provide help to people who are in need. However, our facilities don't have real beds, don't meet the public health standards, and some have insufficient insufficient shower and washroom facilities. The warming centers are not an answer. Therefore, real and proper low barrier shelters, and I emphasize low barrier shelters, must be planned for. As a citizen, I'm ashamed that we live in a city as wealthy as ours, and our people who are the most vulnerable are suffering. I urge you to follow your conscience and do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputants? Councillor Cressy?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused, to be honest, and let me preface it to the question. We understand the call for housing is a human right as a solution, and the urgency of now I hear that. But in conversations I was part of with Out of the Cold last winter, based on the increasing demand, there was a call for increased support.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just, forgive me, I'm confused. I mean, you're talking to many allies around this table who could not agree more with the clarion call for action on housing. But my understanding from our partners in Out of the Cold last year was there was a call for more support for Out of the Cold too. So does Out of the Cold not want the increased support that's being recommended that I thought you asked for?
Well, firstly, that wasn't me that asked for that. So I'm here representing the program that I run, which is...
Perhaps I could direct it to Rafi, who was part of that.
Right, and he was a part of that. But I think it's important. Yes, we certainly need, in the short term, there needs to be some support, absolutely. But I think what I would like you to get from what I'm trying to debut is that there must be an end date to the Out of the Cold. This is going on for, as I said, over 25 years. And it still continues to go on. And it seems like this report that's just been put out that is basically that, you know, it's almost being put into as a permanent solution. And I can't support that. I find that so ethically challenging that you seem to be able to think that it's just good to keep going and keep going for something that's a Band-Aid measure.
To be fair, I think what many of us around this table would find ethically challenging is in the midst of a housing crisis, not adding supports to people who are at risk. Right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
you're right.
disagreement on a permanent solution, but the ethically challenging thing to do would be to do nothing.
For sure. I can agree with you there. Sorry.
Councillor Cressy, is this on?
No.
You're the next speaker, aren't you? He's the next speaker.
Hello? Yes. What we were saying is that last year when we asked for support, the system was imploding, and we were turning people away for the first time ever. But there were two things that were taking place. One is a crisis, and what you're talking about, ethically doing nothing, so we wanted to do something. But we wanted to see a long-term plan put in place for shelter and housing. So there's two things that are taking place at the same time. And we realize that what we're doing has become, it wasn't set out to be that way, but it has become a solution to many in the system for lack of better resources. We don't want it to be.
Okay. Any other questions for the deputants? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maggie Helwig?
No, Rafi hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, it was a doubleheader?
Yeah, I was just accompanying my colleague.
All right.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
So my name's Rafi Aaron, and I'm the spokesperson for the Interfaith Coalition to Fight Homelessness. I'm also the co-chair of the Beth Shalom Beth Tzedek Out of the Cold shelter. The Interfaith Coalition to Fight Homelessness is comprised of a number of Out of the Colds, as well as clergy and faith-based associations from across the religious spectrum that support the Out of the Cold's efforts to provide food, shelter, and security to all Torontonians. The Interfaith Coalition opposes the expansion of the Out of the Colds as listed in this report before us because it comes at the expense of establishing permanent shelters and solutions for the homeless. Opening more Out of the Cold shelters is placing a Band-Aid on top of another Band-Aid that does not even cover one of the numerous wounds that is currently the Toronto shelter system. The Out of the Cold shelters cause a massive nightly migration of the most vulnerable people in society to different locations throughout the city where they are turned away or crammed into a church or synagogue basement to sleep on a plastic mat without sheets or pillows, separated from their neighbors by a few inches, without the use of showers, lockers, change room, and most importantly, the proper supports to assist them with the issues that cause their homelessness. This in no way should be misconstrued as a solution for homelessness in the City of Toronto. It is a short-term proposition that evaporates after 6 months, leaving the homeless exactly where they started, on the street. Councillor Pasternak, a few weeks ago in synagogue, we read from the Torah portion, Bechar Bechukotai. In it, we are told of our obligation to do everything in our power to prevent a person from falling, because once they reach rock bottom, it is so much harder to get them back on their feet. Rashi says it's like a donkey that's about to fall. When it first starts, one person can support it. After it falls, 5 people can't lift it. I cannot tell you the number of times I have watched people fall over the course of our Out of the Cold season and was unable to do anything except watch them deteriorate. The Out of the Cold shelters need to be proactive instead of reactive. The Coalition to Fight Homelessness wants the money that is earmarked to create and/or run new Out of the Cold shelters to be invested in the current Out of the Cold shelters to provide them with the necessary supports, including mental and health and addiction workers, housing workers, and social workers that would allow us to go beyond feeding and sheltering our guests and become a vital component in a solution to homelessness. The Out of the Cold shelters were established by Sister Susan Moran some 30 years ago and morphed into something they were never intended to be, a replacement for permanent housing and shelters with proper supports. This happened over the years due to prolonged lack of investment in the homeless and affordable housing files at the city. As time went on, more and more of the load was transferred to us. The fact is, the Out of the Colds not only saved lives, they saved the city millions upon millions of dollars. The city didn't have to pay rent, mortgages, permanent staff, food, or insurance. The city has been operating under the misconception that the Out of the Cold shelters will always be a part of the shelter system. I'm here today to tell you that that is not the case. The Out of the Cold shelters are facing massive challenges, including the enormous expense of running the program, increased numbers, donor fatigue, volunteer shortages and burnout, and health threats to our facilities, to name but a few. If the city wants the Out of the Colds to continue to exist, it's going to have to provide us with a food allowance, cleaners, so that public health codes, Toronto public health codes are enforced for the purposes of disease and prevention control. TTC tokens are lifesavers for our guests and can mean the difference between them getting to a warming center or a couch or remaining in a ravine in the dead of winter. We want the city to ensure that each guest receives a token and is not left stranded. And if the out of the colds are going to exist, we need to play a vital role in assisting our guests to getting off the streets through the necessary supports. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Rafi. Councillor Davis, questions?
Thank you very much for everyone who's come today. So I guess what I'm hearing is that you're suggesting these are inadequate responses and that we need to have permanent shelters that meet the shelter standards that serve the surge capacity or provide the surge capacity during the winter months.
Throughout the year.
Throughout the year, but is there not?
Specifically, out of the cold is during a certain time period, but what I was trying to point out is that the shelter system is already over 90% occupancy, and it's June.
Right. And I hear you talking about the challenges of out of the cold, and I know from the local out of the cold programs that are in my community, those churches are struggling to keep going. But there is clearly a greater demand over the winter for services. No?
I wouldn't necessarily.
It's year-round. It's just that.
I'm not questioning your assertion that there's inadequate services because we set a 90% occupancy to capacity target, and it's exceeded that. What I'm asking is whether there is additional demand during the winter.
I don't think it's a greater demand. No, I think there is I want to just, from my perspective, say, from my work in the community as a registered nurse at Street Health, there is a demand year-round. So there is, no, and I know that you're not, but what I'm saying, my interpretation of your question is that the demand is greater. People are coming in, you know, they're still needing supports. And I think to say that it's just, my interpretation of your question, I should say, is to say that it's just, you know, over the time that the out of the colds are open isn't the case.
No, that's not.
Or maybe I'm not interpreting your
The
question.
demand is there that's not being met year-round.
Yeah.
But on top of that, is there not a greater demand for low-barrier services in the winter?
I'm not sure I would say that.
I would say that the risk of death is probably higher from weather-related issues.
You know, you could take that both ways because, like, the heat problems in the people dying of dehydration, and they go into the hospital and their death is noted as a death due to you know, high sodium levels, something like that. But their high sodium levels is because they haven't got enough water, they're not drinking enough. So I would respectfully challenge that assertion.
Okay, that was the purpose of my question. We've got a strategy here that is based on the assumption we need greater surge capacity or seasonal, I forget the wording, but surge capacity or additional seasonal service levels and different kinds of services.
It's just, it's a tough.
Questioning the basic assumptions.
Yeah, the reason is because, you know, it seems to be that it's like, you know, it's a tragedy when people pass away 100%, but that seems to be that what makes the media and what makes the news is when someone freezes to death. And when we had, you know, inquests and follow-up when you know, 4 people died and what was done for that. But there are people that are actually, you know, dying of heat stroke and heat exhaustion. And, you know, the costs, I think, you know, that Rafi pointed out about the cost of caring for people. And I think it's important that this is something that's managed appropriately and quickly.
I mean, it does
Thank
seem...
you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Mahavik.
Yes, to Rafi. So just on the out of the cold piece, just so I understand it clearly, For sure, and I think you'll get big support there, out of the cold, you don't want to continue just to be providing food and a place for an evening. You want to be able to also provide support for people with a housing support worker or a counselor or a nurse of some sort to provide them support for their medical and housing needs.
Correct.
So you want to up your game in that area?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what staff is saying here is that there is some money for that. I think it's $350,000 is what they're putting towards that. So you're okay with that recommendation? Are you okay with them asking out of the colds, can you support a few more beds? No. As long as those other supports are there as well. Which means you don't have to turn people away at the end of the day.
It's like, we are in a situation where people are very conflicted right now. And this is the first time that are involved with out of the colds. On the one hand, they're saying this is the work of Scripture, so we're going to do it. On the other hand, they're saying, some of them are saying, I've been doing this for 2 decades. Or as one woman said to me, I didn't think my grandchildren would be volunteering here. And so there is this feeling that that we are taking the city off the hook, that it is not coming forward with long-term solutions because of that. And the fear is if you expand this program even more, it'll be turning it into, in quotes, some form of a solution. And it just can't be conceived as that.
And you are aware that, well, that conflict, are you aware that that conflict is actually something that we deal with every day? In our shelter system, it costs us 60, 80, 70, 80, let's say it's $70 a night in our shelter system. Times 30 days, that's $2,100. You could give someone an apartment for that. But if we started saying to the public, we're going to start closing shelter beds and using every single penny and providing housing supports or apartments to people at $2,100, we could get a lot of apartments. We would have a riot. We would still have a riot here, not to close the shelters.
You're always going to need some shelters. We're aware of that.
Emergency shelter.
Emergency shelters or whatever. The point is, this is no longer an emergency shelters. It's Sister Susan Moran never expected the Out of the Colds to be operating today. This was not the plan. Right. This was to be a secondary line of defense. It's not to be where it is today at all.
And I think that's to support what Councillor Cressy was saying. We're all in this moral and ethical dilemma here. But if we keep doing this and we just keep, from my perspective, like letting the city off the hook, nothing will change. Nothing will change. And the fact that this is being proposed is shameful.
Do you think, given that housing is a provincial/federal responsibility, that there is room for us working together to say to the province and the feds, damn it, build more housing, help us fix the housing that you're not helping us to fix, which is pushing people out on the street?
For me to answer that, yes, I think there's room to work together, but I do not want to be keeping on hearing. I don't want to keep hearing that as I stated in my deputation, that the mayor is saying that, getting upset with the federal government and the provincial government. But this is happening now, and it has to be dealt with. So I feel that the mayor is using this as a scapegoat to not actually do what's right. And I'm asking you to create permanent, long-term permanent shelter for people and get rid of the out of the colds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Wait.
I know that it's...
Sorry, the position of Out of the Cold is to get rid of it out of the cold.
Position of me, Joyce Rankin, as the director of the Out of the Cold at Yorkminster Park, is this, yes.
Is no Out of the Colds in the 2017 season.
That's what I'd like. Is it going to happen? That's what we're here to talk about.
I'm just weighing in. You're recommending to us, or you're recommending that you're going to close your Out of the Cold program?
I'm not saying that I'm going to close the Out of the Cold program. If I've left you with that message, it's not. What I'm suggesting is this is something that needs to happen, that we should be working towards a goal of shutting it. And what I said, if I wasn't clear, I apologize, but what I'm trying to say is that we need to have more emergency shelter to deal with the things that are happening, and it should be happening now. Let's plan for emergency shelter in the winter 2017.
I just want to clarify, the position of the Interfaith Coalition to Fight Homelessness is to keep on with the permanent out of the colds. We don't want to even enter into what was just discussed. So, and I've been told, and I agree with that I would not even respond to anything in that arena. Because it would be perceived as a threat of some nature, and we don't want to do that. What I think that I have heard is this, Councillor Cressy, that people are saying we are here for the city, but we would like to know that in 10 years, could the out of the colds be phased out? And I think that that is a fair.
And that's what I was trying to say about a continual long-term strategy. Relying on the Out of the Cold is not the answer. Thank you.
I have one question for the deputants. I visit my local Out of the Cold program every year at Beth Emmet and help deliver the food. I see it as a night where people get together. They seem to be having some fun. They're served a very nice meal. We help sponsor a wide range of prizes, which everyone loves. There's a big bingo game. Everyone's having a great time. Maybe half the people spend the night, half the people have lodgings elsewhere. I saw it almost much differently than how you saw it. I saw it as kind of a fun evening where people are given the warmth of friendship, a hot meal, and a place to stay if they needed it. And it seemed to be just sort of a weekly tradition there for the coldest weeks of the year. And it served, obviously, a safety feature as well. That's the kind of event that I saw many of these homeless people really cherished, and it surprises me a little bit about the recommendation.
I think what you were seeing was that there is a social component because a lot of the people are facing isolation, so that they can come in. And there's also people, we're not just serving homeless people now, we are serving also people that have food security issues. And this is sometimes the lines are blurred. So these people are coming in, they are getting a meal, but the people who are often that you wouldn't have seen, I forget what Beth Emma's sleeping arrangements are, but I can tell you where we are at Beth Shalom that there's a divider, and those people get into sleep right away. They have been walking around outside, and in fact, we're under pressure to cut out a lot of these activities that you're seeing because, again, these are people who are from low income or isolated. They could be seniors, people with disabilities, and they're coming, and there is a social component to what we're doing. But the people that we're really trying to help who are desperate are the homeless, and it goes well beyond that. I also just want to point out that our friends at Beth Emmet, and this talks to the struggles of the Out of the Colds, they were at 12 weeks, and then they went down to 10 weeks, and now they're only at 8 weeks. And this is just one of the examples. You have beds in the system now. We're all facing a very big financial crisis in different areas for different things. One of the churches I was at last month told me our membership is dwindling.
Yeah.
We are having an issue here. Beth Emmet and Beth Shalom are serving kosher food. You can imagine what the cost of each meal is. So everybody has different issues, and this is what it is.
And we do try and support and have a nice environment for people to actually have, good food and kindness with their neighbor, but it doesn't, replace the need that the shelters are needed.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Can we go to questions for staff? I'm sorry. Yeah, you're,
Okay.
okay,
Thank you.
sorry, more depths. Maggie Helwig? Randy McLean?
Thanks very much. So my name is Randy McClin. I'm a community worker in Regent Park currently, but I've worked with homeless people over the past few years in a variety of different circumstances. I've been a street outreach harm reduction worker. I have working with and out of the cold doing a harm reduction work. And I've also been a midnight shelter worker, which is the work that I was doing this past winter. I'm also a member of the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty. I'm here today because I have major concerns about what is being proposed. I believe that what we need is a meaningful expansion of permanent shelter beds, permanent emergency shelter beds in our system. I'm not going to go in too much. I feel Joyce and Rafi covered a lot of what was said, but using further institutionalizing, further expanding the Out of the Cold program is not an acceptable answer to this crisis. Expecting people to carry all of their worldly belongings with them, traversing across the city night after night, it's not acceptable. In the lead up to the action that we did in April, we talked to people at Out of the Colds as members of OCAP. And this is something that was expressed to us again and again, people's fears, people's insecurities of how they're going to get from place to place. And just the pure exhaustion that people were experiencing by the end of the winter was pretty overwhelming when we spoke to them. The other thing that I want to address in this is the flex beds and the surge beds. That is not an acceptable answer. And what happens, once again, with the Out of the Colds, once these are brought in, these are quickly amalgamated into the permanent system without any meaningful increase in staffing or supports. The shelter that I was working at in the winter, we would have 2 staff per 65 men. And which is not safe for me as a staff member, and part of the reason why I couldn't continue in this position. Furthermore, as I was working there, we were in the process of opening a new shelter, and I was actually able to markedly see the difference between what it is like for a man who's sleeping on a mat on the floor, carrying his belongings with him in a flex bed situation versus when he actually got into a more permanent setting. The transformation I saw in people was amazing. The color would come back into people's faces just after a couple nights of having safe and secure shelter that they could go to, where they could lock up their belongings, where they could start to rebuild their lives. The other thing I want to address is the use of the warming centers, and particularly the language is being used as that the warming centers are a low barrier option. First of all, we had 3 warming centers last winter. One of them the doors were locked and people could not even access that without a referral from another shelter. That is not a low barrier option. We had a young man who in February overdosed in the KFC because before he could get to that next warming center. This is not a low barrier option. And furthermore, it's putting more. We need to ask ourselves, in this report it says 20% of people are not using the shelters. Why are they not using the shelters? It's because they are understaffed and they are not taking a harm reduction approach. A lot of people are barred from shelters because of substance use. We want to know why the rates of death are increased way beyond what we've expected. It's because we have an overdose crisis in this city right now. And this is a population of people who are being overrepresented in that overdose crisis. It's great that we're bringing in safe injection sites, but that is not a panacea, and this needs to be meaningfully addressed with permanent safe places for people and more training, more staffing, so we can actually engage in a harm reduction approach. The shelter system is not engaging in a harm reduction approach, and that is why we're seeing this increase in death. The other thing I would like to see from City Council is I would actually like to see some transparency with these numbers and these stats that are being brought up. What we have asked, what the agencies are asking for the out of the colds, we are asking for an increase of 1,000 permanent shelter emergency beds. That is the number that we were at 15 years ago. It's really great that we're bringing in transitional housing like the Youth Link shelter, but to say that that is somehow a meaningful replacement for these emergency beds is false. And I feel that the city's playing a bit of a shell game every time we try to get some accountability on that. So I'd like a lot more transparency in those nightly stats. And even in the report, it says you're bringing in 90 permanent beds by the end of this year, but that is a decrease in the number of total beds. The Hope Shelter itself, when it was open before, was 120 beds. It is now down to 90. It is now down to 80.
If you could just wrap up.
Yeah, last thing I just want to say is we need support in winter, as people are saying, but we need to have longer term investments in the shelter system that can actually meet people's needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the deputant?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Councillor Mahevik?
Yep. If you look Q second quarter, halfway through 2016, 4,319 beds, and that's by sector. And I grant that a lot of them are in the family motels, so that we can debate that. We're right now at 5144, and the plan is to, and one of them we approved today, we're going to get 4 more new ones over the next year. Thanks partly to the advocacy of people like yourself.
Do these numbers include transitional beds and transitional housing, or is this emergency beds?
Well, Warden is transitional, being you can stay there for 2-3 months kind of thing, 6 months, up to 6 months. I think it does. Yeah.
Well, no. Most transitional bed programs like that aren't just like someone can go and stay for a night. Even within emergency shelters, there's people that stay for months at a time. There's people that stay for years at a time. But the thing is that it's a different program. It's different by referral, and there's different stipulations. So that's why I would like to see that breakdown actually show what is transitional and what is emergency, because I feel that it's not being transparent.
Great.
The case for emergency.
We're making the case for emergency beds. We are down 1,000 emergency beds over the past 15 years at a time when the housing crisis is greater than ever. So yes, that is what we are asking for, agencies and community activists.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Next up, Emily Green. Emily, are you here? Thank you. Come on up.
Staggle, thank you. I haven't been a green.
Sorry. No, Emily Green is here.
Are you also Emily? We're both Emily. Okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Emily. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Emily Green, and I am a frontline worker in one of the city's shelters that serves families, including families who are in the process of making refugee claims. Our shelter has 76 beds, which are almost always full. So for the past 6 months, our shelter has held a 98% occupancy rate. So it's when one family moves out, it's almost immediate that a new family moves in to take that room. And as it's been reminded, this council set the goal of never exceeding a 90% occupancy rate. So I'd like to just share with you some stories from my work experience. I've been working at the shelter for 3 years, and I'm going to share a story just to illustrate what that over-occupancy feels and looks like as a shelter worker. Okay, so this story is from October 3rd of 2016. I was serving dinner in the shelter kitchen, and a woman with 3 young children showed up on our shelter doorstep. Our shelter, of course, was full, So we went through our standard procedure, which is called the Central Intake Service, which is our city's shelter referral agency, who, as you know, likely are responsible for finding appropriate shelter for people who are in need. The central intake worker informed me that every single bed in the city was occupied, and they suggested that this woman call Hamilton and St. Catharines, whose shelters were also full. So I started calling shelters. I called a dozen shelters looking for space for this family. I called Red Door Shelter, which at the time was under renovations. I called Covenant House, which was actually full and in the similar situation, looking for housing for a family of 5. I called Sistering, who unfortunately do not have services to house women with children, only single women. I also called Peter Street, which is meant as the reception space for people who are looking for housing, and they told me that if I sent the family to them, they would send them back to me because they do not have the capacity to receive children. So with no other options, I got permission to provide our shelter common room to this family. The common room is a basement room with a small storm window. It has laminate floors and 2 couches and a TV. The TV room serves as a common space for our 76 residents, which was a completely inappropriate place for this family to be housed and also creates a liability for our shelter. So the following evening, I returned to the shelter to work, and the woman and her 3 children were still in our TV room. The office staff had been looking for housing for the family all day without success. By 5 p.m., our shelter manager managed to secure permission from the shelter administration to receive special permission to put them in our floating room, which at the time we had. We do not have those anymore. So the floating rooms were for emergencies such as bed bugs. We no longer have floating rooms, but at that time it was an option. So after 22 hours of this woman and her 3 children being in our TV room, she was transferred into this floating room temporarily. So I share this story, but it is not a single incident. This is actually representing a common experience, and it's a symptom of this crisis that our shelter system is in. Okay, so since December of 2016, our shelter has actually been documenting the drop-ins that we receive. So I'm going to share just some of the incidences from those documentations. On December 17th, a family of 4 went to stay at a mosque after central intake told them no space. On December 18th, a woman and 2 children stayed in our TV room after central intake told them no space. This family was then admitted to one of our floating rooms because there were still no beds available the next day. On December 27th, a Nigerian family of 3 went to stay at a church. The shelters, again, were full. On January 3rd, a family of 3 stayed in our TV room for a night. On January 23rd, a mother and 3 children stayed in our TV room for a night. On March 6th, a mother and 3 children stayed in our TV room for 3 nights. On April 29th, I was required to send a family, a group of 10, a mother, 8 children, a grandchild, and a cousin, to the reception area of family residence, a similar TV room situation, because the city was full and our TV room was unavailable due to construction. So we ask, who is responsible for this? When I talk to the central intake workers, who I would say are pretty burnt out in their position of constantly needing to tell people that they have no space, they're telling me, oh, our housing workers are responsible for not finding people affordable housing in this city fast enough. Or they'll tell me, oh, the churches are bringing over too many refugees and it's their responsibility. I believe that you're responsible, that our policymakers and that those who are deciding on our budget for shelters are responsible. This out of the cold service that you're proposing to put more funding into is completely inadequate and will not serve women with children or families. They cannot access that. You're opening up more motel services. That doesn't replace the services we provide in our shelter, which include assistance with applications for refugee status, which include housing support for finding affordable housing in the city, which include signing up for Ontario Works.
Thank you,
I'm just going to wrap up.
Maybe there'll be some questions for you, but you're at 5 and almost 6 minutes. So are there any questions for Emily coming today? Councillor Mahevik.
You just summarize your main point.
My main point is that your proposal to put more money into an out-of-the-cold service, which, as we've heard, is unhealthy, unsanitary, and quite frankly, inhumane, will not respond to the need that I'm describing, that I see in my daily work. What I'm seeing in my daily work is women and children, families newly arrived to the city, who are being told, repeatedly experiencing arriving in the city as newcomers and having nowhere to go. Like now, when our TV room's unavailable, I send them to the 24-hour Tim Hortons. That, for me, is an inhumane situation. I'd like your phone numbers so that I can call you when I have that situation, and I want you to look a new family in the face and tell them, I'm sorry, we didn't have a budget for this, we have no rooms for you, you need to go to a Tim Hortons. Joe Cressy, I live in Ward 20. I would really love your phone number so I could call you in that situation, and I want you to come and look a mother in the eyes and tell her, I know this is stressful for you. You've just arrived in the city. You may or may not speak this language fluently. You need to go to the Tim Hortons for the night because our city is not making a budget for you to have housing tonight.
Thank you, Emily, for your point. We appreciate it very much. John Clark? Is John here? John had to leave. Next is A.J. Withers.
Hi. I'm AJ Withers, and I'm an organizer with the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty and a PhD candidate in social work at York University. And I also have lived experience with homelessness. I want to echo a number of the points that have been made by previous deputants, and I'll try not to be too repetitive. One positive thing in the report coming forward is the extension of the winter period to November 15th to April 15th. However, as many people have said, we need permanent solutions, not just to address the winter period. Folks have already talked about the number of homeless deaths and them being far higher than had previously been estimated. John Tory said that one homeless death was too many, and just in the first 3 months of this year, we had 27 deaths. Adding warming centers to the system could be a positive step, more warming centers, but only with the addition of 1,000 new permanent emergency shelter beds. And the reason that we're saying 1,000 beds is because that's the number that we estimate will bring the system down to 90% capacity. So as Randy pointed out, the numbers are really difficult because the math that's provided, or the numbers provided, include a variety of different beds that are not emergency shelter beds. So estimating capacity levels is very, very difficult. But we estimate that 1,000 beds will bring it down to the 90% capacity guideline that was set by Toronto City Council. Increasing the number of warming centers and making the out of the colds part of the permanent system are a way of lowering the conditions and standards of a large portion of the system, and this is simply unacceptable. And making the out of the colds part of the permanent system is like welfare saying that we're going to make food banks a permanent part of Ontario Works. The lack of adequate shower and washroom facilities, one large space, which raises concerns about privacy, safety concerns, have been reasons provided for not opening the armories. So these are the same issues with the warming centers. And I just want to address a couple of things. I think that the city staff and the mayor's office have been somewhat misleading intentionally with respect to the armories. So I'm going to read a couple of emails that I obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. The first is an email from Simon Liston, a manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration, to Rob Cressman. It's part of the email where he says, I remember, in speaking about the armories, I remember that the people who sheltered in the armories liked the safety and security, and high ceilings created a feeling of openness, which was also appreciated. And in an email from Rob Cressman to Patricia Anderson, he says, I just spoke to Kevin, and Kevin here is Kevin Moraes, the aide to John Tory. He's working with his comms folks on some wording to provide the media from the mayor's office, re the armory. He's going to put that at the bottom of his list after talking about everything else we are doing. And he is planning on saying that we are looking at all options for adequate safe space. This implies that the armories may not be, in quotation marks, adequate, but may be considered as a last resort. So repeatedly, we've been told that the armories aren't adequate, but the warming centers are, even though the warming centers are actually far worse than the armories. The armories have beds, the warming centers don't, for instance. And many of the homeless people that remember staying at the armories much preferred them over the warming centers. So while you're in the process of making 1,000 emergency permanent shelter beds, we're demanding the opening of the armories or other alternative spaces that are the equivalent. Now, in April, OCAP released a report called Toronto Robs from the Poor, the Misuse of the Housing Stabilization Fund, in which we outline the ways that provincial funds dedicated for homelessness prevention and homelessness programming were taken out of the Housing Stabilization Fund and put into surplus funds. That money amounted to $10 million that were put into city reserves.
You're at 5 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So in total, that money and another $8 million are funds that you can read the report, it's on file with my written deputation, are funds that could be used in addition to the existing budget to pay for the 1,000 shelter beds that we desperately need. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Leslie Wood? Hi, Ms. Wood. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Leslie Wood. I'm Associate Professor of Sociology at York University. I will be brief. I've lived in Toronto my whole life, and I have never seen a shelter crisis like the one we're seeing now, and I know you know this. You want to do something about it, but clearly this plan is not enough. Expanding the warming shelters, the out of the cold, and the flex beds may seem like the best thing we can do right now, but we need to do more. We need to demand real, low-barrier emergency shelter beds in the downtown core. You might argue, well, at least we've got places for people to sleep, isn't that something? But I have to recount what I saw last year when I visited a warming center as part of a research project. It was early evening and the place was absolutely packed. When the time came to hand out the mats for people to sleep to the night, there was a mad scramble. Every square inch was taken up by people. People were sleeping in chairs, on tables, under tables. Out of the colds and drop-ins and warming centers aren't set up to be shelters. They don't offer people the real beds and the space and the facilities like the shelters do, and they don't follow the shelter guidelines. Now, many of them are run by committed volunteers, some of the folks we've heard from today, my mother is one of them, who thought this was going to be a temporary thing, as we've heard about. Now, if we could actually turn the out of the colds into real shelters with shelter standards, resources, staff, okay, right? But that's not what's being talked about here. This plan, as it stands, is no way to respond to a situation where the shelters are overfull and every bed that's opened is full. We need you to step up and do more. We need you to direct staff to move a motion to open more shelter space now, and we need it immediately. Let's take this crisis seriously and do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Roxanne Danielson. Roxanne Danielson? Yes, great. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
So my name is Roxanne Danielson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Street Nurses Network, a network of nurses from over 15 organizations that provide health-related services to those marginalized by homelessness and vulnerable living conditions in Toronto and the GTA. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Community Development and Recreation Committee, for hearing from the public regarding agenda item review of current winter respite services and planning for the 2017-2018 winter season. As nurses working in inner city Toronto with people who are experiencing homelessness, we know how important shelter and housing is on a person's health. It is considered a social determinant of health, which is clearly proven through the recent homeless death tracking, where 27 homeless persons died within the first 3 months of the year at a median age of 51, well below the average life expectancy of other Canadians. Everyone deserves the right to a safe and warm place to sleep. We know the city has said they added more shelter beds to the system, but we know they were not all new, as some shelters in Toronto have closed within the last few years, including the Salvation Army Hope Shelter, which had 124 beds, and Second Base Youth Shelter, which had 60 beds. As well, when outbreaks occur at shelters, such as the Group A strep at Seton House, which has lasted since March 2016, new admissions on the floors are not allowed, and consequently beds close. We also know that living in such close quarters leads to the spread of outbreaks, and so closing of beds is frequent and at times life-threatening. Furthermore, city is also severely lacking in detox and crisis beds for when people are in desperate need of a safe space. Several of us and our colleagues have been with our clients when they have come in crisis, and we are on the phone for at times close to an hour, only to be told there are no detox or crisis beds available. Even emergency rooms are often quick to discharge our clients without adequate transition into the community, as hospitals routinely do not have the time or resources to properly care for our clients in crisis. People are then referred back to overcrowded shelters, but more likely a mat on a floor if a space is available, with little to no support available, thus perpetuating this grave system failure. And yet we expect these individuals in crisis to heal and survive in a city that is facing a major housing and shelter crisis. Some of the outlined recommendations suggest that a solution is to intensify crowding at existing shelters by adding cold weather surge beds and to increase warming center capacity from 160 overnight spaces to 300 spaces on a trial basis. This is not enough given that homeless shelters are consistently operating beyond capacity. June 1st, 2017 saw a 96% shelter occupancy rate here in Toronto. Simply adding out of the cold and extreme cold weather surge beds, where basic shelter standards do not apply, will increase the risk of morbidity among people where illness and disease is prevalent and force people to continue living in inhumane conditions. We ask that the city add at least 1,000 new low-threshold shelter beds, and that these beds are in the downtown core, close to existing services, which will meet the Shelter Support and Housing's priority action to maintain shelter occupancy at 90% or below. We also ask that in the meantime, the city open the federal armories to provide immediate respite to the homeless so no one is forced to sleep on the streets, floors, or other undesirable living conditions. Finally, we demand that the city return the nearly $18 million for services to help homeless, which the city siphoned away, and bring that money back to the people who need and deserve it the most. Please consider the lives of all in this city, rather than turning our backs on the people who are already dying so young and so often. No one in Toronto should have to worry about a safe and humane place to sleep. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Barrick German? Great, thanks very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will be repetitive. And mainly I would like to just address again the need to relax the Out of the Cold program. Many of us knew Sister Susan, and we knew Sister Susan well. She attended many of our protests, and she attended here often. And it seems strange to me that the ring of her call to relax the Out of the Cold program wasn't heard The sound of her voice wasn't heard. She died this last year. Sister Susan, who established the Out of the Cold program, called for its ending for the reasons that people here have reiterated again and again. She said they were inappropriate. It was impossible to ensure the safety of the residents. And I don't know if I can, in a short time, explain that to people who don't have the experience of living in congregate living like that. Because any congregate living can make people suffer. Crowding, of course, has been known to be used as a torture. So I will ask you to begin to relax the Out of the Cold programs and to create permanent shelters and to call for housing. The silence around housing is deafening. Housing we have called for many times, and you will know that many of the shelters here that exist come from some of our efforts. A lot of the shelters that exist today in the City of Toronto come from the efforts of the kind of people that came here today, and some of the housing as well. But in order for there to be housing, we have to have a huge call for a federal program, a national program, which we don't at this point. And if we don't have that national program, we'll get the national program we have right now, which are the condominiums. We're watching them go up. That's the National Housing Program of Canada. That's the Toronto Housing Program. Those condominiums are the National Housing Program. And nobody wants to interfere with them. They will not bring in housing which will interfere or compete with them. That's what's going on, and that's what we see. But today, one of the things I've been asked to do, since we have a short time, I'm going to ask the councillors here to try to do something today to bring in shelters. Is there something you can do to bring in shelters today? Can you now call from here to bring in new shelters now? Can you go to the staff today and say, now bring in a shelter? Let's do it. What's holding us up? I have been here for decades. I've come here, like the rest of us, for decades. And we did help to open shelters. We helped to open shelters with pressure. Do you have no pressure as councillors? I ask you now today to consider instructing staff to bring a shelter into place, to start to make shelters safer. Shelters are not safe. When they're crowded, it makes people shelter intolerant. When they know when they go to a shelter that they'll be too crowded or perhaps dangerous, they don't want to go. And I suggest that you wouldn't be able to go. Many of the people who are discussing these issues here could not live a night in a shelter. I have lived in nights in shelters. I have been homeless. I have worked in the third world around homelessness. I've worked in vast refugee camps. I've seen it. But I know for a fact that many people who do enter the shelter system, and I've watched them and I've listened to them when they walk back out, they said, I cannot be in here. I cannot do this. I will do anything. And that meant, for many people, that means they'll sleep out. And at times, there are more dangers to be outside. But for your mental health, it is extremely difficult to live in crowded congregate situations. And I would suggest you always think in those terms. And to do with Out of the Cold, there are extra components. The Out of the Cold program ensures that people have to travel a lot. And people who travel every night leave their soul in the last shelter. And it is not understandable why the ravines now are filled again. So I ask you to instruct staff, I would ask you to instruct staff today to bring in shelter beds now, not beds, a shelter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Susan Bender? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Melissa Goldstein, and I'm a colleague of Susan's. She was maybe right here So I am also with the Toronto Drop-In Network. The Toronto Drop-In Network is a membership of over 50 drop-ins across Toronto that work with people who are homeless or who are socially isolated. My comments draw on the experience of our member drop-ins, including staff and participants, and on what we have learned about the needs and experiences of the people who come to drop-ins. Drop-ins occupy a vital and somewhat unique space in our communities. We strive to be spaces where people can feel safe, secure, welcome, and accepted. We provide opportunities for people to be involved and engaged in the drop-in space and in the programming that drop-ins offer. And we provide appropriate and quality referrals and support for people that respond to where people are at and where they want to be. 24-hour drop-ins are a response to a particular need for a safe space overnight, especially for people particularly at risk of violence or who need flexibility and low barrier access to overnight space, like sex workers and people who are using drugs in the moment, for example. 24-hour drop-ins fill a critical gap in what is available for people who are homeless or street involved. 24-hour drop-ins are not shelters. They are not a winter relief program. The fact that they are low barrier is because the organizations that provide them have been intentional in providing their services in that manner. It is not surprising then that 24-hour drop-ins are the preferred overnight shelter space for some people. This is despite the fact that they are not set up for people to sleep in proper beds or otherwise conform to shelter standards. I ask you to consider other reasons people may use 24-hour drop-ins rather than go to shelters. How many of the people who have gone to a 24-hour drop-in have service restrictions and cannot stay anywhere else? We know there are barriers for people who have pets and for couples, just to name a couple of reasons. Drop-ins in general and 24-hour drop-ins in particular, both the full year and the winter relief 24-hour drop-ins, have been overwhelmed by the complexity of the issues people are dealing with. There is so much trauma, pain, and serious health issues, including mental health crisis and substance use issues. Drop-ins are becoming crisis response centers and overflow shelters that are trying to respond to intense medical emergencies and other kinds of crises without the adequate funding for resources, staffing, and in some cases, specialized training to prevent or respond to the kind and range of issues that people who come to the drop-ins are facing. Here are some recommendations for better meeting the needs of people who are homeless and socially isolated during the winter months and all year long. Planning that recognizes the distinct and separate roles that 24-hour drop-ins and homeless shelters have, and which does not substitute more and higher quality shelter beds with 24-hour drop-ins and out-of-the-cold program spaces. Planning that recognizes the limits to a housing-first approach and provides resources that respond to where people are at and provide supports that may be needed before an individual can move into and thrive in their own housing. More emergency shelter beds and facilities that ensure adequate sleeping space, washrooms and showers, and that meet other shelter standards. Warming centers and out-of-the-colds were not intended as long-term or permanent solutions to the lack of adequate shelter or affordable housing options. The target of 90 new beds in 2017 will not meet the need. Provision of low-barrier shelters. Following the model of low-barrier drop-ins, this includes measures to reduce the number of service restrictions, such as adopting a restorative justice harm reduction model. Funding for more floor staff and crisis workers in 24-hour drop-ins, and inclusion of other support strategies, including the development of substance use crisis response systems with the Toronto LHINs. I encourage this committee to question the current trajectory of downgrading the city's response to the crisis of homelessness and to provide leadership and funding that will ensure that there are enough adequate, meaning appropriate, safe, and accessible spaces for people to go during the night, every night when they do not have a home to go to. Now, if I have any time left, I'm also the chair of a group called Housing Action Now, and I have a couple things to say on our behalf, but I can't see the clock. Okay. People are unnecessarily dying each winter because the city's shelter and winter respite services are overcrowded and can't meet the increasing demand. It's an unacceptable situation, and putting a stop to these preventable deaths is critically important. And yes, these recommendations today are clearly a step towards preventing people from dying on the streets this coming winter. However, the recommendations in the staff report are little more than a series of Band-Aids being proposed as a way to stop bleeding, when the problem we're talking about is more like multiple organ failure. Toronto will likely always need some emergency shelter and winter respite services because there will always be some people who find themselves in emergency crisis situations in need of temporary shelter or a safe space to stop in at night and access services. But these recommendations are neither addressing that short-term need, nor do they move us closer to a city where all residents can realize their fundamental right to housing. The recommendations are an inadequate response to the increasing homelessness in our city, which is largely caused by the shamefully inadequate provision of affordable housing by all levels of governments, including this one. This housing crisis is being exacerbated by council's refusal to make the city's affordable housing crisis a budget priority or to invest the funds needed to both prevent TCHC units from being closed due to disrepair and to build more affordable and subsidized housing units. That said, these recommendations are clearly a step towards preventing people from dying on the streets this coming winter, thus which we simply cannot accept in a city with as much wealth as Toronto. Therefore, Housing Action Now generally supports the report's recommendations, but only as part of a short-term strategy to deal with an immediate crisis situation. We firmly believe that Council must address increasing homelessness by not just maintaining, but increasing the city's supply of rent-geared income, deeply and permanently affordable housing, including supportive housing. Specifically, though, we have concerns about two recommendations in the report. Our first concern is with the proposed expansion of 24-hour winter respite drop-in services. In the report, 24-hour drop-ins were described as providing client-centered, pet-friendly, low-barrier, low-threshold service in a less formalized and structured environment, with services that include warm food and drinks, referrals to shelters, and other services. Nowhere in the description does it mention the fact that 24-hour drop-ins are spaces where people are sleeping crammed together on mats, on every available surface, as we've heard, their belongings and pets piled up around them for weeks at a time, 24 hours a day, in conditions that are hard on both staff and service users and obviously don't meet the city's shelter standards.
You could wrap up, please.
Later in the report, it's noted that the city pays $3,800 per person per month for this mat on a piece of crowded floor. $3,800 would get you a nice room to yourself in an Airbnb downtown and 3 restaurant meals a day for a month, or 2 months in a nice one-bedroom apartment. Yes, we absolutely need to provide more people with shelter, but I find it hard to believe that doubling the capacity of this program is the best we can do for people when we're talking about this kind of money.
I have to ask you, we're closing it on 7 minutes.
That's it, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you for being here. So just very briefly. So Housing Action Now does not believe that this report is a solution, but a necessary response given the crisis.
We need to provide somewhere for people to go in the wintertime, and there are a lot of problems with it, which we've heard, so I'm not endorsing it beyond what people have said behind me.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mihevc.
Sorry, your first presentation, I heard you, the drift of your conversation was that we need some low barrier place where people for a variety of reasons can drop in the wintertime. And maybe it's too many mats, and we're going to ask questions about that because I don't have a picture in my mind about that. But you're not saying no to that.
Well, no, we campaigned for 24-hour drop-ins, and that's why they exist today. But they were not, 24-hour drop-ins were never supposed to be places for people to sleep.
Okay, well, yes, okay, we get that. And other reports here are, we just approved 50 new beds for a youth shelter in Scarborough. More coming, but that's not what this report's about. This report is one chapter in a book.
But what you're proposing...
Are you in on this chapter is my question.
It doesn't strike me that there is adequate low-barrier shelters being provided alongside the expansion of these out of the cold and the 24-hour drop-ins. That we're providing more mats on the floor than we're providing proper shelter space, like beds that meet shelter standards.
So you need to be convinced that this is an authentic drop-in and not a downgraded shelter system.
Exactly.
That's what you need.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Davis.
So your reading is the 24-hour winter respite service is also a quasi out of the cold, sleep on the floor program.
I haven't visited an out of the cold, but as far as I understand, the services they provide are almost exactly the same.
Right, so how many people are sleeping in 24-hour?
Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what the difference is, and sorry, this is a key difference, is that the out of the colds aren't open every day. So like you'll have, Sistering is operating year round, and the problem they're having is that the women that are there they're there for weeks, months at a time in a single room. Unlike a shelter, so shelters will close during the day. People leave and then they go to a drop-in. The shelter can then clean, they can clean the bedding and everything. You don't have that opportunity in a 24-hour drop-in when the women don't leave. Like they're there all winter, they're there now. there's no bed. So they like pick up the mats on the floor and they pile, like, all of their stuff is still there. Like, they don't have anywhere to store their stuff. It's kind of like living in a barn.
So we have three, you know what, I'll ask the rest of the questions of staff.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question. Earlier, I had mentioned that I volunteer for Out of the Cold every year, and we have an evening where we're feeding people. Half the people stay, half the people go. We have a bingo and prizes, and people reconnect as friends. It's very much a social evening, and some people, feel good about it. They are having enjoyable evening, even though they're having a very tough part of their life. Now, someone at the back is sending snide tweets that I'm saying homelessness is fun. Would you say that getting people who are marginalized and have various challenges together for an evening with a nice meal and games and socializing and meeting old friends is celebrating homelessness as fun?
Let me just ask you this. If you go out to a bar one night with your friends and you have a good time, would you then want to sleep there? Because that's what you're talking about, is they're having a good time at a church, and it's great, so this is a great service. But then, first of all, they don't have a choice of where to go, and then they don't get to leave and go to a bed with a proper house. Like, I would not want to live sleeping on the floor of a bar. Just because I had a good time before then and my friends were there doesn't make that an acceptable way for me to live.
No one's saying that it's a permanent solution. You're the first one. Everyone's saying it's not a permanent solution. But is there any harm in gathering people who are marginalized and homeless and facing various exceptionalities together for an evening where they're in a safe, warm environment, where they're having a nice meal, and having an evening where they're the center of attention? Is that all?
I don't think that anybody is saying that we shouldn't be providing social opportunities for people.
Your friends at the back are putting out snide tweets that I said homelessness was fun. That's not what I said.
Well, the fact that a homeless person can sometimes not be like living in misery for a few minutes, like I'm not following what your point in the story is, and I think my colleagues and I are just a little bit offended that, like, this doesn't add up. Like, we're talking about people's lives and humane conditions, and you're saying that because they play bingo, everything's okay? Like, I don't follow.
That's not what I said at all.
Can you explain to me, like seriously, I don't we're talking about A and B, and I don't understand how they.
Are we doing harm by having people in a social setting where we're giving them a nice meal and an evening of enjoyment, reconnecting with friends, in a safe environment, and having a few games of.
But then you're not following that through, because it's that part is not harmful, but what's harmful is then not providing them with an adequate place to sleep at night, to store their belongings. Like, you're talking about one tiny component of the service provision that we're talking about. Like, drop-ins do that too. You know, drop-ins are places you can go and you can play games and whatever, but that's a particular social function. It's to prevent social isolation. It's not about shelter. So you're conflating kind of two different service priorities, you know, and kind of missing the point here.
All right. Well, no, I think many of the people I see on an annual basis would be very upset if you snatch that away from them, but we'll leave it at that.
I'm not saying to snatch it away from them. I'm saying to provide them with a bed to sleep in.
Thank you very much for your deputation.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for your comments. Maurice and Dago? Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thanks. Okay, my name is Maurice Adongo. I'm a community health worker at Street Health. And my presentation was on behalf of my workmates at Street Health, community health workers. We have nurses. We also have harm reduction people. And we have the front desk workers who actually see probably 200 people a day, most of whom want a place to sleep. Now, we are extremely concerned and disturbed by the city's proposal plan being put forward by staff at this meeting today. This plan that proposes to expand warming centers and out of the cold program, as well as reintroducing flex beds, is not a humane response to the current shelter crisis we are currently facing, and that will intensify as we get into winter if the city does not act now to prepare appropriately. Simply expanding these facilities are not a solution to the crisis we are experiencing. People spend months without adequate rest or access to showers or somewhere to store their belongings. They sleep in chairs, on floors, on mats, in dangerously overcrowded facilities. They travel across the city with all their belongings and often wait for hours in the cold in hopes of accessing a mat on the floor and out of the cold. In the morning, they must get out and do it all over again. So we are not saying that this is not a needed service, it is, but we are saying it is a band-aid, and I will explain that later. Our nurses at street health clinics see people's legs become swollen from sleeping in a chair night after night. People's feet become infected because they are unable to remove their footwear for fear of their shoes going missing. We watch people's chronic illnesses worsen and their mental well-being deteriorate from sleep deprivation and stress. The benefits of the warming centers and the drop-ins are that they are easy to access, but people who need access to low-threshold services should not be expected to endure conditions that jeopardize their health and well-being. These facilities, while providing an alternative to the streets, are not equipped to provide proper shelter, while they are being forced to act as de facto shelters in the absence of real shelters. People are spending months at warming centers, 24-hour drop-ins, and out of the cold because shelters are full and often inaccessible. At Street Health, we struggle to access shelter for people even during the summer months. As you are aware, the average over the shelter occupancy is around 96% and always well over the 90% threshold. That's the one set by the city. Some sectors, such as the women's sector, remains closer to 98%, which is effectively full. The limited shelters that have been added recently, such as the one at the Christie Ossington and the new women's shelter in Scarborough, are filled almost immediately. So these are what we are asking you to do. Number one, we are urging you today at this committee to direct staff to develop a more appropriate plan to open proper shelter that meets the shelter standards and that are low threshold and accessible. As a matter of fact, that's what we wish we were discussing today. Now, we ask that this plan be implemented in time for the coming winter. There's need to open 1,000 new shelter beds to meet the current need and to bring occupancy rates below 90%. This number accounts for all the people who need shelter, those staying on the street in warming centers, 24-hour drop-ins, and surfing, couch surfing. Until these additional shelters are opened and occupancy rates are met, we are urging, or actually we are asking you to open the armories, community centers, and the armories specifically because it will provide a 2.5 feet surface, a gap between the beds instead of just, block by block, and it's available. So it should be part of the plan. The city must find the means to ensure adequate conditions now. Money can be used from the reserve funds and those taken previously from the Housing Stabilization Fund. The city can publicly declare an emergency. We did it in 1998, and it helped a lot. We are in a worse situation, unfortunately.
You could wrap up?
Yes, my wrap-up is that we have a Band-Aid. Some of you have Band-Aids at home. You can put it in your feet when your feet get cut. But if your feet is swelling the next day and it's getting dangerous, your temperature is up, and you go and buy another box of Band-Aid and say, I got it covered, your competency to take care of your health may be in question. And that's what we are doing to the citizens. We are turning our so-called guests, overnight guests, into permanent residents. It is frightening to you as the host of the guest. It is more frightening to your guests. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Taya Greenberg.
Hello. Hi, folks. My name is Taya Greenberg. I'm the coordinator of community supports and housing at Sistering. So Sistering is both a barn, as my colleague referenced us, and we're a multi-service agency that provides practical and emotional supports to marginalized women through programs and services that enable women to take greater control over their lives. Our services revolve around a busy drop-in that sees 200 to 300 women in a 24-hour period. We serve about 450 meals. In November 2015, in response to the critical shortage of women's shelter beds in the city, and in response, as I'm sure many of you will recall, to some vicious sexual assaults of a woman who was sleeping outside, Sistering was awarded one of the 2 contracts for the city's 24/7 low-barrier drop-in. So we operate an overnight drop-in. On a nightly basis, we are sleeping 50 women on mats on the floors, on some reclining chairs, under tables, curled up in corners. The women accessing our 24/7 drop-in overwhelmingly have complex intersecting issues of homelessness, mental health, substance use issues, and severe trauma histories. On a daily basis, our efforts to access the shelter system are full. So I think this isn't news, and certainly you've heard from all the deputants today. While the target is 90%, our experience on a day-to-day basis is that the women's shelters are 100% at capacity. I think I checked the shelter census on Monday night, and the women's sector was at 97%. Let me reiterate, saying that the women that stay at our 24/7 drop-in are complex. These women are survivors of horrific experiences and have managed to stay alive by both adapting ingenious and sometimes in very troubling ways. While any additional services to this sector to a degree are welcome, I really wanted to come today to reiterate the inadequacy of this model to meet the needs of women with complex issues. So supports needed to serve women that are accessing our 24/7 drop-in are consistent. So where consistently staff members can be present to build relationships with women. These supports are wraparound, where women could access different kinds of supports at one site.
If you could wrap it up.
I don't think I've had my 5.
Okay.
And also services need to be open and accessible, where women can access supports when and where they need. So these are the kinds of supports that exist in low barrier shelters. They're not the kinds of supports that exist in the respite services that are the focus of the report that we're looking at today. Just 2 other comments I'd like to make. One is to echo many of the comments we've already heard about the risks of crowding in overnight spaces. So I guess I would just encourage councillors to talk to any individual who has accessed a shelter when they've had their flex beds open, or any frontline staff who's been working there, or anyone who's accessed out of the cold when it's crowded, that the energy that is generated from having a crowded space is, and this is not to be alarmist, but it is sometimes feel like a powder keg that's waiting to go off. Finally, I guess the piece that is absent from our discussions around homelessness is this very integral piece about gender. And so I really urge the committee to both think and see gender as they are looking at how to allocate these dollars that go towards alleviating homelessness. We know that women don't access out of the colds to the same degree that men do. So the 2016 Dixon Hall report illustrated that 14% of out of the cold users were women, and less than 1% were trans. Women's experiences of homelessness looks qualitatively and quantitatively different from that of men, and certainly we need low barrier emergency shelters that serve the needs of women with complex issues.
Yes, no. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Emily Daigle?
Hey everyone. Just want to show everyone in the room, this is one thing I've fought for in this city hall for a long time. So, I come today not only as an accessibility advocate, but as a survivor of both homelessness as well as blatant discrimination by homelessness system staff. I am a survivor.
Thank you.
Hey guys, can we stop the chatter, please? I am a survivor of both youth homelessness as well as adult homelessness, both including the winter months. My multiply disabled mom, who turned 73 yesterday, is currently homeless, is in a shelter in Councillor Perks' ward. She has been victimized many times, has had over $1,200 stolen from her, including clothing. This may not be a lot to you, but to my mom, who is deaf, hard of hearing, and physically challenged, it was all her savings to get into an apartment where she'd at least be safe. I'm also a survivor of the largely inaccessible out of the cold system, an inaccessible shelter system as a whole, whether it be the system agencies themselves or lack of accessible transit to get there. I am not the only person with multiple disabilities who has been through what I have. Many people with disabilities, especially women, are so fearful of the inaccessible system that they stay in abusive situations. In the report, it mentions that 35% of survey respondents have serious medical conditions and disabilities, and that 14% use assistive devices. It does not say how many people were blind or deaf, nor did it mention how many actually responded. How many, do I wonder, were never given the opportunity to do the survey due to inaccessible formats or no one to help them fill out the survey, or not being able to even access the services offered due to inability to read signs or hear announcements? I personally know of many people who are homeless, who are deaf or legally blind or both. Many cannot get needed services from service agencies such as the CNIB or the Canadian Society for the Deaf due to homelessness and no fixed address, as service providing staff feel unsafe to go into the shelter system to assist people. This report has nothing in it putting any money towards making the out of the cold system AODA compliant, much less the rest of the shelter system. Even the only downtown women's resource drop-in that is accessible by Accessible TTC is not wheelchair accessible, nor staff trained for people with sensory disabilities, and the staff are also discriminatory towards people with disabilities trying to help their family. My mom. Not one, to my knowledge, of the out of the cold shelter system staff or shelter staff that are owned by the City of Toronto, nor volunteers are trained to assist people with sensory disabilities or those with physical disabilities or multiple disabilities. Why is there no stats anywhere in this report or available in the Welcome Home book or on the websites on the numbers in shelters of people with disabilities, nor is there any numbers given of beds for people with disabilities, nor does it state that the motels are not wheelchair accessible. Nor does it state what drop-ins are accessible and which ones are not, or which 24-hour drop-ins are accessible and which are not, and if services are provided. This is an absolute disgrace. I have already once taken SSHA and the family res to the city ombudsman. I am more than willing to do it again. A few power door openers installed does not make a shelter accessible. Please, let's all work together to create a humane shelter system. If we don't, more people like my two friends this past winter that were, one was hearing impaired and one was legally blind, and my other friend who was in a wheelchair, all died this winter because of accessibility issues of the shelter system. And I wish the chair of the Accessibility Committee would actually be listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. That concludes the list of deputants. We can now go questions for staff. Want to go right to a speakers list? Yes, Councillor Mahavik, yes, questions for staff.
You heard a lot of things, and I'm just going to leave it wide open. Could you respond to some of the issues that have been raised? In particular, I think the issue is you're spending $6 million. Are you spending it basically on a downgraded shelter system, or is this a different service, and what will that service look like?
Through the chair, so this report was intended to be an enhancement to the work that we're doing around expanding our shelter system. Again, as I had stated earlier, around 15 sites that we're adding in the coming period of time. When I came in as the new GM, one of the first things that I wanted to look at was how we addressed our services last winter. And I have gone out personally into operations, gone to many different locations, and saw the pressure that was in the system and talked to many different people who have been involved, and not everybody. But one of the key issues that I had heard from people was to take the pressure off of the Out of the Cold programs and to recognize the amazing work that they do and they've done over the last 30 years. And I went out and saw for myself, and it is amazing work that they do and that they have done, and there was a lot of pressure there. We also reviewed a survey of 500 of our clients at the Out of the Cold programs, and we took all of this information and we said, okay, how could we enhance the services for this upcoming winter in a proactive way? We haven't done this in the past. Let's bring forward a proactive approach to try and do something very tangible to enhance services every night. So we went from having 2 24-hour drop-in centers with an overflow, and we wanted to increase that to 5 different locations. So increasing the number of sleeping spaces by 140 spaces. I know it comes with a very big price tag to do that, but on average there is 100 sleeping spaces in the Out of the Cold programs every night, and we thought that that addition of 140 on top of the 160 would take some very significant pressure off of the system there. We also recognized, just as the new guy coming in and asking why we looked at the winter season as December 15th to February 28th. And I think intuitively, most Canadians would say that that's not the winter season. And so we changed the length of the approach to the winter season from November 15th until April 15th, doubling the number of days from 75 to 152 in this report. In terms of the Out of the Cold program, what I really thought we were doing was recognizing how important that program has been over time. There was not an intention in this report to suggest that we should, that it should become part of the city services, and so I apologize if we characterized it that way. The intention was to recognize that amazing work and to try and think about different ways of how we could support that. So I had heard from some people that additional housing workers were important, and so we added some money in there for additional housing workers. As well, we wanted to look at, was there a way for us to come up with a modest food stipend to help those programs? Because that was something that I heard when I visited as well. And the other thing that we heard from many community partners was establishing sort of a planning cycle for winter, and that there needed to be a planning cycle leading into winter because we needed to take care of those folks, to improve our communication protocols, and also to establish some maximum capacity protocols. So that's the fundamentals of the report. My team and I really believe that we were trying to make a positive impact for the coming winter. We didn't anticipate the negative response, and if the part of that was the language used, I apologize for that.
So just two follow-up questions. 15 shelters, because there's been a lot of talk of needing another 1,000 beds. 15 shelters. Are there any I assume, and I've always assumed, or for the last little while anyway, that we are doing everything we can to get as many of those shelters on stream as soon as possible. Are there any impediments other than time and real estate and having to build them and architects and all that sort of stuff? Are there any impediments to those 15, recognizing that we passed another one today?
Through the chair, so I've been with the city for 26 years, and I haven't seen things more difficult than opening new shelter sites. We are moving forward as quickly as we can on that. In the last 7 months, we've opened up 240 spaces, shelter beds. And then in the next 12 months, we anticipate opening up 250. Although those are all in different sections of planning, different points of time in planning. To take on a new shelter opening, a single shelter opening, it takes about 18 months to do that. So we're doing everything that we can to open up new shelter beds. We have increased the number of beds, and we've also taken on new motel rooms, and I know that's not ideal, but we've done that in response to the increasing demand on the family side and the refugee side.
Told you, go crazy, open the 15, you're already doing that, we would still have a problem this winter because you can't open new shelter beds by this winter, beyond the 250 that some of which might be opening up.
Which is why we took the approach of a very substantial increase in service for the winter season with the addition of the 24-hour drop-ins to try
and it may be like, let's say you get those 250 open, you've opened 240 in the last 7 months, you're going to open 250 more in the next 12 months. This time next year, there'll be a different winter plan, and if we've opened 250 or 350, whatever, and we find that the number of people using the drop-in is lower because they're able to go into shelter space or because the housing workers have helped them find space, then we're going to shrink that and shift those resources over to shelters. Am I getting this?
Yeah, that's correct. And as the new guy coming in, my intention is to develop over time a 10-year plan for this organization, for which we do not have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Any other questions to staff? Councillor Wong-Tam?
I have probably two questions that are just probably need to be, that hopefully I believe they're quick. With respect to the deficiencies already identified with the current the code program, so with respect to the mats on the floors not having proper linens, even the warming facilities not being properly staffed, not being properly equipped, how will the expansion of the new facilities address those current service deficiencies beyond the food subsidy and beyond the tokens? Like we're not putting in new beds, right?
Through the chair. So in terms of the 24-hour drop-ins, we will be putting out an REOI to the community agencies. And for things like showers and those types of things that have been identified as that we have heard that we should have, we're going to give preference to locations that can provide showers and those types of additional pieces where there's those concerns. In terms of the other pieces, the mats and TTC tokens, I'm going to be speaking with the a group of people from the Out of the Colds to talk about those issues and try and think about solutions. But we have not had that discussion around those solutions just yet.
So the $6 million approximate figure that's going to expand the service doesn't yet address the quality of service delivery? It's just an expansion. Is that correct? Based on what you've said, this is what
So
I've
the
gathered.
5 24-hour drop-ins that would be operated by community agencies, that they would be operating in a specific way, and we believe that it's a very substantial increase in service. And that's the majority of the $6 million.
Do those new facilities have to meet the City of Toronto's current shelter standards?
No, they do not.
Because you're modeling it after the Out of the Code program.
No, we're not modeling it after the other.
Is that correct?
No, we're not modeling it after the Out of the Cold program, but we're not modeling it after the shelter standards also.
Are individuals, potential clients coming to those facilities, what's the level of service can they expect? Are they expected to treat it not like the Out of the Code program? You're saying it's not that, and it's not a shelter. What is this?
So currently, there are no requirements for the specific requirements for the 24-hour drop-ins. We make recommendations around that, and it's been the individual organizations that have set up their programs and use their space the way that they see to best use it. So we do not apply the shelter standards to those community organizations.
Sorry, but we're putting out city dollars and we're not asking for any standards to be met?
No, we have not.
Okay. Then with respect to the new 5 facilities and the expanded service in terms of number of beds, there were comments raised with respect to access for women, access for men, that we're seeing more women, because these are co-ed facilities, and literally they're mats on a floor. I've been to at least six facilities in my community, and I have actually noticed that there's more men than there are women. What are we doing to address that inequity then? Because we're allocating $6 million to expand this service, and already we know that there's a disproportionate number of women who are not accessing that service. And yet, these are the dollars that are going, hopefully, to alleviate some homelessness and street-involved attributes in an equitable fashion. And it's starting to look to me like it's not equitable.
So we do have basic security at those sites. We do not we don't count the number of beds based on male or female. So they are just sleeping space, low barrier sleeping spaces that people can choose to use to come in out of the cold.
So you have men and women sleeping side by side, different ages of individuals sleeping side by side on mats, and there's a security guard? Is that my understanding? What level of security?
And staff.
And staff. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I have some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Aftis, and then I know our medical officer of health is here. Just so I understand in terms of the proposal specifically on the rec. So it is to expand from what is currently, I would say, 2 to 5 24-hour, and it's 24-hour low barrier drop-ins. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do I read this incorrectly, that there is $1 million set aside for startup costs and capital improvements to those facilities? Is that right?
That's correct.
So I know last year I moved a motion at council to secure $300,000 for capital improvements to St. Margaret's and St. Felix, that they could come forward along with the others for additional capital improvement requests, be it showers or others. Is that right?
That's correct, and that's why it is in the report.
Okay. And the winter season, the proposal is to expand it from November 15th to April 15th?
That's correct.
Okay. The One of the things I heard you say is, as it relates to increased support for the out of the cold system, do I understand this correctly, that that is primarily looking at $350,000 for increased housing referral support? So what is that?
There is money in this report to have housing workers attend the Out of the Cold programs every week.
Okay.
So that they could, in a low barrier way, try and move people from homelessness into housing. And again, that came from talking to some of the workers at the Out of the Cold programs that those supports were needed.
Okay, so the question of the expansion of the Out of the Cold, one is the increased support around housing support workers. The other is money for a food stipend on site. Is there another piece there that I was missing?
There was a suggestion from one of our community partners that there could be an expansion, 2 sites expanded in the Out of the Cold program. And again, we had thought that we didn't realize the opposition to that. And so this was in that report, again, to relieve some of the pressure from that particular system.
Okay. To the medical officer of health, I know 2 years ago, your predecessor, Dr. McEwen, brought forward a report on the risk of cold weather to vulnerable populations. At the time I had asked him, this was around the extreme cold weather alert, should it be -15? And I said, whether it's 0 degrees, -5 degrees, -15, or -30, is it dangerous? And I guess that's the question. Is cold weather a greater risk to vulnerable populations?
So through the chair, yes, you're quite right. There was research that was done by my colleagues here at Toronto Public Health in respect of cold weather and its impact on health, and that report does predate me. But in terms of a summary, at an individual level, the individual risk for cold-related injury is highest on the coldest days. But what's interesting is that the largest burden of cold injury arises from those moderately cold days, which are typical of Toronto winters. So you have to look at it. There's the overall burden, and then there's the individual risk. And there are differences between those two.
And I guess it's fair to say then that there is extreme risk during extreme cold, but there is always risk when it is cold.
That's correct. Okay. And I would suggest further that based on the work that was done by my Toronto Public Health colleagues prior to my arrival here, there were surveys that were done with those experiencing homelessness. It's clearly understood that cold and damp conditions are those that are most associated or identified by those who experience homelessness as those which are related to adverse health impacts, and that you do see adverse health impacts across a wide range of temperatures in cold.
Now, I know the report's not in front of us. You're here. I know TPH released initial data on the monitoring of homeless deaths. We've heard it referred to here. When and how can we get the detailed breakdown as it relates to age, gender, what the breakdown of demographics are across those deaths, so that we can start to more proactively address this, not just on an annual basis?
So through the chair, you know, those data, as you have identified appropriately, they were just reported. We had the first set collected, and the collection just started at the beginning of this year. You're looking for more data, and as it turns out, so am I. So I'm very interested in actually getting more data up and available on our website so that we can actually learn and study those data and understand what we might actually be able to do. The challenge has been that the system is relatively new. We're still understanding how best to collect the data, and we have a series of engaged providers and agencies, and I think it's wonderful work that's been done. It is in its very early phases. I can tell you that the data at this stage of the game, there are data points that have yet to be verified, and in fact, many of the elements that you've described an interest in hearing about were unknown, like we have empty variables. So the system is just up and running. I'm actually very keen to work with our community agencies and partners to ensure that we're getting as fulsome and as complete data as possible. And once we have a little bit more in terms of the kinds of pieces of information that you're looking for, I expect we'll be able to put those out and report on them publicly, and then actually have serious conversation around that which we can do to improve the situation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Quorum will be 4. You have to leave? Speakers, are there motions?
I have one quick question, just because it's not the best written report. On page 2, in the middle, cost for additional out of the cold and extreme surge, cost for 50 people is estimated at $50,000. That's not a per night cost for this season. So that's not in here. So that means from November 15th to April 15th, if you wanted to add a Monday, for example, for the complete season, so there might be 20 Mondays, it's a $50,000 cost. Okay, thank you. I think that needs to be out there and clarified.
Speakers. Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you.
You have a motion?
I do, Mr. Chair. I have a motion I ask the clerks to put on the screen, and then to request that the General Manager of Shelter Support Housing convene immediately with the Interfaith Coalition to Fight Homelessness to review the concerns of the deputants regarding the expansion of the Out of the Cold program and to report directly to the July 5th, 2017 City Council meeting on the outcomes of the discussion. And with that motion, I'd like to say thank you to the deputants for taking the time to come out today. I recognize it's been a very long day. I do appreciate the very impassioned remarks that you delivered on behalf of the constituents and the clients that you serve. This is a file that is that city staff and I believe City Council has grappled with. Number one, how difficult it is to actually locate facilities or sites to build shelters and expand the emergency shelter system, even when you have cash in the bank ready to go. It's not necessarily straightforward. I do believe that we need to approach this situation and this subject matter with a human rights lens. I said that in previous committee meetings, is that housing and shelter is a human rights. It's not negotiable. It doesn't have to be. You can go through the longest community process all you want, but at the end of the day, if we don't exercise our legislative powers as a city to expropriate properties when we see fit for the public good, for the public purpose, and to do it with purpose and to do it with a certain level of energy, then we are certainly going to continue to fall behind, even with our targeted goals of expansion. And that requires, I believe, a strategy to rethink how we are currently approaching our location for facilities. That may mean that we have to go outside of City Hall, outside of the corporation, to hire lawyers that will help us as a tactical team go and help us expropriate those properties. But I believe that is something that we should at the very least consider moving forward, because the way the properties have been thoroughly investigated, where they have been carefully vetted, has taken far too long. The site at Runnymede still has not been confirmed. I believe it's a failed endeavor, despite all the energy and effort that went into it, and we have nothing. We don't have something to show for it. So clearly, it says to me that we need to rethink how we do it. I also recognize that this is a report that outlines a certain level of service enhancement that is not going to be satisfactory to everyone, but I do believe that the staff have done their darn best at trying to create what would be a temporary stopgap. We all recognize that this is not the solution, but we all, I think, can recognize that we need to do something at this point in time in order for us to queue it up and line it up for the upcoming winter, which could be very, very cold, as it always is. And we know that the population who is involved in homelessness is expanding. It's not shrinking, it's getting larger. And the complex care and needs of those individuals require more resources and more attention. So it's not a perfect report, but it is something that I believe that we should adopt today. and then have our general manager tell us what happens at that meeting that you're going to have with the out-of-the-code service providers next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Mihevc?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to move the motions that are before us, and I want to say the following. When staff tee it up for a $6 million expenditure, $6 million new dollars of expenditure, and knowing the fights that we have here in City Hall around spending money on vulnerable people, I call that a good day. I call that a good day. I remember in the wintertime, people tweeting and social media and going after us for not having enough drop-in space and not having the right services in the drop-in space. And us wanting to open and some people wanting to open the armories during that period of time, which is a very, very large room. Well, you know what? This is kind of better. This is saying, okay, we're going to have 5 places with about 55 sites for about 250 people that can drop in, drop out for a variety of needs, for a variety of situations in life. That's a pretty good way to handle it this summer in the context of other things that are happening. Do we need to fight for more shelter space? Absolutely. And I think the staff are doing a pretty good job at that. We approved another one today. There's more coming down the pipe. And we're going to encourage them, and we do encourage them, to get to that 15 new shelters ASAP. On top of that, we are engaged in a brutal fight with the province and the federal government and within council to add more resources to fix TCHC buildings so that we're not pushing people out the door into situations of precarious housing. And on top of that, we have another fight to encourage the federal government, provincial government to add more housing so that people can be appropriately housed. We have to fight on all these fronts. This is not the only front. This is only one chapter in a bigger book. And I think we should remember, I think especially folks from who are advocating here today need to remember this is a chapter in a larger book. And I think the rest of the chapters also need to be fought for and paid a lot of attention to. So I think what is here is good. It adds capacity during the toughest months of the year. And this is what I heard over the winter time as well when I got emails and so on and talked to folks that they wanted something where they could drop in, drop out, and spend some time. So I think this is in the right direction. It doesn't answer all the issues, but it's a significant investment, and we're going to have to fight for this $6 million at council. So I'm ready to do that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Chair. We shouldn't need a winter readiness program. That's the message that I think was effectively conveyed, is we should not need a winter readiness program. We shouldn't live in a society that has a housing crisis of the scale our city does, that we need emergency response. We shouldn't need it, but we do need it. That is the unequal city we live in, and we must address that city. And the solutions to our rampant and growing inequality, as we all know and speak about often, are deeply complex. Permanent housing, permanent shelter beds are but one part of it, because the shelter beds or the housing without the investments in health services and employment services and harm reduction services and newcomer services, it is a complex map and a series of cracks where we are letting people down. But we know for a fact that when it comes to housing, and we all know that housing is not as simple as a roof over your head. You need a range of housing options, from barrier-free drop-ins to shelters, and shelters that are tailored to support different populations, to transitional housing with the supports you need, to permanent housing. Housing is a solution, but only if you have the tailored housing options to allow housing to be a solution. And so absolutely, as part of that complex solution, we need permanent shelter beds. Nobody disagrees with that at this table. We absolutely do. And I'm not prepared to institutionalize poverty, but nor am I prepared to let a single vulnerable person die this winter because we wanted to make a point on the institutionalization of poverty. I'm not prepared to do that. This report in front of us today is not on permanent beds. It is on emergency winter readiness. We should not read this as an either-or. We need both. In the city we live in, we need both. Because if we didn't do emergency readiness today, we wouldn't have enough shelter beds in place in 6 months' time, and we would then have to scramble to open emergency readiness protocols. So we have to do both. And we know, all of us, that homelessness is deeply dangerous year-round, but it is particularly dangerous in the cold winter months, which is why we have all collectively fought to put in place 24-hour drop-ins, not just an emergency cold weather alert. This has been part of our collective advocacy together. 3 years ago, many of us in this room together fought to establish 24-hour drop-ins. 2 years ago, we fought to secure the funding to open the 24-hour drop-ins. Last year, we fought to expand the winter season, we fought to find money for new repairs, and we fought to make them truly barrier-free. These are the fights we have all been doing together for many years. This year, staff came forward and proposed many of the things we have been fighting for. This is what we have been fighting for. We have been fighting for true barrier-free 24-hour access. That is our collective call. We've been fighting for money to upgrade them and repair them so that a place like St. Felix in my ward doesn't have only one shower. We've been fighting for more frontline staff to be in there and as part of supporting the out of the colds, and we've been fighting for an extended cold weather season. Those have been our collective fights, and that is what staff have recommended. And so while these are not permanent beds, and that is a fight we will continue to have, these are things we have fought for. And so I get that we are angry and we're frustrated, that we are tired of monthly memorials, we're tired of weekly funerals. I'm tired of people I know dying, but I am not prepared to ignore the growing demand that is taking place in our city in winter. It is a Band-Aid. We know it's a Band-Aid, but we still need Band-Aids in this city right now, just as we also need permanent housing and permanent beds. And so in a city as wealthy as ours, yes, we should repair TCHC, yes, we should build new housing, yes, we should establish permanent shelter beds, and yes, we should improve our winter readiness. We got to stop arguing over how you divvy up the pie differently so that we triage differently, and we need to make the fight to expand the pie. Because when we fight amongst ourselves about divvying up the pie differently, people get left out. And in complex housing options, from transitional housing to 24-hour barrier-free, to shelters, to permanent housing, when we fight between each other in terms of which one takes precedent, somebody else falls off. We win as housing advocates when we expand the pie and expand the options. And that is our fight, is in this city and in this province and in this country to expand the pie of services and housing options that our residents so deeply need. And with that, I'm going to conclude by thanking my colleagues. My colleagues are my advocates. I was going to thank my colleagues, the housing advocates, who've been here so passionately, and I want to thank our city staff for, I think, bringing forward a winter readiness report that is a huge step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Are there any other speakers? No? Okay, I believe we have the one motion. I'm going to take it as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. No, we have one more. We probably should have. It was the add-on item. Approved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, city staff. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, deputants and members of the public. It was a long day, but we got a lot done. And thanks to the clerk's office, of course.